everybody tries their best to retranslate. Make more kind of some are more in the scholarship way, some are simple way. So we'll go through this. This summer I was in Shanghai, in Kham area of Tibet, in China, and so I was kind of my English is declining, Initially, of course, my English is very poor, weak. I haven't really paid attention myself, which I should have been, But we'll go through this and try our best. First, please take a deep breath and exhale all our tension. Once more, please take a deep breath, inhale, and exhale. And please, once more, please take a deep breath and exhale. And just relax our mind and the body. Be here in this place. And we should feel fortunate to reflect on the Buddha's teaching. So what Buddha said and how to practice. So it is very precious, and not so often we get this kind of chance. And then we cultivate our thought or mind that I will reflect, study this precious teaching to achieve complete Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings, which is about this book. The main reason is because, as you all know, every sentient beings desire to experience peace, happiness in our life, day-to-day life, and also to free from suffering. This is not something Buddhist belief or Buddha taught. This is something exists in the world as long as we have the consciousness, the mind. Even animals, small insects, who know nothing, but still they are looking for peace, happiness, joy. They try to escape from this suffering, undesirable conditions. This is a reality nature. This is something which is called uncontrived, unfabricated nature for everybody. We simply just, from the innate of the mind, we just look for more peace, more happiness. So, how I can have my life more peace, more happiness, more to free from suffering. And So it is there. That's our capital, the basic nature. At the same time, we don't get the peace and happiness as we desire for or wish for. We are not free from suffering as we wish to. So it means that these depends on many causes and conditions. So we have to create the cause. So how peace and happiness can be achieved, and how the suffering can be distanced, not within us, maybe kind of free, that we may free from the suffering. Regarding to this subject, the mind is very important, as you see. There's the mind what desire for peace and happiness. It's the mind that we desire to free from suffering. The mind is the center of all this. So the mind is very complex, very sophisticated, very abstract subject. We don't see it directly. Even though we individually have our own mind, we don't know where it is, where it abides, what it looks like, how big or small, what color it has. Since it is very abstract, so we don't pay attention so much about the mind, rather the outer object, the outside matter, the form, what we see through the eyes, sound, what we hear through the ears, the smell, taste, touch, the five senses, sensual objects. We pay attention so much on this. If I have these, then my life is better. I have more happiness, there's more peace, more security. So we are looking our peace and happiness from these sensual objects. We are looking for the solution of suffering when we could arrange these sensual objects in a proper place. So that's the reality of whole universe, whole world. But since it is the mind, nowadays, because of science and technologies, the education is very important. When you have the good education, you know how to do these things well. The communications, the transportations, all this depends on this, the five essential objects. So, more we have the good educations, like say economic, politics, science, technologies, and any other things, even to, like say, make how to construct the buildings, roads, all this, more we're educated, and we can do better. See, so it is all basically it's related to the mind. See, but we pay little attention to the mind. Whereas Buddha's teaching, so much focus on the mind. Yes, there is the outer phenomena, the objects, the five essential objects there. Since we have this, our body, We need food, we need place to live, shelter, all this we need. But more importantly, the mind is very crucial, you see. So bodhicitta is a mind, but how to expand the mind, you see. We are in a cocoon in the samsara. Such we trapped ourselves in a cocoon. So bodhicitta is how to break through this cocoon and make our mind, see our mind, how limitless it is. So that we can experience more kind of subtle peace, happiness. See? So it becomes crucial. It's not just a spiritual thing. It is something, reality, practically how to make our mind kind of look at the mind, how the mind is limitless. So, we know that you have studied, practiced non-duality, we say. No. Because the mind pervades whole universe, so it is non-duality. But we make duality within this non-duality. That's where it's called we're contrived. We're bewildered in the confusion. So within the confusion state, no matter how much work we make effort, we try, there's never has been successful. Always fail, whether in the economic, politics, whatever we do. We just spend our entire life. Then at the end of the day, you just reflect how much I achieved. Everything's like a dream. It's just gone. It's not here. So therefore, Buddha taught, as you know, as we as a Buddhist, we believe Buddha came on this planet over 2,600 years. Buddha taught the Dharma teachings on the basis of the Four Noble Truths. So between this, since Buddha came, the world has changed so much. The lifestyle, the way of thinking, way of living, communication, transmission, so forth, changed so much. How you can imagine, 100 years ago, it's now, But desire to have peace and happiness, desire to free from suffering has never changed. The time when Buddha or before Buddha and still now, we all are in the same boat, desire to have peace and happiness and to free from suffering. This is something amazing. Just investigate, you see. Also, what Buddha spoke about the suffering, the cause of suffering, still has never changed. At the time of Buddha, when Buddha said this is cause of suffering, still is cause of suffering. It's amazing. It's so scientific, so accurate. No mistake is made. That's why we say Buddha is perfect. So Buddha taught this teaching according to this causality which functions within in this world. Now, this is one thing seen. What Buddhists believe, what Buddhists don't believe, is, you see, Buddha, as we spoke of, that Buddha started practice for 3 limitless eons, we call. He was not making something new, fresh, some idea. Rather, he was making every effort how things functioning by itself. It's called mode of abiding. How things exist within its natural state. That's why sometimes you find primordially this is that, this is this. Primordially abiding. Primordially is nature. So Buddhism is not something Buddha created. Buddhism is Buddha's teaching, that explanation about all how this, both the natural abiding of the samsara and nirvana, how they abide. That's why, the samsara nirvana has no any difference. Its own nature, from that own nature, there's no difference. But it makes the difference how we perceive. How we see things as they are, or as a contrived, as a fabricated, how we fabricate. So we exaggerate from the natural abiding nature. So we can't go too far. It comes back to its own nature. Whether we realize or not realize, as in the jewel ornament of liberation, right at the beginning mentioned, all the phenomena are in 2 categories: samsara, nirvana. The nature of samsara is emptiness. The nature of nirvana is emptiness. See, there's emptiness, no difference. Then what happened with the samsara? What happens with the nirvana? The samsara then is now the mental formation of samsara is confusion. We confuse to see samsara as the nature of emptiness. So because of that confusion, means contrived, fabricated. So from that, it characterized as a suffering. Because we confuse the cause and result, could not see the cause as it is. We contrive the cause. Through that contrivance, then we experience suffering. Whereas the nirvana said the confusion is exhausted and dissipated. So I could abide in the nature of the emptiness as it is. Because of that, one is free from suffering. So from there, see how first it makes the kind of borderline demarcation of the samsara and nirvana. You can see this. So that's why we need to study and practice the Buddha's teaching. Buddha, out of great wisdom, seeing everything as it is. From that state, out of great compassion, then Buddha taught the teachings. Sentient beings in the six realms, the sentient beings, there's so much suffering. Look at nowadays the animals, how they are treated. Now because of the transportation and communication, this smartphone, videotapes, people take. The animals, they are treated so badly. And they are suffering so immense. Those who are experiencing the suffering and those who are creating that kind of suffering. See? So in the hell realm, when you study the nature of the suffering of the hell realm, hungry ghosts, animals, demigod, God realm, Buddha's compassion is such that he couldn't bear that kind of suffering of the sentient beings. Out of such great compassion, they taught these Dharma teachings. So you don't have to suffer like this. See these things. Do it this way. So you see, that's what we have to study. So here, as we are now, Mahayana practitioner, Buddha taught so much teachings. As I mentioned, mind is such a complex subject. So because of this, there are so many inclinations, mental capacities, ability to absorb the teachings. So we are, as a Maya now, the great vehicle followers. So this bodhicitta teaching is indispensable. What makes Maya now? Because of bodhicitta. Lord Jigten Sumgun said, what is the difference between mind and Hinayana? It's a bodhicitta. Who has bodhicitta is the Mahayana. Who took refuge in the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, but for the time being, not interested in the bodhicitta, is called Hinayana. It doesn't mean they won't cultivate bodhicitta. For the time being, yes, they are not interested, but eventually they will also cultivate bodhicitta. Because eventually everyone has to achieve Buddhahood. So what makes everyone is interested? Peace and happiness. What makes that everyone is not interested in the suffering, physically or mentally, is the Buddha nature. Every sentient being is endowed. The Buddha nature is called the seed of enlightenment. The seed of the enlightenment, the potential to the Buddhahood, is naturally exist within all the sentient beings. Whether we know or don't know, whether we accept or don't accept, but this is natural, abiding nature. See? So therefore, see, we all are in that same boat. Then, what's the cause to reveal Buddha nature? It's all all the virtuous activities are the cause. Because it's all the virtuous activities, we call virtuous activities because they are cause for peace and happiness, free from suffering. It's not Buddhist belief, but it's how it abides, how it functions. But bodhicitta is the direct method to reveal Buddha nature, because it's more freshly kind of connected. The Buddha bodhicitta is more freshly connected with the Buddha nature. So that's where Bodhisattva's path is so important, universally important. When it's important universally, it makes it important for the individual. We all individual, in that. So that's why when you start meditation, so cultivate bodhicitta. I'm practicing or I'm studying this to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. And we practice this. At the conclusion also we dedicate by this practice, may everybody free from suffering. May everybody have peace and happiness. So we dedicate. So that's why it makes a direct cause to free from samsara, to achieve enlightenment, Buddhahood. Direct cause to see the Buddha nature. So that is how the bodhicitta is so important in it. So this book, as you see, there are 10 chapters. First is explains about the beneficial effects of the bodhicitta, or importance of bodhicitta, or the qualities of the bodhicitta. What makes bodhicitta is so important. See, inspire us to see. But as mentioned, sometimes if what is bodhicitta? After studying for few days, few years, still I don't know what bodhicitta is about. A little confused, read, reflect. What is bodhicitta? So bodhicitta is the based on wisdom and compassion. See, wisdom, there are two wisdoms. See, first of all, there are two wisdoms or two intelligence. It's called afflicted intelligence and unafflicted intelligence. This is important. Our wisdom. Sometimes some individuals can be very smart, creating, but doesn't have real good sense. What really cause for peace and happiness or cause of suffering? Some individuals very smart. For example, making bombs, nuclear bombs. These individuals are very smart, but they are so afflicted. From this afflicted mind, and create all this, some so smart things, but they're cause of suffering. They bring the suffering. There's a side effect, as you see, so you can. So Buddha's wisdom is unafflicted wisdom. Teaches us all the things, how to really free from the suffering, understanding the cause of suffering, and how to eliminate the cause of suffering. So these two wisdom is important to understand. afflicted wisdom and unafflicted wisdom. See? So these are a kind of important point that we pay attention. No? Look at these smartphones. Look at this. No, I won't say they're cause of suffering, but they won't give you enlightenment. I think you can spend hours at your smartphone looking at. Then at the end of the day, how much you are enlightened. You see, it's so, you see, look at this smartphone. Whole world is there now. Every day, whole world is there. But spending your whole time there, first of all, these individuals have such a smart mind, to create all these things. And those we are who individuals, so involved that so much, So you see, these are called samsaric intelligence. See? Make sense? Look at these things, What I'm saying is from my limited mind, I'm saying, So you should also, now, what I said, you should not accept all. So there may be some things, maybe I made mistake. So you should recognize, he made this mistake. So leave it aside. Don't take it seriously, If I say something useful, helpful, adopt those, pick up those. These are helpful, useful. I take it, So that's Buddha. Buddha himself said, all the scholars, don't just take it to worship, to believe. This Buddha said, but you investigate into our own understanding. Of course, Buddha will not make mistake, never. Because perfected in wisdom and compassion, But for our interest, investigate, utilize. Especially nowadays, our education in the Buddhism is so important. As I mentioned, nowadays the education is so important in the individual's career's life. Going to school, college, university, how expensive they are. See, it becomes such a big business in the world because the education becomes so important for our livelihood. So this human life is so expensive, See, to get a house, to get a car, all this, see, how expensive it becomes. Look at, So we just now get the bodhicitta, the priceless one, and then make our life best from this. Those great masters in the past, they picked up this and they utilized that way. Okay, so this is just a thought introduction, just I say a few words on this. And then we read from this book. So we have, as I mentioned, just two manuscripts we have. This is more general, little easier English. And this more, I think, classical could be, more difficult in English, this book. Let's see. First, I'll read from this. Now, English translation, there's a little bit done a little differently, you know. When it's done in Tibetan translation, first there's in Sanskrit, and then in Tibetan, you know. In Indian language, in Indian language, Bodhisattvacharyavatara. Then in Tibetan, then they say the Bodhisattvas, called a guide to the Bodhisattva's way of life, or there is the way of the Bodhisattva in Indian. And in English you say, no? Just see. So then after that, the writer, Shantideva, you know, Shantideva, you can find love stories in here and everywhere you find, since he was very popular. He was born as a prince, son of a king. Then he got good education in his earlier life. Then also he met a Buddhist master, and he studied Buddhist philosophy teachings. And also he got Manjushri empowerment, and he practiced. And he got vision of Manjushri. So then after some time his father passed away, died. So whole in that country, that region, requested him to be the king of the successor of his father. So he agreed upon that. So next day, the inauguration was going to be, and at night in the dream, Manjushri appeared to him. So tomorrow the seat where I'm going to sit is my throne. He said, it's my seat. So you can't sit on my seat. No. So Shantideva wake up. So looks like I shouldn't be a king, you know. So just early in the morning he left. he left and looked for institute or where to study. So he found Nalanda there, a university. So he studied their great master, so who gave him the name Shantideva. There he studied Buddhist philosophy thoroughly, and also related other knowledges. After received all those instructions, then he realized the meditation is very important. So he was not interested the monastic or the university's administration. So he kind of completely shut up all the other activities, only kind of totally committed in the practice. So he's totally in the meditative state, dedication. He was only interested, since he has the body, he just eat and then sleep and go to toilet. These three, no, nothing else. So after some times, all the monks there where they discuss each other. So this Shantideva, he's just only eating the food which offered by the sponsors, but he's doing nothing. It's just wasting, all the food and place, not doing anything for the monastery. So at the same time, we have not noticed anything that he breaks the law or the monk's vow, So we can't throw him out without any reason. So the best thing is what we can do is we should now from today, every monk should chant the prayers, teachings. So when it comes to his turn, he will have no anything to say. So easily he will be out of our community. No. So then it comes to his turn, and he was reluctant to chant anything. So I don't want. No. But then the monks, they request his teacher, asking his teacher to tell him to chant, recite. So then his teacher requested, and then because of his teacher requested, then he accepted. So when the day came to him to chant, they built a special throne, high throne, just to embarrass him, they arranged more people to come to listen to him. So that I think the monks has been a little mean, so to make him embarrassed and all these things. But then that day came, he just climbed up the throne, and then he asked monks there, should I chant something that is not told, not expressed before, or new, or just something that has been done before? And they said, maybe you should chant something fresh, new. So then there he said, yeah, you can say, I have nothing to say that is not done before. So he started like that. So then his teaching started, giving teaching all his way. And all the monks and audience, all the participants were so impressed and inspired and developed such great devotion. We misjudged him. We never know who's who. See. So this is a secret of the mind, as mentioned. Mind you cannot see. So mysterious. Sometimes we judge the mind, individuals, without knowing that individual. So that's how he chanted on that occasion. Then when it comes to chapter 9, then he just levitated from the throne, and he flew in the sky, disappeared. But that time there's great listeners. They all, as soon as when he told everything, it's like a record. Here we use recording, They record in the mind. All are recorded in the mind. So after he disappeared, all teachings finished, then there's some compared what he said, how many verses there, so there's some conflict. Some all doesn't come together. Some are more, some are less, like that. Then later they found him on the southern India. So those individuals went there to see him, ask him, you have mentioned this, where are those texts? Haven't seen, and how many verses are here? We have this such has this many verses, and some has 700, some has 1,000 verses, which are right. So he corrected all, and he said everything. So like that, all his life dedicated for the Dharma to benefit sentient beings. So since then, this text, and even in India, has become so popular. So many people wrote commentary on this. So maybe he said these teachings in the beginning of the 8th centuries, then in the middle of the 8th century, translated, brought to Tibet, translated. And after it translated to Tibet, also many great teachers took interest on this and wrote many different commentaries on this. So this is a brief life story of him. So now here, in this text, as I said, it's saying, respectfully I prostrate myself to the Sugatas who are endowed with the Dharmakayas, as well as their noble sons, and to all who are worthy of veneration. So that's in this book. In this book said the benefit of the awakening mind. In this first title is the benefit of the awakening mind. In this, the excellence of bodhicitta, homage to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. To those who go in bliss, the Dharmakaya they possess, and all their hairs. To all those worthy of respect, I reverently bow. So just paying homage before he writes this text or compose or he chanting on. So here says, to those who go in bliss, English translation. Here kept in Sanskrit to the Sugatas. So in Sanskrit it is Sugata. No? Sugata. In English translation, to those who go in bliss. To, we should say, those who go in bliss. In Gata, say, we also know in the Heart Sutra, Gade Gade, no Gade Gade Parakade Parasangate Buddha. Gade, Gata means gone, go, or realize. You can use those words, translate here. Say, go, or realize. No? Su means well. No? Well. So like well, that's well gone. So it's called Sugata. That's well gone. So those who go in bliss. This what this means is there are different commentary on this, you see. First, thus gone well, or those who went well, gone well, means, see, in the samsara, we all are confused, make mistake. We work so hard, but never perfected. Always, coming back, same thing, repeat the same thing. So here, thus gone well means purifying all the cause of suffering, step by step, and achieve the enlightened state. That's called the bliss, and went in the right place. So then, that's gone well. And then this next is called gone, non-return. So Buddha, once you attain Buddhahood, then never come back to samsara. Always in the Buddha state, enlightened state, in other words. It's called Sugata. And the third, gone perfectly, means like arahats, even though they achieve certain level of the enlightenment, but they are not perfected in their realization, in their study. Even though they went beyond the samsara, they crossed the border of samsara. Buddha, in his purification, all the gross and subtle obscurations are perfectly purified, and all the realization of the qualities, like say 10 powers, 4 fearlessnesses, 18 unmixed, these are completely perfected. This is perfectly gone. So this Sugata, there's the kind of commentaries there. Sugata. So there's the Buddha. So just the Sugata is the Buddha. Or here translation, those who go in bliss is the Buddha. The Dharmakaya, actually Dharmakaya is Buddha's body. No, Buddha has three bodies: Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, Nirmanakaya. You know, Dharmakaya is the ultimate, the wisdom body. Sambhogakaya is the Buddha's body, which expresses all the excellent Buddha's quality. And Nirmanakaya is the emanation body. Emanate many different types of form in order to benefit sentient beings. So Buddha has three kayas. So Dharmakaya. So who are endowed with the Dharmakaya? So who are they? Buddha. So Buddha who endowed the Dharmakaya means Kaya is the body, Dharma is the qualities, the quality of the body of the quality, the perfect body of the quality is the Dharma. So Buddha is the Buddha, and Buddha is the body of all the excellent teachings, the Dharma. So this is Dharma expressing. In other words, Buddha's realization, all the Buddha's realization is the Dharma. So how Buddha became Buddha to be? Because the Dharma. Dharma that Buddha has studied and practiced and perfected these two qualities in his study and his realization. That's the Dharma. That's what we are also studying, practicing the Dharma. See? So the Dharma. As well as to their noble sons, here it is said, and all their heirs, meaning Bodhisattvas. So Bodhisattvas is Sangha. So Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. All the great Bodhisattvas, who are those who are first bhumi to the 10th bhumis, who have such great qualities. Quality of the wisdom, quality of the compassion, skillful means in the purification, in their realization. All those Bodhisattvas have such a kind of countless qualities. So to those, so see. So that's the possessed all their sons. And then to all those worthy of respect, here we have, and to all those who are worthy of reverence, so I prostrate. So worthy of, say, like say, Partik Buddha, Arhats, Sharavaka Arhats, Partik Buddha Arhats, and great monks in the monasteries, nuns in the monasteries, who have highly accomplished their qualities. Who has earned great ability of their study, realization. To these all I respect, I prostrate. This is how first. Then next, here I shall explain how to engage in the vows of the Bodhisattva's son. So Bodhisattva, Buddha's son, the meaning of which I have condensed in accordance with the scriptures. Here it said, according to the scriptures, I shall now in brief describe the practice of the Bodhisattva discipline. See now? So this is very important. According to the scriptures, he's not writing from his own delusion or illusion. He strictly depended on the words of the Buddha. That Buddha taught so much teaching. From this, he bringing all the essence together without mistake. Especially all the Mahayana Sutra. So I shall now, in brief, say the practice of the Bodhisattva discipline. Means Bodhisattva's vow. Bodhisattva's conduct. So what is bodhicitta and what is the practice of the bodhicitta? The 6 parameters, so forth. So he will write this. What time is our break?
10:15.
10:15.
Yeah.
You see? I have to check that, So now here, so next, the second one said, this here said, there is nothing here that has not been explained before, and I have no skill in the art of rhetoric, therefore lacking any intention to benefit others. I write this in order to acquaint to my mind. See. So here it said, here I shall say nothing that has not been said before, and in the art of proceeding I have no skill. I therefore have no thought that this might be of benefit to others. I wrote it only to habituate my mind. So this is what is here saying. He is making himself, reducing all his arrogance. He's not saying, I'll write something very special which is not wrote before. No. Instead, I have nothing to write new thing that has not been said before. Buddha and other great masters. See? And also, I don't have great skill to write, art of writing. Here's his prosody, the rhetoric. Here's it, rhetoric. Here's a prosody, the art of like poetic, skill writing. Such a pleasant. So I don't have that either. I'm just very humble. I'm a humble man, writing in a humble way. Just wrote, this is just repeating that has been written before. What are these? Bodhicitta. No, here says, I wrote it only to habituate my mind, just to remind myself what is bodhicitta and how to practice it. I need to repeat this and habituate in this. See? This is very important. See? To habituate. So when you study like a Mahamudra or Dzogchen, so everything is empty. Makes very easy, flow. So, you can do anything within this state of the mind's play, it's a mind's play, Everything's play of the mind. Everything's play of the emptiness. So, like, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. It's very, very easy, But then when it comes to the mental afflictions, it's very hard. When the afflictions manifest in the mind, and then, see, for the counteract, cultivate bodhicitta, very difficult, isn't it? the afflictions are so powerful, and the bodhicitta is just intellectual out there, just on outside. So what it shows is we have to habituate in the bodhicitta practice repeatedly. Sometimes you may find it's impossible, So there we have to encourage ourselves. It's not that it's impossible. Its nature is emptiness. It is impermanent. It can change. We have been in the samsara for a long time with these negative habits, which brings the suffering, which is the cause of suffering. We are so habituated. Our habit is deeply rooted. So that's why it's difficult to bring that out. So to do that, to replace, you should say, replace our bad habit and the bodhicitta is not easy, but it's possible. It can be done. So that here Shantideva was saying, he has been practicing not only this lifetime, through many lifetimes. So even this lifetime, still he's saying, just to habituate myself. I write this. I want to follow this path because this is the way to bring peace, happiness. This way how to free from suffering. So it's very important, even though I have no skill and not interested, or say because I'm lacking all these qualities, so it may not help others. I don't think it can help others, but at least to habituate myself. So this is always is very important to reduce our ego. Ego, there's a noble ego and the not noble ego. The noble ego is to benefit others. I can help others. I can do these things. The evil ego is trashing all the positive qualities and bringing up all the negativities. It's the negative ego. So here he's giving us such a good example how to handle these things. Okay, you want to have a short break? Or maybe, I think best is it's good. Do to the 10:30, So hour and a half. So I'll go to the next. So this is the first is, yes. Then next, my faith will thus be strengthened for a little while, that I might grow accustomed to this virtuous way. But others who no chance upon my but others who now chance upon my words may profit also equal to myself in fortune. So it is said, for due to acquaintance with what is wholesome, the force of my faith may for a short while increase because of these words. If, however, these words are seen by others equal in fortune to myself, it may be meaningful for them. So this is showing he's not He is not interested to helping others. Has such a great altruistic thought to help others. Out of his humble, now he's saying this. I'm practicing this writing. See, if anybody sees, well, as I'm getting benefit, and that's possible to get benefit to others. See, here, say, for due to acquaintance with what is wholesome. This means that in Tibetan we have Kyawakumji. I get used to this meditation practice. I'm forced to get used to this by this meditation practice. Then said, by the force of my faith, so he said, this in Tibetan looks this good. My faith, here said, here faith has three different meanings, you see, faith. The faith of trust, the faith of clear, and the faith of longing. See? The faith of trust is you trust causality. When there is a cause of suffering, the suffering will manifest. When we plant the seed of poison, the poison will grow. When we plant the seed of medicine, the medicine will grow. So it's a faith of trust, causality. When we practice Dharma, Bodhicitta, a cause, we'll achieve Buddhahood, the result. This is the faith of trust. And then faith of clear is Buddha is enlightened being who endowed all these excellent qualities, the wisdom, compassion. And Dharma is the teaching to actualize this nature. And the Sangha, great Bodhisattvas who are practicing this, who have such a clear mind to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. It's like a faith of clear. And third, faith of longing is, so because of this, I long to attain Buddhahood. I really want to attain Buddhahood for myself and to help others. It's the faith, see. So because of he has this kind of faith, then he got to custom in the bodhicitta practice. See, as in this says, the force of my faith may for a short while increase, see, because of this. So because he has such kind of faith, then the practice of bodhicitta will increase within him, get such great benefit. So that's that I might grow accustomed to this virtuous way. Virtuous way is the bodhicitta, cultivation of bodhicitta and practice of bodhicitta through the 6 paramitas. But for others who now chance upon my words may profit also equal to. So those individuals, so as I mentioned, as I got this much faith, or I will get this much faith, benefit. So those who are also, if they see my writings, as I get the benefit, they may also get the benefit. See, it's equal to myself, my practice. See here, may profit also equal to myself in the fortune, as I am fortunate enough to cultivate bodhicitta and practice the bodhicitta. And through this, I got much benefit. I will get more benefit. And this thing can happen to others who sees this. So he's not always hopeless, but he's very optimistic. He's writing not just only for himself, but he's writing for others' benefit, for all others' sentient beings' benefit. So we have to balance our mind as well. when we are so arrogant, reduce our ego. Sometimes we feel, oh, it's hopeless. But there's always a way to get out of this. Be hopeful. So balance, in our daily life, in our Dharma practice, in a way, Okay, so we make a short break. Changjo Senjo Rinpoche, Maji Panam, Jeguroche, Jeba, Nyamba, Meba, Kone, Kondo, Pewara, Sho. Om Banza Sato Samaya, Manu Balaya, Banza Sato Denoba, Desha Dedo Membawa, Soto Kayo Membawa, Sobo Kayo Membawa, Anorado Membawa, Sarva Sete Me Prayata, Sarva Karmas. Zedan Shriya Guru Hung Ha 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 Ha, Bhagavan, Sarva Tata Kata, Badra Mame Mazamban Zemba. Samaya Sato Thank you. We are now now actual the text starts from here. This when this text says the book is starts, there's an explanation of two basic important: the working basis of the body and the working basis of the mind. As you have studied the jewel ornament of liberation, you see, cause, working basis, and first the primary cause, the third is the contributory cause, the method, method, and then the result, and the fruition, the result of fruition, then the activities. So in that book mentions the primary cause is Buddha nature, and the working base is the precious human life, and then what is the contributory cause? Is a spiritual master, and the method is his or her instruction, and the result is the Buddhahood, and the activities of Buddha. So these six mentioned. So here first see there are six worlds in the samsara. As we Buddhists know, the world of the hell realm, hungry gods, animal, the three lower realms, and the human being, demigod, and God, the six. So there's a total six. So if you ask from these six world sentient beings types, which has the most opportunity to study, practice Dharma? Just think about it. Look at the animals, as we know in this world. There are different types of animals. So from in the ocean, in the sky, on the land. So are they kind of capable study, practice Dharma? No. Are they have a sense of kind of understanding what's right, what is wrong, means what's the cause of suffering, what's the cause of peace and happiness. So you ask those questions. So because this who has the most opportunity, capabilities, ability to handle these things. So here in this book first, the working basis as the precious human life, as in the jewel ornament of liberation mentioned here, what is said is the leisure and endowments are very hard to find, and since they accomplish what is meaningful for man or person, if I do not take advantage of them now, how will such a perfect opportunity come about again? So this from this book's translation. Now here what we have in this book, so hard to find the ease and wealth. So leisure and endowment is, here said ease and wealth, endowment, wealth, whereby the aims of beings being gained. If now I fail to turn it into my profit, how could such a chance be mine again? So here, what makes precious human life? Why not every human being a precious human life? Of course, we individually, everyone is our own precious life. Even the small bugs is precious for them. No, their life, they cherish their life so much. They protect their life as much as they can. No, because of their desire for peace and happiness and desire to free from suffering. But here's the ease and wealth said, the leisure and endowment. So now, as you know, as you read many other books, there are 8 leisures and 10 endowments or 10 wealth. Free from 3 lower realms. And then even in the human beings, who are free from the absence of Buddha, free from the place where there are no teachers, free from the absence of the faculties, and free from the as called reborn in the long life gods. So like this, when we're free from these 8 unfavorable place, so it's called the 8 leisures. We have this. So then, 10 endowments means we're born where Buddha was born, in a place, not in the place, in the continent. Buddha was born. Buddha taught the Dharma teachings. Dharma remains. And there are teachers, there are practitioners, followers, there are kind supports from outside. They're from within, say, we're human beings. We're born where Dharma is, where there's Dharma activities going around. And we have all the faculties we can see, hear, know this. And we haven't done such heinous crime or negative karma, heavy negative karma. And we have a faith to Buddha's teaching, or Buddha Dharma Sangha and the Buddha's teaching. So these 10 endowments we have. What it makes special is when we have these conditions, then we have such opportunity to study, practice Dharma. If we are absent any one of them, then we are out. Study, practice Dharma. So it's very rare, that's the saying. It's hard to find, so hard to find this. That makes the precious human life. Whereby the aims of the beings begin. So there's sometimes this here said the aims of beings, he said beings. In Sanskrit it's called Purusha, who has a capability to achieve excellent qualities. So there are 3 different types of beings or persons. Here's a man. This man is a human being. There's a lesser capability, mediocre capability, and a kind of who has such great ability supreme mental power. Because at least we can study, practice. We can understand the suffering of the hell realm. I dare not next life born as in the hell realm or hungry cause animal. I must born as a human being, at least. So that kind of seeing the unbearable suffering of in the three lower realms, we study, practice Dharma. At least to reborn as a human being in the God realm. Maintain the discipline, the 5 disciplines. So that's the least capability we have, ability we have. And then those who have more ability, mental capacity, then see samsara from the formless realm to the hell realm. There's no total peace, happiness. There is temporary peace and happiness, but subject to change. So anybody in the world, in the samsara, is under the condition of suffering. So I cannot take it. No. I really want to free from entire samsara. At the same time, I have no ability to help all the sentient beings, but at least for myself. So such kind of individuals who has that kind of interest and ability is called mediocre beings, to achieve the arhat. See? Renounce all the causes of samsara. Desire to free, desire to achieve arhat. That's the kind. Then the Supreme Being who has a great power, mental power, looking at this nature of the samsara, it's not enough. I just free from samsara. All the sentient beings, they desire to free from samsara. Means they desire to free from suffering. They desire to have peace and happiness. And that we study love and compassion, like in the jewel ornament of liberation, looking at this life's mother, this life's your children, your friend, look at them. How much you care them. No, you cannot ignore them because you love them. So since we are born from the limitless lifetime, everyone has been our friends, mother, children. No? So what's the difference? You are these children that you have in this life, or your mother in this life, and other lifetimes. No? So now, since I have the precious human life and the Supreme Buddha's teaching, which has all the excellent conditions, wisdom and compassion, today I must cultivate bodhicitta to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. It may take time. Doesn't matter, because we have been born in the samsara from the beginningless lifetime. Nothing is achieved. We work so hard, we couldn't go any farther. Now today is the time. This life is the time. I must cultivate this mind. So this is to help sentient beings, every sentient being. That's what is mean here. Hereby the aim of beings began. See? So there are 3 different types of individuals who have this capacity, having this precious human life. So now saying here, if now I fail to turn it to my profit, if I not gain this in this life, any one of those, how I can achieve in the future. See? Now, how I can rest now. When I have the opportunity, if I don't profit from that, if I not gain these benefits, how I can do this further in the future? I cannot. I'm no guarantee next life to born as a human being. No. So in such case, how I can cultivate bodhicitta? So see like this. So looking at this precious human life has the best opportunity. See, doesn't matter I'm old or young. No, doesn't matter who I am, but I have this opportunity. So the Chandrakumi mentioned this precious human life, such a great opportunity. It is an opportunity to cross the border of samsara. You can cross the ocean of the samsara. Go beyond the samsara. You have opportunity to cultivate great bodhicitta, the thought of enlightenment. Is more precious than diamond, precious jewel. How dear you can lose this opportunity. So it is said here, how could such a chance be mine again? How I can get this opportunity again? No. So we should inspire ourselves, encourage ourselves on the basis of this understanding, the Buddha's teaching. Now next, the working basis of the mind here said, in this book is said, just as a flash of lightning on a dark, cloudy night, for an instant brightly illuminates all, likewise in this world, through the might of Buddha, a wholesome thought rarely and briefly appears. See. Now here, what it says, just as on a dark night black with clouds, the sudden enlightening glares and all is clearly shown. Likewise, rarely through the Buddha's power, virtuous thoughts rise, brief and transcendent in the world. What is this saying in the samsara? Look at those who don't have dharma, of course. Even we dharma practitioners, look at our mind. The example is mentioned here. No? For that example, just as dark night, no daylight, no daytime, night time, dark. No sun, it's darkness, it's dark. And then it's black, no moonlight. If there's a moon at night, you can see. There's no moon. It's black, dark. Then it's cloudy. Because it's cloudy, you don't see the star. If there's a star, no cloud, you can see there's some shines. That night, neither sun, no sunshine, no moon, no stars. No. In such kind of night, when that light comes, the light is very short. But within that short light, you can see on your table what you want to see very clearly. But it's very sudden, very short. So like that in the samsara, this The virtuous thoughts are very rare. Very rare. Most time it's negative thoughts. Pride, jealousy, attachment, anger, resentment, these things constantly manifesting. No? In the darkness of the samsara, these negative thoughts manifest. Seldom some virtuous thoughts manifest. Very clear, oh, I'm in the samsara. No? What I can expect in the samsara. So like this. So virtuous thoughts are so rare. No? That's rare, and there's a brief, see, so transient, very easy to disappear, so weak. Now, what I can say here is, I think, within in the samsara, yes, this kind of, we are just, the delusion is so thick, is so strong. Since you have Buddha nature within, some kind of light manifests. Here, power of Buddha, Buddha's power. See, Buddha outside and inside. See, in its nature itself, the outside Buddha historically attained the Buddhahood, and the inside Buddha, the Buddha nature, there's no single difference. See, the difference is the outside Buddha, what we see, is revealed the Buddha nature perfectly. The inside Buddha, the Buddha nature, is under the adventitious affliction, or within in the affliction, trapped, as mentioned. We are just in the cocoon of the delusion. So it is hard to have the Buddha's quality to manifest. Yet, because Buddha we have within, occasionally see the nature of samsara. Occasionally we see the benefit of the nirvana. And you want to attain nirvana. You want to free from samsara. Occasionally have. No matter how the negative thoughts are powerful, see, occasionally manifests. And of course, the Buddha outside, also there's some blessings to Buddha there as well. So it's saying we have the potential, what it's saying, we have the potential to attain Buddhahood because there's a light, there's a wisdom, but it's very short. But that short and brief is our capital, our foundation to work on. That's our basis. So first look at that, how much potential we have. At the same time, that potential, the Buddha nature, the manifestation of Buddha's qualities, so rare. Just see that. Then next, what is said here, hence virtue is perpetually feeble, the great strength of evil beings extremely intense, and except for a fully awakened mind means bodhicitta. By what other virtue will it be overcome? Now here, what is said is, it says right, yeah. Virtue thus is weak, and always evil is of great and overwhelming strength. The evil saying great and strength. Except for perfect bodhicitta, what other virtue is there that can lay it low? So now our mental affliction, which is strong, powerful, and the virtuous thoughts are very feeble, no power, no strength. No. So to reveal the Buddha nature, what is the best way? Look at it carefully. Saying some prayers, chanting some mantras, is it enough? Or giving some things to others, practice of small generosities, is these virtuous activities enough to get rid of our powerful mental afflictions? Like say, going to the holy places, seeing the seeds of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, doing some prostrations. So, just as you examine. So within, Usha said, there are so many virtuous activities that we can perform within that which is more kind of feasible, more powerful, has more strength to encounter these mental afflictions. So this is something very, important to say. We are just now looking at the direct cause of this suffering and cause of happiness. As mentioned, there are so many things in the world, like say, science, quantum physics, physicists, they are amazing. So people praise them, how brilliant they are. They can discover such things now. So are these brilliant things now that we have, are they real cause of peace and happiness? Or these what Buddha taught? The Buddha discovered the bodhicitta, a direct method to free from suffering, to achieve enlightenment. This is the more powerful. So now we must investigate. We must convince ourselves. So he has said, except for perfect bodhicitta, what other virtue is there that can lay it low? All the negativities, mental delusions can be reduced, finally taken out totally. So look at this. So bodhicitta, there's relative bodhicitta, absolute bodhicitta. See? The relative bodhicitta, desire to attain enlightenment, to attain Buddhahood, cultivate that mind and practice the 6 paramitas. Progress step by step on the path. And the ultimate bodhicitta, see the direct nature of the phenomena. and in mind. So through these two, one has achieved most powerful technique to uproot our mental delusions. So as the precious human life, the section mentioned, having this precious human life, now cultivate the bodhicitta. So I will attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. Means every sentient beings are included. No one is discriminated, alienated. Even though we have achieved, we cultivated that mind, the mind is achieved within, but we have not perfected that mind. Still long way to go. Now to how to exercise that mind. See, through the 6 paramitas now. There's a lot of shortcoming we have in the mind. So practice of generosity. There's not just only giving wealth, generosity, giving necessities, giving fearlessnesses, giving the wisdom, skills, sharing what you can do from within on your power. See, step by step, see. Then moral ethics. How Buddha taught. So how to avoid the 10 non-virtues. How to cultivate 10 virtues to make a better human being for yourself, for others. Trustworthy, reliable. Then practice of patience, building courage, strength in the mind. How to achieve the fearlessness. Then how to enjoy the Dharma, bodhicitta practice, perseverance. Because it gives you opportunity how to purify all our mental shortcomings, mental delusions. At the same time, how to cultivate, how to increase mental clarity, courage, calmness, enjoying this path. Then how to rest your mind in the calm, like a mountain. No matter what kind of great storm of the negative thoughts manifests, that mountain cannot be moved. That's a samadhi. Then wisdom awareness, seeing everything precisely, the cause of suffering, the cause of happiness. How to engage to eliminate the cause of suffering and cause of happiness. See, how to transcend the suffering, delusion into the emptiness nature. How to realize their nature is these delusionary natures, how transitory they are, how kind of say illusory existence they are. So in the wisdom, it allows us to see things clearly in a pervasive nature. So these are the relative bodhicitta. Allow us to follow the path. And absolute bodhicitta allow us to see things. So this way, saying here, you can reveal your Buddha nature, that what we have. So say, meditate on this. These methods are so scientific, accurate method, but we need a skill, we need a patience, we need a courage to follow, because there's no alternative. There's no other way to free from samsara, or suffering. See, that's how Buddha taught. See. So it's encouraging us to how to practice the bodhicitta. See. So this, because it's the excellence of bodhicitta, or the benefit of the bodhicitta. So then number 7, see what is said, number 7 here, what is said is, all the Buddhas who have contemplated for many eons have seen it to be beneficial, for by it the limitless masses of beings will quickly attain the supreme state of bliss. Actually, will attain. This is the practice that which allows the countless beings to attain Buddhahood. So I think the translation maybe need little polishing, I think. Anyhow, what is said is, thus those who wish to crush the many aeons of existence, is that right? No. For many aeons deeply pondering the mighty sages, so it benefits, whereby unnumbered multitude are brought with ease to supreme joy. Just translate, maybe it's a little better. So what it's saying is, Buddha, who practiced for 3 limitless aeons and contemplated what's the best way to help sentient beings. So bodhicitta is the one that can help us. For many eons deeply pondering the mighty sage Buddha, so its benefit, the bodhicitta's benefit. Because as I mentioned, Buddha's mind is totally to the sentient beings. Means how sentient beings to be free from suffering. How these sentient beings can achieve peace and happiness. So having done all this Buddha analysis, synchronized all this, found bodhicitta is most benefit. So, whereby unnumbered multitude, countless sentient beings can achieve the supreme joy, the Buddha state, by this practice. In other words, all the Buddhas in the past who achieved Buddhahood is attained by the practice of bodhicitta directly. All the Buddhas that are attaining Buddhahood now, they attain Buddhahood by this bodhicitta. And all the Buddhas that will achieve Buddhahood in the future will attain by practice of bodhicitta. In other words, sentient beings, we should say, here says Buddha, but sentient beings, those sentient beings who attain Buddhahood in the past, they attain Buddhahood by the practice of the bodhicitta. All the sentient beings there who are attaining the Buddhahood, they're attaining Buddhahood by practice of bodhicitta. Those sentient beings who will become Buddha in the future, they will attain Buddhahood by practice of bodhicitta. So this, look at this, So, then here, number 8. Those who wish to destroy the many sorrows of their conditioned existence, those who wish all beings to experience a multitude of joy. This, I think, translation is the mistake here. Those who wish to free from suffering. See, here we have this, And those who wish to experience, much happiness. See, there we have that. Should never forsake the awakening mind. Look at here, see. Those who wish to crush the many sorrows of existence, who wish to quell the pain of living beings, you see. The second line is different, you see. So this is better in that. Who wish to have experience of myriad joys should never turn away from bodhicitta, should never forsake the awakening mind. Now this is very important. There are 3 things you see. I personally have a lot of suffering, mental weakness, mental afflictions. How I can overcome from this? By practicing bodhicitta. I purify my ignorance through the practice of bodhicitta. How? See all the causes of suffering, all the causes of happiness, that we have the awareness through the bodhicitta and eliminate cause of suffering and develop the cause of happiness. See, when I suffer, instead of become a cause of more suffering, I cultivate, may my suffering be cause to develop more compassion. No, may my suffering, instead of just being suffer, but may become a cause to develop courage. I see my suffering. Now because I see my suffering, I see the suffering of all sentient beings. I cultivate such bodhicitta to alleviate all sentient beings from the suffering. So see, to free from my own suffering, cause of suffering, the bodhicitta is the consequent of the principal cause. So that's why, see, should never turn away from bodhicitta. So the first line, those who wish to crush the many sorrows of existence should never turn away from the bodhicitta. Then the second line, who wish to quell the pain of living beings, now others. There are so many others who are suffering in the world, now and in the future. How I can help these sentient beings? How I can help my families in the best way? No. So to that, see, who wish to quell the pain of living beings should never turn away from bodhicitta. Then, third, who wish to have experience of myriad joys should never turn away from bodhicitta. I and all sentient beings desire to have all the happiness, joy in the samsara and in nirvana, the enlightenment. All the happiness, joy, peace for myself and all sentient beings can achieve through the bodhicitta. So that's why I must never give up on bodhicitta, even risk of my life. So that's the power of the bodhicitta. It's courage, it's wisdom. See? Make sense? It's mentioned, so I try to say things. Sometimes maybe I don't have much word to say. But you all must try, and read the commentaries. See? So then 9, I think, say, the moment an awakening mind arises in those fettered and weak in the jail of cyclic existence, they will be named a son of the Sugata, or they will be named the Bodhisattva, basically saying Bodhisattva, and will be revered by both men and the gods of the world. See, the power of this mind, the power of the bodhicitta. Like say, at this first moment, I'm just an ordinary person. No. My mind is surrounded by all the afflictions, delusions. Just ordinary, just one samsaric beings. In that second moment, I cultivate bodhicitta. I see this my shortcomings, my delusions. I can't stay like this way. I must cultivate bodhicitta. So I want to attain Buddhahood. With this determination, I took the Bodhisattva's vow. Means I cultivated bodhicitta. No? As soon as when I cultivated bodhicitta, I become Bodhisattva, the children of the Buddha. Saying here now, see. Is this right? Yeah, this is 9, isn't it? The moment is there, yeah, here 9. Should bodhicitta come to birth, see, in those who suffer, see, chained in the prison of samsara, means I'm just within the kind of cocoon of the delusion. See, and because of that, suffering is surrounded. But as soon as I cultivate bodhicitta, then in that instant, they are called the children of the blissful one, the Buddhas, followers, the Bodhisattva. So that's why we're taking the steps of the Buddha. This is always, look at it, follow the steps of the Buddha. It's very important. So, become Bodhisattvas means we're taking the steps of the Buddha. We're taking Buddhas as example, and we're following what Buddha said, what Buddha did, how Buddha has benefited sentient beings. Just as reminding, last time or before I mentioned, anytime, every time, just bringing the example of what Buddha did and said, see. As I mentioned, a young mother whose child is died, and she was just suffering in her mind because she loves her child, attached to the child. She could not release that attachment, her love. In her mind is just excruciating pain. I cannot survive if my child is not coming back. So she's looking for the relief of this pain. Here and there, everywhere. Can't sleep, can't eat. Finally found Buddha, and she expressed again how much she's suffering, how much now they're missing the child. So Buddha, out of great wisdom, seeing her total nature and compassion to help her. No. She needs more help than the child died. So Buddha asked her to find a handful of mustard seed. Maybe that's possible to get help. So she was very excited and went round, and she couldn't find, as you know. So because of Buddha's skill, giving her chance, she started seeing the world. Before she was not seeing the world, only herself, no? Now she's seeing the world, how everybody is suffering, missing their friends, relatives, family. She started already getting healing. No, it's not only me. So then she came back, and Buddha explained again, you see, this is how things are. In the world, we should know how to accept. So Buddha's wisdom, the compassion, all the skills, she totally got relief from her such agony, pain. So that's how Buddha did this. Buddha did not make her happy, bringing the life of the child. But Buddha gave her all the wisdom and skill how to handle the difficulties, the suffering, and how to free from the vicious cycle of the samsara. This is a skill, So it's out of bodhicitta, see. So we learn this, we practice these things. That's why we take refuge in the Buddha, take refuge in the Dharma. It heals our mind. Our mind is surrounded by these delusions that doesn't give us chance to see things clearly. But bodhicitta, if we make effort, gives us the method. No? See? So because of that, one who has cultivated this mind, one gets all the hope, courage, and one made the promise to help all the sentient beings. All the sentient beings need help as I need help. Because of this, all the sentient beings, including the God and demigods, human beings, they respect, they pay homage, change the person. See. Now here said, for this here, for like the supreme substance of, I read this, sorry. It is like the supreme gold-making elixir, for it transforms the unclean body we have taken into the priceless jewel of a Buddha form. Therefore, firmly seize this awakening mind. Awakening mind means bodhicitta. So here, what is said here, say, no? For like the supreme substance of the alchemist, it takes our impure flesh and makes of it the body of Buddha, the jewel beyond all price. Such is bodhicitta. Let us grasp it firmly. See, now it's giving example of the alchemist said that when you have that chemical, it transforms all the metal into gold. So see, likewise, our ordinary body in the samsara, just regular sentient beings. As soon as we cultivate this bodhicitta mind, and that body, ordinary sentient being, becomes the Bodhisattva. See, called the children of the blissful one, revered by all the world by gods and mankind. Also know. So such is bodhicitta. Let us grasp it firmly. So this is, see, when there's some great teacher who comes in the city, when you all know that teacher has such great wisdom, compassion, well known, you don't have to know him or her. As soon as this individual is around, everybody go there, respect, get blessing, ask their hand put on our head. Why? What's the difference, your hand and his or her hand? Because bodhicitta makes that difference. So everybody have the opportunity to cultivate that mind, grasp that mind in our heart. Everybody have the opportunity to become Bodhisattva. So I said, let us grasp it firmly. So make choice. All this in our life, from the beginningless time, we just wander in the samsara. Like an ordinary metal, not so much use, only under this influence of suffering and the delusions, one after another. So now today, make the mind, bring up the alchemy, transform ourselves by practice of bodhicitta. Look at how sentient beings are benefited by Buddha's teaching. Now, as I mentioned this morning, since Buddha came on this planet, during these 2,600 years, how many sentient beings are benefited or got benefit? In all through Asia, you see, Buddha enlightened in India, taught the Dharma teachings there, but the Buddha's message is went all over, effortlessly. Instead, we individually who made effort going to India, studying, practicing Buddha's teaching. Every risk of those great masters. If you read the history of each country, like China, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Tibet, and Afghanistan, those individuals, how much they sacrifice their life to bring the message of the Buddha, and how much those people in those countries got the benefit. So many are free from samsara. So here, today, even 21st century, we have the same opportunity, message. So this is the most important. Look at this. How to relax the mind. Not in the delusion, but how to relax the mind in the bodhicitta. It's the power of the bodhicitta. This is all just talking about the power of the bodhicitta, the mind of the enlightenment. Bodhicitta, bodhi, has two meanings. Purification and perfection of the quality. It purifies all our mental delusions and perfects all the excellent qualities of the mind. So the bodhicitta, also Buddha, same thing. See? Then what we have is 11 things. 11 is this. Since the limitless mind of the sole guide of the world, the Buddha, has upon thorough investigation seen its preciousness. So, as earlier mentioned, here also, Buddha thoroughly investigated. Buddha didn't take just without investigation. Studied, practiced, examined all this thoroughly. All beings wishing to be free from worldly abodes should firmly take the whole of this precious working mind. Because Buddha did that, so we, so all beings wishing to be free from worldly abodes, so the samsaric beings, we are samsaric beings, should firmly take hold of this precious working mind. What is that here? Number 11 says, since the boundless wisdom of only guide of beings perfectly examined and perceive its priceless worth. See, those who wish to leave this state of wandering should hold well to this precious bodhicitta. See, since Buddha has examined it and got the conviction that this mind is priceless. It's beyond any price. So we sentient beings who are wandering in the samsara, life after life, is a state of wandering, is samsaric beings, should hold well to this precious bodhicitta. We firmly, as earlier mentioned, take it in the heart, bodhicitta. So it is all just explaining about the Bodhicitta. Now we go to also 12. What is it, 12? All other virtues are like the plantain tree, for after bearing fruit, they simply perish. But this perennial tree of the awakening mind unceasingly bears fruit and thereby flourishes without end. All other virtues, like the plantain tree, produce their fruit, but then their force is spent. Along the marvelous tree of bodhicitta constantly bears fruit and grows unceasingly. All the virtues, say, we go to temple, make some offerings, lamp, flowers, giving some wealth, money to others. No. Can you say these prayers for us? I'm facing this obstacle. What can I do to get rid of these obstacles? So there are a lot of virtuous activities we do. But as soon as we got the result, benefit, then now it's finished. But where's the bodhicitta? If you cultivate bodhicitta and practice the bodhicitta, where you are getting all the benefit, now, without the consuming or finishing the benefit, the power, it creates more power, more benefit, stronger. So like when you have some, for just example, having some good weather, you are enjoying the weather. Oh, wonderful. Ordinary beings just enjoy it and finished. Bodhisattvas, they look at this due to the power of the bodhicitta, all the good karma. May this be benefited by all sentient beings. Every sentient being may enjoy this kind of weather, this kind of happiness, joy. So where they are having this kind of good fortune, at the same time, the mind expands to all sentient beings. Just example. When you have a good lunch, instead of you are fully consumed by that, a Buddhist Dharma practitioner, Bodhicitta practitioner, I'm so fortunate I have this opportunity. May every sentient beings have this kind of opportunity. Not only have this but finally they may enjoy the fruit of enlightenment. So you are attached to this. You expand the mind. Make the mind deeper in the sense of the wisdom, compassion. When there are some obstacles comes, instead of we're consumed by that suffering, these obstacles that I have may purify all the karmas that I have created. And I'm so fortunate I have this opportunity to do this practice. May everybody free from this kind of suffering and achieve complete Buddhahood. See? So you see, while we're enjoying the Dharma, more opportunities, more possibilities to bring the benefit in the world, in the samsara. See? And as you see, these days, the world is tough, not easy. Everywhere, the communication is so fast. We create obstacles to each other so fast. So, we may chant some mantras like Om Mani Padme Hum, but it doesn't have much power. We have only expectation. Buddha will do something for us. Instead, we are doing it. Here, Bodhisattvas allow us, we to handle that. We to exercise, build our courage, ability. So you see the estimation, even though I'm very limited, but try to explain a little bit so that you can get a little sense, Because I appreciate your kind of sacrificing a lot of other things and came here, So you have to get some benefit, Otherwise, say all wasting, Your resources waste, your time is wasted. So we should try our best to utilize this as best as possible, and then enjoy the Dharma, cultivate bodhicitta. You can cultivate yourself. See, in front of Buddha, see, I cultivate this mind. I will exercise this mind. See. How we are doing time-wise? Last time? Yeah. So we have completed up to 12. So I thought, what my thinking is, this today, tomorrow, we focus on this because importance of bodhicitta. Then next 1.5 days, we can finish the chapter 2. Because this is how to cultivate bodhicitta, like 7 lamp offerings, prayers. So not so much, So yeah, I have tried to explain that also in Penang last weekend. Is this, There's some people came. They really got some benefit, So come and ask me, how was your teaching? I said, relatively it's okay. So here we should try our best, okay? Thank you so much for your participation. We make a... do you have you have the text? Okay, what we should do is... page... page 39, 39 and 41, let's say this dedication, just prayer. Page 39, 39. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root and lineage lamas, divine assemblies, yidams and assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Viras, and Virinis, Yogini, Dakinis, dwelling in the 10 direction, please hear my prayer. May the word which in the 3 times, by myself and all in samsara and nirvana, and the innate of root virtue, not result in the 8 worldly concern, the 4 causes of samsara, or even as the state of the Sharavaka and Parteka Buddha. May all mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me and mine, obstructors who harm, maras who mislead, and the hordes of demons experience happiness, be separated from suffering,
and swiftly attained unsurpassed, completely perfected, precious Buddhahood. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May concern, fame, reputation, wealth, and honor for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by the loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. And through that may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinite of space. May I gain supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very land. At the time of death, may the suffering of severe life channel not arise. May I not die with the negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong view. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such, and the pervading clarity of Dharma thought. May I in any case gain the supreme attain the Mahamudra at the time of death in the Bardo. Please take a deep breath. Exhale all our tension. Just relax. Ease our muscles, the mind. Just leave the mind as it is. Make your mind free and relax. Thank you. The middle is a short refuge prayer. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds. I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of generosity and other good deeds. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and causes of suffering. May they never be separated from happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Thank you. See this in the refuge section, by the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds. In these other good deeds, it includes the moral ethics, generosity, moral ethics, and patience, perseverance, meditative concentration, and wisdom awareness. So these six are included here. Just for your information, those who, if you don't know anybody. So now we are touching on the basic, the Bodhisattvacaryavatara. It's called the way of the Bodhisattva. So again, please reflect on this Buddha's mind. So, what makes Buddha so important in the world? That, see, in Buddha's teaching, if we study thoroughly, understand the point, in Buddha's mind, there's courage. Sometimes people think Buddha is very weak, peace, compassion, so Buddhists are weak, people think, Actually, Buddha is not weak, courageous. Mind to work thoroughly for all other sentient beings' benefit, which is not so easy. And all the way to the Buddhahood, which is also not easy. Has such an optimal goal, not just for this life, not just for one individual, but for the enlightenment. Means, as mentioned, working with our mind, making the mind as our best friend. Basically, this is about. Both practice bodhicitta means our own mind make the mind as the source of courage, wisdom, compassion. And then the peace is there. This is the point, you see. Sometimes our mind becomes enemy, the source of all the suffering, So due to the delusion, due to our mental delusion, our own mind becomes the enemy, the source of suffering. So then people suicide, see, they suffer so much. So here we are working hard to make our mind a source of peace, joy. So this is the point. That's our point is. So we are going through this, and now, see, we're in the number 13, I think. Did we finish 13? Not yet. We finished 12. Okay, please, now. So here in this one, 13 says, like entrusting myself to a brave man when greatly afraid. By entrusting yourself to this awakening mind, I shall be swiftly liberated. Even if I have committed extremely unbearable evils, why then do the conscientious not devote themselves to this? So this is a good one, you see. So in this book, what is said, how it translated is, as though they pass through peril guarded by a hero, even those weighed down with a dreadful weakness will instantly be freed through having bodhicitta why do those who fear their sins not have discourse through it? The example is just mentioned there. When we are going through such a fearful, just examples, there's a lot of robbers, gangs, no? And if you want to go by yourself, then you're full of fear. No? So they may attack you anytime. See? So, for this, if you rely on a powerful person who's strong enough, like it's mentioned, hero, brave. So through that transition, you have no fear because you rely on such powerful person. No? See? So that's the example. So the meaning is here, you see, will instantly free from through having bodhicitta. So it's, I think, so there. Even those weighed down with the dreadful wickedness, not weakness, wickedness, our mind with a lot of delusions have met negative karma. Now, so what should I do? Here use the sin, here I think the sins. In like Christians, they have this word of sin. But I think in Christian there's something they explain. Sin is something that you cannot purify. But here, they use the sin, the word, but we have to purify. Because in Christian also use this love, compassion, forgiveness. See, so we can use also the sin, the word. But their idea, sin is something that you cannot purify. But here, this you can purify. So you know that I created a lot of negative karma, sin. My mind is not good, full of mental afflictions. How I can survive? How I can live with this kind of state of mind? Says, why not just cultivate bodhicitta? So then, see, will instantly be free through having bodhicitta. Why do these who fear their sin not have recourse to it? So why not we just try this? Because there's no other alternative, first of all, you see. If there's an alternative, then of course we try that other alternative. But first of all, there's no alternative. Secondly, this will make us really definite, give us fierceness, courage, wisdom, skill. It's just a matter of time. So we just need a courage. So it is just, we acknowledge the power of the mind. Both positive and negative. So we first look at the negative side of the mind, how powerful that is. Makes us miserable, when there's negative thoughts, really difficult. What to do, Then when you look at the positive mind, how much mind has resource, wisdom. More and more. More you practice, you get to understand more the Dharma teachings. More you study, you get better idea, better understanding. So that's the mind. That's why, so you say, Buddha's teaching is very profound. Buddha's teaching is very vast. It's because our mind is the vast. Our mind is the profound. So to comprehend that, the profundity of the mind, Buddha taught the Dharma teachings, such as like Bodhicitta. So much to know, so much to practice. So that's, say, giving us some kind of good understandings and giving different analogies, examples, so that we can get a better idea, better understanding. Then number 14, what is said, just like the fire at the end of an age, it instantly consumes all great evil. Its unfathomable advantages were taught to the disciple Sudana by the wise Lord Maitreya. This is good, wise Lord Maitreya. The translation, wise Lord Maitreya. Then here, just as by the fire that will destroy the world, great sins are surely and at once consumed by it. Its benefits are unbounded, as the wise and loving Lord explained to Sudana. So there's a sutra in that. There's one sutra that's called that. In that, the Maitreya explained. Maitreya explained to Sudana how much there's a great benefit is there. In the sutra I heard, or it's mentioned in the jewel ornament of liberation, there are 230 different analogies or benefits are explained. See. So in the jewel ornament of liberation, mentioned the 4 different benefit for oneself. It's like wish granting jewel. We get all the peace and happiness, courage from that. Then to others' benefit, it's like a shelter. When there's like say sunshine, hot, at that time, if there's a shelter, a big tree, if you stay under the tree, then the shade gives you all the peace. It's like the jewel vase or base, source of all the jewel, means jewel of knowledge, wisdom, courage. It's like the knife, weapon, cuts all the different trees. Likewise, the bodhicitta is like the knife, which purifies, cuts all the mental afflictions. Benefiting oneself, benefiting others, and bringing up all the excellent qualities, and reducing all the cause of suffering. So when we inspire bodhicitta, look at our mind. When there's attachment, so reduces the attachment, developing loving kindness to all the sentient beings. Everyone is like your best friend. Everyone is your mother. Everyone is like your father. So it reduces all the attachment. When there's anger, hatred, develop compassion. Everyone is suffering. No. You purify your anger, resentment. So how much benefit is there? See. When we're grasping, fixated, that time, everything's just manifestation, or reflection. It's a reflection of our karma, a reflection of our mind. What was going on in our life is our reflection of the karma and reflection of the mind. See this. First the mind. Mind creates the karma. Karma brings the result. So that's reality. But Buddha skillfully taught how to see these things and how to handle and how to purify the mind. So there's so much benefit is there. Bodhicitta is like the sunshine, dispels all the darkness. In our deluded mind, as earlier mentioned, dark. Then no sunshine, no moon. All just we're so confused. We don't know where we are. Our life becomes miserable at that time. Bodhicitta is like the sunshine. Dispel the darkness. Allow you to see things how clear they are. And they will come also. Bodhicitta is like the medicine. It heals the mind. Our mind is wounded, so much wounded in the samsara. The negative force of within in, from outside, from both. Everywhere just we see just suffering, problem, conflict. That time, bodhicitta. The mind of wisdom, the mind of compassion. See this, it heals the mind. It makes your mind fresh. We enjoy our life, appreciate. I'm so fortunate I have this life to reflect on bodhicitta. What a precious. That kind of source we cannot get from outside. Anywhere you can go all over the world, climb up on the Mount Everest, go down to the deep of the sea, ocean. You cannot find anywhere that, but you can find within our own mind. So by this reflection, the bodhicitta, it will heal. The most important is to you need to heal our mind. So that's what is saying here, what the wise, the loving Lord means Maitreya, explained to Sudana, a Bodhisattva Sudana. Okay. Now the 15th is in brief. Okay. So this Up to this first, he said, up to this explanation of the benefit, a brief, I should say, a brief explanation of the benefit of general bodhicitta, both aspiration and the action, as well as I can also say the ultimate bodhicitta, just generally about the bodhicitta. Now, then from here, the 15th, in brief, the awakening mind should be understood to be of two types: the mind that aspires to awaken and the mind that ventures to do so. So here, what this book what said, bodhicitta, the awakened mind, is known in brief to have two aspects. First, aspiring, bodhicitta in intention. Then the second one, then the active bodhicitta, active action bodhicitta, practical engagement. See? In this section, see, there are many, so if you read it at the jewel ornament of liberation, there are many different classifications mentioned. According to the Alankara, Abhisamaya Alankara, that's that 22. Yeah, there's 22 with the analogy, like the earth, like the moon, so forth. Sa, ser, yeah, like the earth, like the gold, like the moon. There are 22 different of types of bodhicitta, right from the beginning until one attains to Buddhahood. Then there are 4 according to the Sutra Alankara. Bodhicitta at the time of the first 2 parts, the part of accumulation, the part of application, it's called aspiration bodhicitta. And then bodhicitta from first to the from first to the 7th bhumi, it's called the altruistic bodhicitta. And then from 8th bhumi to the 10th, it's called this one bodhicitta. Then the Buddhahood is called the bodhicitta of the perfection, or purified, or the obscuration. So here we have those 2, the bodhicitta, which is called the aspiration bodhicitta, inspired to attain enlightenment, and bodhicitta that put into action. It's called active bodhicitta, to engage in the cause. So to practice, so to cultivate this, as I mentioned briefly before, so we should understand this now. First, we see the suffering of samsara. You are overwhelmed. You are thinking, is there any way how to free from this suffering? No. Not just in your own small world, but open the heart all in the world. Everyone is doing something, working hard day and night to survive their life, to have some happiness in the life, to have some kind of how to breathe free from suffering. When you look carefully, there's no one who is totally free from suffering. And we're just making every effort, working so hard in a political field, in the business field, in many different ways. We devote whole our life in this, devoted to this. No, as we discussed this. First, we go to school. No, how much children now they have the pressure. First, they go to kindergarten. No, they go to preschool, then elementary school, then higher school, then college, go to universities, all this, to make their life a better life, Then after this all, they have to work so hard to get a job. You have to look around, what's the best job, what you can get, And then after you've done all this, you're married. And then you're looking for retirement. See? And after retired, now what do you get? You work so hard in your whole life. At the end of the life, say, now, I went through all this, what I got now. It's kind of like depressing, isn't it? It says, no, I've done so much, I worked so hard. Now, not something, nothing, So much, you have to leave everything behind. So this time, you see, when you look around, see, Buddha's teaching, the bodhicitta. That's why Four Noble Truths are so important. When Buddha said, you should know the suffering, you should know the cause of suffering. If you are interested to free from suffering, you have to avoid the cause of suffering. How to avoid the cause of suffering? Follow the path, the Eightfold Path, or in the Jewel Ornament Liberation, the 37th path. Follow those. Then there's a possibility to achieve the cessation of suffering. No? So like this, you see. So that's the Buddha's teaching. Wisdom. Working with the mind, purifying the mind. From outside, you cannot get anything substantial. It's like chasing mirage. So there, then, you develop compassion to all those who are suffering. In the nature of the cause of suffering. So you see in the three loving kindness, three types of loving kindness, three types of compassion. First, look at the actual physical and mental suffering. You develop love and compassion. Then, in the samsara, those are in the cause of suffering. You develop love and compassion. Then, after that, everything's illusory nature. Nothing exists independently. So it's called non-referential love and compassion. So there are different stages of love and compassion and develop. After that, so you understand, you have the compassion based on these wisdoms, you see. Knowing the nature of the sentient beings in the samsara and how endless suffering there are. So cultivate this calm. Now what is really to free from suffering is so Buddhahood. That's the one. If anybody achieves, if I can achieve that, it's the end of the suffering. See? So that's the one that we have to achieve. So you inspire that skull, develop the aspiration, bodhicitta. Make sense? No? Develop that mind. After having aspired to achieve Buddhahood, now what's the method to achieve Buddhahood? Then it's mentioned the active bodhicitta, which means, he has just said, see, practical engagement, see. Practically engage in the path, see. It is good to say prayers, but if there's no action, then you cannot get it, Says, like say, we are saying a lot of prayers to be born in the Pure Land, See, everyone, many people now we are memorized, We're saying sort of a lot of prayers to be born in the Pure Land. So what's the cause to achieve there? See, what's the method to achieve the enlightenment, Buddhahood? Just for example, when we are hungry, so now says, I'm so hungry. So you say prayers, Buddha, please give me food. I'm so hungry. I'm very hungry. Really, I'm hungry. Please give me some. If we just said that prayers, we cannot get the food, isn't it? After saying the prayer, now we have to look how to get food. Either you make or you buy to do something, That's called action, practical engagement. See, that's Well, as earlier mentioned, bodhicitta has immense benefit, countless benefit. So to achieve the countless benefit, we have to put the action. Just for example, I mentioned this other day also here. When there's a seed, a small seed, say, explain, this seed is so powerful, can grow as such a giant tree, Now, how much the seed is, how important the seed is, how much you can benefit from the seed. So this is a fruit tree, this is a fruit, this is a fruit tree, this is a medicinal tree, this is such as you can explain so much. But having that seed, you can't get anything. Now you have to know how to plant it. You plant the seed on the ground. Then you learn how to grow the tree by taking care of all step by step, see. So like that, that's called the practical engagement. So practical engagement. So these two, the aspiration, you inspire the ability, the excellent, the great benefit of the seed, but also then we learn how to plant the seed, how to grow the seed. So those two is called the aspiration bodhicitta, then the action bodhicitta. Okay. As is understood by the distinction between us aspiring to go and actual going, so the wise understand in turn the distinction between these two. So as I explained before, so the understanding of these two is as corresponding to the wish to go and then to setting out. The wise should understand respectively the difference that divides these two, the aspiration bodhicitta and the action bodhicitta is like, say, if you want to go to Singapore from here, first I want to go to Singapore. Then Singapore has a lot of great things. This you heard of, and you are so inspired to go to Singapore. Said, I want to go to Singapore. That's aspiration. Now, how to get there, how to go there? You prepare, either drive or fly, whatever it takes. So you prepare first the day you are preparing, and then from there, start until you get to Singapore, is the action. So until you become Buddha, it's the action that you are taking. Study, practice. Okay. Then 17 is now from here is saying first the beneficial effects of the aspiration on bodhicitta. How much benefit is there? Just developing the aspiration bodhicitta. So although great fruit occur in cyclic existence from the mind that aspire to awaken, and uninterrupted flow of the merit does not ensue, as it does with the venturing mind. From bodhicitta in intention or aspiration bodhicitta, the great result arise for those still turning in the wheel of life. Yet merit does not rise from it in ceaseless stream, as is the case with the active bodhicitta, action bodhicitta. So here is saying there's great benefit because I have this aspiration bodhicitta based on wisdom and compassion. I want to attain Buddhahood. I develop love and compassion there. So there's great peace, great courage. Your compassion reaches to all sentient beings. Your awareness, wisdom knows all the causes and conditions. So in this, even in the samsara, there's so much benefit is there. But it's saying it will not help us to develop the benefit which brings the ceaseless stream here. Yet merit does not rise from it in the ceaseless stream, as is the case with the active bodhicitta. So now next is the active bodhicitta's benefit. If you go in that, say, and for him or she who has perfectly seized this mind, with the thought never to turn away from totally liberating the infinite form of life. So now next it goes connect to that next 19 too. From that time hence, even while asleep or unconcerned, a force of merit equal to the sky will perpetually ensue. See? For when, with the irreversible intent, so now, never return to samsara. Now you're fully determined to achieve Buddhahood because you have well studied, investigated, thoroughly examined. So this is the only way. So because of this, never, it's never reversible. Cannot return. The mind embraces bodhicitta. Through that courage, wisdom, the active bodhicitta is embraced. Willing to set free the endless multitude of beings. Now I determined to cultivate this mind, to please all the Buddhas, to please all sentient beings, or to ease the sentient beings from their suffering. In that instant, from that moment, see, just from that moment on, and see, a great and unremitting stream, non-stopping benefit, like the running the river, a strength of wholesome merit, even during sleep and in intention, rise equal to the vastness of the sky. Step by step. So as I mentioned, we really practice this. See this. As earlier mentioned, the moment when we cultivate bodhicitta, we just turn into our life, into the enlightened nature. So Bodhisattva. Cultivate the mind to attain Buddhahood. No longer not being in the samsara. See? So how beautiful it is. How encouraging it is. Later will come. We make a lot of offerings to the Buddha as a Buddhist. We make flowers, water, and incense, light. Many different types of offerings we make, offering to Buddha. To please Buddha. We too have good fortune, making good karma. We offer gold to Buddha's body. See? So now this mind, when you cultivate, so Buddha places this the most. There's no any comparison. Cannot compare. This makes the Buddha most happy. This is the way how to make happy sentient beings as well. So now I'm working to achieve enlightenment, to help the sentient beings, to benefit the sentient beings. So there's no expectation, no fear. Our whole being is dedicated to Buddha, to the sentient beings, equally. So they have this said, this second bodhicitta, active bodhicitta or action bodhicitta or engagement bodhicitta, when we develop that mind, the benefit rises day and night. Sometimes the example is given, say, if you deposit your money in the bank, the interest will come day and night. You don't have to think. So in the interest may rise or not rise. Whatever amount that is, as long as your money is in the bank, the interest will come. So like this, our the action bodhicitta is cultivated. I want to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. Of course, we have to maintain the mind, if you transgress the mind, then of course then mind is God face the obstacles. So we have to maintain the mind itself, just be there, whether conscious or not conscious, then benefit will continue. Okay. 20, verse number 20 is, for the sake of those inclined toward the lesser vehicle, this was logically asserted by the Tathagata himself through the sutra requested by Subahu. Sanji Subahu. Okay. This, the Tathagata, is a Buddha. So Sugata, Tathagata, Buddha, they all are synonym. Tathagata is thus gone, thus realized as it is. Tatha. Tatha means as it is. Gata, realize, or gone to that. In the sutra, Subahu requested, said with a reasoned argument for those inclined to lesser paths. So those who are inclined to lesser path, Buddha to inspire them. So now the loving kindness, compassion to all sentient beings are encouraged to develop. It's not enough, this individual's enlightenment. It's good for the time being, but for all sentient beings' benefit, want to attain complete Buddhahood, this is what is important. That you have to cultivate the bodhicitta. Then next, so this 21 is what is said. Even the thought to relieve living creatures of merely a headache is a beneficial intention endowed with the infinite goodness. Say, if with the kindly generosity one merely has the wish to soothe the aching heads of other beings, such merit knows no bound. In this, there's a story in the Jataka story. One time, Bodhisattva was born as a son of merchant. So his father went to ocean to collect a jewel, but father died in the ocean. So those time, the son does what father So the mother didn't want to introduce to her son because he will follow the same as his father. And then his father died in the ocean, so she doesn't like to see her son died in the ocean. So she didn't tell what his father did. So then he was grown up. He was doing something here and there, doing small business, this business, that. At the end, somebody told him that what his father did. So he organized his trip, go to ocean, collecting jewels. Then he went to mother, said, I was told my father this such, so I want to go this way. And mother said, that's true, but I don't accept your decision because I dare not see you die in the ocean. So then the son was fully determined to go. And then mother just hold his feet. So please, she begged, don't go. And then the son was upset. And then he was upset and kicked his mother's head. So then she cried, and then he left with his group. Then in the ocean, there's a long story, step by step. At the end, then he arrived in the ocean's calm, neighboring hell. It's a type of hell. So when the door was opened, in that there's a wheel is turning. That wheel just jumped on his head. And then his brain was scattering. That moment he realized, this is a karma. Now I'm experiencing that I kicked my mother's head. So then he just contemplated all the sentient beings who are suffering like that. So that moment he said, the suffering that I'm experiencing. Everyone in the world, in the samsara, all their sufferings that they have, like me, their suffering may purify this mind by this my suffering that I have. Because his compassion was so immense, active. It's not just intellectual. Because this pain was so much, cannot bear, but he has to go through. So that moment he said this, may anybody suffering like this, may they not suffer. My suffering that I have be substitute. Even just who talked about that has an immense benefit. He said, no. See, such merit knows no bounds. Even just when we have the headache. So from this point, you see, we can learn so much, you see. That's a Bodhisattva is how good about. There's any suffering we have makes us kind of say, irritates us physically, mentally. With these, when we encounter these kind of suffering, which we have, which will happen at this moment, we utilize this to purify our own suffering. These are just ways how to develop our mind. So sentient beings are the factor which helps us to practice this. Sometimes we wonder, if you practice this way, it helps sentient beings? It may help, but definitely the practitioner will get help. And this also making connection to the sentient beings to help in the future. First, we train our mind this way. See, this training of the mind. In the Bodhisattvacharyavatara letter comes practice of like giving generosity. You have heard of Bodhisattvas giving the body to others. Right now, if you ask somebody if you can give me my hand, I cannot, I may give, but the pain I get, I cannot bear the pain, because I cherish, But we practice, see, how to give. And then, slowly, like the illusory nature. Everything is as an illusion. Like a mirage, like a moon's reflection. When we practice this step by step, everything's just manifestation. Then we understand, then we practice step by step. When we realize this meditation practice, then we can do it. But need practice. So that's why I say study and practice, these two should come together. Very important. Sometimes, you study, you analyze, you study, analyze, you study, analyze. Never encourages practice. Then we may know a lot of theories, but we don't get really the benefit so much because we have not practiced. Practice is as important as to understand. So theoretically you can prove everything is impermanent, So this is impermanent, that is impermanent. But if you don't practice, what's the benefit? But if you practice, everything is impermanent. Yes, keep changing. Every moment is changing. Like this morning we came here. Now time passed. Now it is afternoon. It's change. Just keep changing. So see this. So through this changing, we get some benefit, non-attachment. Without choice, let go. Momentary nature. Like this. So the practice and study, both are important, equally important. Special practice is more important. See? So please, keep this in the mind. (22) Then what need is there to mention the wish to dispel their inconceivable misery, wishing every single one of them to realize boundless good qualities. So that's the first example. Next is example of just story, analogy. And next is actual practice saying now. No need to speak then of the wish to drive away the endless pain of each and every living beings, bringing them unbounded excellence, benefit from bodhicitta. First we cultivate all the sentient beings. Then each, everyone, he has mentioned each, everyone you want to help. Like Buddha, when Buddha started teaching, there's only 5 monks. As a Buddha, 5 disciples is very small, isn't it? But Buddha didn't discourage, you see. He started from the 5, taught the 4 noble truths. These 5 disciples that surrounded Buddha has a long history, so I have to help them. So talk to them. Help them to understand the nature of suffering, how to purify the cause of suffering, and how to achieve arahats, the cessation of suffering, and taught them the path to the cessation. So like that, from there, then Buddha taught every individuals. This is very important, how Buddha taught skillfully. Those are interested. Those who are not interested, Buddha was not bothering. Buddha was not telling everyone should come to listen to my teachings. No. But Buddha taught everyone who is interested. This I teach. So we all are suffering. So I'm free from the suffering who attain enlightenment. This is the path I show you. I share my wisdom. Now you are the responsible to study, practice them. If there's a way that Buddha can take us, throw us in the city of the liberation, that would be wonderful, But that doesn't work. That doesn't happen, So I show you the path. You must work because you have the seed, you have the potential. Like I say, when there's wonderful seed, so without causes, condition, the tree cannot grow from that seed. You have to plant on the ground. Let it grow. You have to pour water. So like that, Buddha is reminding us. So first taught, then remind. We practice, we follow the path. So, then we say, we ourselves make effort. See? Of each and every living beings, bringing them unbounded excellence, so that the bodhicitta, this is all about bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment. See? Then could, say number 23, do even fathers and mothers have such a benevolent intention as this? Do the gods and the sages Does even Brahma have it? So this kind of mind, bodhicitta. See, in our life, in the world, in a family, the father, mother. Yes, why is mentioned father and mother? Their children, they gave everything to their children. Food, clothes. When they're hungry, we give food. When they need clothes, give clothes. When they need place, they share the place. To make them happy. They work so hard for their family. But the father, mother will tell you, you should attain enlightenment. It's good for you. No? What the father and mother tell you, develop compassion to all sentient beings. It's good for you. We haven't heard of this. The father and mother sacrifice so much for their family, for their children. No? See? Ever had so generous a wish? The father and mother is most generous to their children, to their family. Do the very gods, says Rishi, the local deity gods you pray. So we said, we expect they will help us. Will they give you wisdom to cultivate bodhicitta? Rishis, the practitioners in the mountain. Even the Brahma, the Hindu god, who is in the form wall. The form wall, there's 4 stages. The first form wall stage, the Brahman is there. Brahma thinks he created whole world. No. So thus Brahma has bodhicitta. For every sentient being to attain Buddhahood. So doesn't. The rishis doesn't. The father, mother, they will not teach you to attain Buddhahood. No. They will not teach you to cultivate bodhicitta. No. However, such benevolence as this, they will not bother you to cultivate bodhicitta, to cultivate. So look at this. So bodhicitta is the, as earlier mentioned, all the source of peace and happiness in the world. So that's why we, who has this opportunity, rejoice, appreciate. It's always very important. Every day, every moment, remind ourselves while we're walking. You sleep with bodhicitta. You wake up with bodhicitta. You eat with bodhicitta. Yes, I think other days, one time I mentioned, Milarepa said, all our benefits, health, joy, has come from other sentient beings. Because we like eat, like today's lunch, is cooked by somebody. We enjoy. And those vegetables harvested by the farmers. From the farmer, the corporation, they brought. And then, see, by all these efforts, every individual need to involve. And we got lunch to eat. Clothes we were wearing is from others. Look at this, all resource, how our life is supported by others. Even just in the samsara. See, and then, say, when you call it a politics and democracy system, elections, and it's just somebody telling me today, so Donald Trump is elected. People vote for him. If they haven't voted for him, he won't be elected. So because of people, vote for him. So his position was creation by the people. His achievement is by the people. His success is by the people, by others. Doesn't matter good or bad. So like this, in the country to become a king, it's because of people we become a king. So in the samsara as well. Then in the Buddhist sutra said, develop loving kindness. It's because of others we develop love and compassion. If there's no other, how you can develop bodhicitta, love and compassion? Without sentient beings, how we can develop bodhicitta? So to cultivate bodhicitta, sentient beings are as important as the Buddha. See? Equally important. So investigate, study, understand more this, and then practice ourselves on this. Hmm. 24, where we're 24. If those beings have never before even dreamed of such an attitude for their own sake, how could it ever arise for the sake of others? So this, hear what he said. For in the past, they never, even in their dreams, wished something like this even for themselves. How could they do so for another's sake? So we all are working so hard, as God was saying, to bring peace and happiness, to free from suffering. Everyone is devoted, as earlier mentioned. But to have peace and happiness, to free from suffering, these individuals have never thought to cultivate bodhicitta. Even in their dream, or haven't dreamed even. Time? So anyhow, say, first see this, Look at in the world how much they sacrifice their life for success, for happiness, to have a good life. Have never thought of to cultivate bodhicitta. See, even in the dreams, said, forget it in the actual action, So says, look at how rare it is, how precious it is. So Shantideva is, so this is how Buddha taught. He's saying now, this is how Buddha taught, how Buddha attained enlightenment. Buddha is not just such a spiritual being out there, Buddha practically worked hard, cultivate this mind and free from suffering. So Buddha was, I should say, the most successful politician, most successful business, most successful careers, because he chose the real path, whatever he did to free from entire suffering and achieve the ultimate peace and happiness. All the mental delusions fully purified and reveal all the excellence of the mind that what we have. Otherwise, our mental excellent qualities are hidden under all the delusions. So those delusions need to be kind of get rid of. So purify. Or delete, you can say. Or eliminate, whatever you say. So this, it takes time. It takes courage, as I mentioned. But we have to convince that there's no alternative. When we come to know this point, okay. Shall we say short dedication? Still where it is. Treasure. Oh yeah, here. Page 37. Yeah, just first line or first second, those two paragraphs we can say. First, please take a deep breath and exhale, because we are being so serious, We should take it easy, relax, enjoy the Dharma. This is just to reflect of samsara, how samsara exists. This reflects to our Dharma, that what we involve. So I'm so fortunate to have this opportunity to reflect on the Dharma, the precious nature of the Buddha's wisdom.
basically we should learn how to enjoy the Dharma. It is unmistaken. With this, then we say this short dedication prayer. By the virtues collected in the 3 times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain, unsurpassed, completely perfect, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of great Ranashiri, all-knowing Dharma, Lord who sees all phenomena, Master of independent origination, to be upheld until the end of samsara by instructions and practice through the study, contemplation, and the meditation. Thank you. Please have a short break. Yes.
Earlier you say that you wish that you would, for the next life, you would become human being again.
Yes.
So it's so this way. So you don't have anything else beyond human being?
I'm not clear.
So it means you have to live in sex life.
Yes.
And then human being, right?
Yes.
Are we in the same circle, or we are out of that bubble?
We're in the same state of the samsara. But we individually have our own responsibility, our own experiences, and we have our own kind of careers, so as we know. So because of this, we individually have our own, say, way of thinking, so forth, So because of this, we individually have the responsibility. See? So there's individual responsibility and universal responsibilities in this case. So life after life is not a belief system, it's the reality. Whether we know or not, don't know. Whether we accept or not accept. Just life goes on. Like, say, if there's no death, there's no rebirth. When there's no rebirth, there's no death. It's all just cycling. But in our life, we all seek for peace, happiness. We all seek to free from suffering, as I mentioned, So that's the common sense. So within the 6 realms, the human beings are has most opportunity. Lucky in the world, just we see, not just only precious human life, just being a human being has more opportunity. See, look at the whole world. All the rest is like animals. They are under the mercy of human being. Yes.
So it means, is that true? People say that we have insect life and
Yes.
animal life.
Yes.
We have human life as well.
Yes.
And if in this life, let's say we do something very bad, we could turn to animal.
That's right. Possible.
Now, let's say if I become a
woof woof. Would the dog, for the next life of the dog, is it possible to come back to a human being? Or forever stay an animal? Fine.
That is so much depends on the dog life, what kind of cause is created. You see, dog also there's different dogs. Some create more negative than others. But as the text mentioned, even we in the human life, we have very rare kind of a virtuous thought to do something good. So you can imagine how much dog has opportunity.
Thank you. Last question. When you die, you're not necessarily the soul can transform into whether animal or go to hell or go to heaven, for example. In the period of 49 days or 100 days, it depends, I don't know what does it mean on this.
No,
so it means the spirit or the soul is floating all over other places, or how would you know that maybe the next life it can be in India, into another human baby just born?
Very possible.
Now, during the period of floating period, how would you know that we can guide that soul turn into a human being? Because as you said, a lot of categories.
Yes.
And we're not necessary that we turn from a normal human being, which I'm talking about no criminal, didn't do anything, but it's not practicing Buddha, maybe like me, for example. So how would we guide that ordinary soul? Is the parents or the children, sorry, not the parents perhaps, but the children, would, when they pray for the soul, would that lift up the spirit and guide it higher and not go lower? Is that true? So it means the family members, or let's say, I pass away, my soul somewhere there, my family start to pray for
Praise
me.
for you.
Yes. So would that helping my soul?
Maybe.
So let's say I'm perfect. Let's say just perfect like this, the ordinary one.
Yeah, may possible. But you know, for just generally, just get idea. This, let's say this way: Buddha has the great compassion, great wisdom. I'm sure Buddha is saying so many prayers. You know, Buddha cares more than anybody else from the wisdom and compassion point of view. You know. So Buddha's saying you can say prayers, you can do those things. It's helpful. But individually taking responsibility is more practical. See, like say you are hungry, you know, and your family from different direction. They heard of you are so hungry, and there's prayer. Oh, our mother may get food. Oh, we really care her. You know, they may say more prayers. What do you think?
Maybe I could heard it.
Oh.
Party.
No, telepathy. I'm saying just they got the news. You are hungry, you know, and there's no other food around you. Then your family is saying so many prayers. What do you think? So
no, it seems like the example you said about half an hour before.
See,
Yeah.
so that time you have to make every effort.
So which means that in a daily living right now,
Yes.
we have to do our good things from
Yes,
now.
yes.
So there's no such thing turn from pink to red.
Yeah, you have to make it happen. Doesn't happen automatically.
Then
Yeah,
why some people die?
yeah,
The person never went into pagoda, didn't believe in temple, didn't
Yes.
trust Buddha.
yeah.
And then the family, they just asking all the monks and come and pray for like every week. So what does it mean? Is that
Yeah,
necessary?
there's a mention. There's benefits, of course, and there's connection. There's such in one karma. I was explaining. There's so many results, So those all count. But at the end, you are the responsible.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time.
Any questions? Okay. Where we are now, page 24 or 25. 25, okay. I'll read it on. Here we maybe looks like we can do faster than in Penang. Because in Penang, we started at 9:30. So here at 9, So like this. For their own sake, how would it ever arise for the succeeders? Now, 25. This intention to benefit all beings, which does not arise in others, even for their own, is an extraordinary jewel of the mind, and its birth is an unprecedented wonder. What here it is said is this aim to bring the benefit of beings, a benefit that others wish not even for themselves. This noble, jewel-like state of mind arises truly wondrous, never seen before. So now this again is repeating the basically same. So this kind of bring benefit, as I mentioned, we all desire for peace and happiness. We all desire to free from suffering. And for this goal, we're working so hard, sacrificing our life, our peace and happiness. Like for tomorrow, today I'm doing everything what I can. For next year, I'm devoting whole life in this year to do all the best things what I can. But to bring peace and happiness. We haven't talked this to cultivate bodhicitta, to achieve enlightenment, and to bring the benefit of beings, benefit that others wish, not even for themselves. For others, just say here. So he said, even this thought have not kind of dreamed in my mind for my own benefit, how I can do this for others. No. So it says, precious thought, a source of all peace, and basically source of peace and happiness. This jewel-like mind means source of all the wealth, knowledge, wisdom, state of mind arises truly wondrous. This is what we can say, wondrous. For hope, peace. Never seen before like this, haven't seen before. So just meditate on this, reflect on this. For my own benefit, I haven't dreamed of like this kind of cultivating the mind. Those who wish to benefit other sentient beings have also not cultivated this kind of thought. You see, there in the world, there's some are really dedicating their life to help others. So much how to help in the society, doing so many good things, but haven't thought of to cultivate bodhicitta. So I will cultivate bodhicitta to attain enlightenment for all sentient beings' benefit. And thought of this. There are some who have such great compassion, but there are some who has a great wisdom, but they don't know how to cultivate this mind. See, this is important, see. Cultivation of the mind. Give rise to the mind. Sometimes we wonder, there's some great compassionate people. Why not they are free from samsara? There's some are very gifted in the wisdom, doing things. But the cultivation of the bodhicitta is one thing. There are some people are devoted for the society, for many humanities to do good things, but haven't thought of cultivating bodhicitta to attain complete Buddhahood for all sentient beings. There's no counting of life, just keep doing, practicing this. So this is what is important here. Then 26 is here. Sorry. Okay. How can I fathom the depths of the goodness of this jewel of the mind, the panacea that relieves the woe of pain, and is the source of all its joy. This pain-dispelling drift, this cause of joy for those who wander through the world, this precious attitude, this jewel of mind, how shall we calculate its merit? So that mind, now as we have went through, bodhicitta mind, the mind of the enlightenment, who has this courage, wisdom, compassion, desire to dispel the pain of the sentient beings, who has the thought to bring the joy, happiness in the world for the individual, those who are wanting the samsara, each and every one, not just vague idea, but individually. So I want to bring peace and happiness to this individual. Endures hardship to those individuals. No? So this precious attitude, this jewel of mind, so how much there could be great merit? Can we calculate the merit? Can we measure the merit? It's not possible. It's like the space. As the space is infinite, like the merit of this mind. See? Just look at the life story of Buddha. We say three limitless eons. Just for example, one, you know the story, a prince who gave his life to the hungry tigers. One time, he and his brother went in the jungle. Then in the jungle, near a cave, there was a mother tiger and her 4 cubs. And she didn't get any animals to hunt. So now the mother and the baby tigers, they are dying without food. So he looked at them and the suffering they are going through. He couldn't bear the suffering. No. And then says him, he thought to himself, I have been born in the world for countless lifetimes, but could not bring any help or could not give any help to other sentient beings. I just born and die, just survive myself, but haven't done any benefit others. So to make this life some useful, to help others. So out of great courage, compassion, wisdom, so he thought himself, now this is time that I have to give this life to help these who are dying. So he got such great courage, so he gave his life to the tigers. It's not only that, then, this time I gave my life to this. Through these practices, with wisdom, compassion, I purify, water my obscurations, and enhance my bodhicitta, my bodhicitta practice. No doubt one day I will become Buddha. So that time, then may I give wisdom. This time I gave my body just to survive. When I become Buddha, may I give wisdom to this so that they may free from samsara and achieve enlightenment. I pay their kindness. So because of that, so when Buddha attained Buddhahood, these 5 disciples were the rebirth of those 5 tigers, the mother and 4 cubs. So like that, you see. Each and every day is a history. Practice of the bodhicitta. So like this, you see. So that's to say, how much we can count, how much we can calculate the benefits of bodhicitta is immeasurable. O mind, how shall we calculate its merit? Oh, look at this. Then 27. If merely a benevolent intention excels venerating the Buddhas, then what need to mention striving to make all beings without exception happy? If the simple thought to be of help to others exceeds in worth the worship of the Buddhas, what need is there to speak of actual deeds that brings about well and the benefit of beings? So as I mentioned, Buddha's thought, the mind is always with the sentient beings. How sentient beings can be free from suffering. How sentient beings could establish in the Buddhahood, enlightenment. So because of this, if anybody makes offering to Buddha as a great object of the reverence, respect, creates such a great merit. But helping sentient beings, just thought of sentient beings out of simple love, compassion, it creates more merit than the worship of Buddha or offering to Buddha. So look at this, just simple, just to help others. It makes Buddha more happier. See, if the simple thought to help, to be of help to others, seeds with the worship of the Buddha, what need is there to speak of actual deeds that brings about the well and the benefit of beings? So the action bodhicitta, try to bring others into the Dharma. Of course, it's all individual's choice, but if we make effort, the people, to make interest in Dharma, showing the wisdom of the Buddha, like say, avoid the 10 non-virtues, practice the 10 virtues. See? And these are not just a Buddhist concept, or they are Buddhism, they are the universal, a cause for peace. Just look at the individual of the 10 non-virtues, how they create confusion and cause of suffering. Look at the 10 virtues, each and every, how they bring peace. So our bodhicitta practice is we act according to the 10 virtues. With the bodhicitta, the action is how to avoid 10 non-virtues and how to practice the 10 virtues. So 10 virtues and 10 non-virtues is everywhere. Look at Buddhist, non-Buddhist, believers, non-believers. Everybody appreciates the 10 virtues. Anybody who acts, live on the 10 virtues, people respect, a source of peace. Anybody who acts in of the 10 non-virtues, it becomes cause of suffering. See? Confusion. So that's as mentioned, Buddha's teaching is not a Buddhism, but as a universal. How universally, no, it's called universally constitutes. It's called the law of the universe. Buddha thoroughly realized that himself, realized that and free from suffering. And that message is taught to us. So we all should see, no? Everyone has Buddha nature. So Buddha talked according to this. So in Penang, and also mentioned in Penang, Buddha's teaching is Mahayana. Because Buddha's talk is for every sentient beings. All Buddha's teachings, step by step, to achieve complete enlightenment, Buddhahood. No. But as a mind, we individually have that very complex, very sophisticated. So according to the inclination of the individuals, according to the disposition of the individuals, Buddha taught all those teachings step by step to grow, to develop. See, Father, starting just a very simple starting, say everything is impermanent. When we see everything is impermanent, then you say, oh, yes. Then everyone is in the state of suffering. There's some people are saying, Buddhists are so kind of say negative. They talk, life is impermanent and life is suffering. See, without understanding the impermanence, we cannot bring real happiness. Without understanding suffering of the samsara, we cannot really create peace and happiness. See, from within this suffering, how much we can bring the peace and happiness. So how this play of the mind, when the mind is such a complex subject, within that, when we practice, suffering itself becomes the peace and happiness. That's why the 4 dharmas of Kampupa, First, what is said, the mind follows the dharma. And then second, dharma becomes the path. The third, the confusion, mistakes, dispel from the path. The fourth, confusion. The confusion dawn into the wisdom. See, for the beginner, for us, the confusion, the ignorance, they are the cause of suffering. But when the wisdom is manifested, the wisdom captures the reality nature of the phenomena. The confusion itself is nothing but wisdom. So that's the power of the mind. That's how Buddha taught. It's mentioned, So all, the teachings Buddha taught. At the end, everyone to become Buddha. But for the path, step by step, according to our disposition, according to our capacity, how much we can chew the meaning of the Dharma, how much we can digest what I taught, skillfully. See, that's to say now. For if the simple thought to be this and exceeds what to worship the Buddha, what need is there to speak of the actual deeds? So as mentioned, the deeds step by step that brings about the well and the benefit of beings. See. Now 28 we are. Although wishing to be rid of misery, they run towards misery itself. Although wishing to have happiness like an enemy, they ignorantly destroy it. So this is very important point now here. How we are constituted in the samsara. This is we should say, the constitution of samsara. Here what is said, for beings long to free themselves from misery, but misery itself they follow and pursue. They long for joy, just a longing, This is not a long. It's I long, I desire, Their desire for joy, but in their ignorance, destroy it as they would their fall. Exactly this. Just as I mentioned, 10 non-virtues are the cause of suffering. See, but we just chasing them. We're running after the 10, the 10 non-virtues, you see. Well, we want to free from suffering. So then we end up with the suffering. For example, like the drug user, Everybody says drugs is not good for you. The strong drugs. But there are some people, they're completely devoted to use the drug, isn't it? And then they end up in the jail. They get punished. They want to free from the suffering, want to achieve peace and happiness, but they chase the suffering. They run after the suffering. This is what it's talking about in the samsara. See? They long for joy, happiness, but in their ignorance destroy it as they would their foe, the enemy. So this is all in the samsara due to ignorance and the bad habit. our habit in the samsara is so strong. They're convinced we follow that. We know it is not right, but the habit of the ignorance and habit. So much we are so habituated, and we follow that. Now look at this, as we study, practice the bodhicitta, how much benefit is there? Look at that. When the bad habit is, how much you can also habituated in that, the habit. Through life after life, life after life. Those negative habits, we have been gone to school, college, to how to habituate on these bad habits. It just naturally pops up. Naturally we follow them because of the habit. See? So see this. So now we changed our habit from this habit to the bodhicitta habit. Practicing bodhicitta, we need to kind of habituate it. Exercise every day, every moment, until I die. I fully engage in this, how to practice this habit. See? So this is the practice we take now. We remind ourselves now, as I mentioned, when we eat, when we walk, when we sleep, So our interest in the study, practice Buddha's teaching, is now, once you study this way, it's not just next life, a higher rebirth. It's not just for arahats. It's only for Buddhahood. Now, what's the cause of Buddhahood? It's the bodhicitta. Without bodhicitta practice, no Buddha. Now what's the cause of bodhicitta? How to cultivate bodhicitta? First, reflect on the compassion. Great compassion to all sentient beings. On the basis of that, cultivate bodhicitta. And then, once we cultivated bodhicitta, so we become Bodhisattva. That moment, see. We're talking about the causality. All the Buddha's teachings are within in the constitution of the causality. What cause we create and what benefit we get, or what result we get. As soon as when there's a little sense of anger in the mind, there's a suffering. Because of that cause, there's a suffering. When we have little sense of compassion, there's a peace. So look at this. How it's all mixed, the cause and result. So we're creating a cause, a universal cause to bring peace. And so real peace. Actually, Buddha's teaching is a teaching of peace. So as soon as we take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. So don't harm other sentient beings. See, if you cannot help, don't harm others. We're refraining from the harming others. Then, on that basis, then we step by step practice of loving kindness, compassion. We are working on the cause for the peace. Not just like a United Nations, say, writing a paper on the table. So we made an agreement for peace, but then no real peace there, Only suffering, fighting, all this. But Buddha's teaching, right from the beginning, we start that. So then when you achieve Buddhahood, it's called Dharmakaya, the total peace. It's called unafflicted peace. See? Source of peace. So joy is the flavor of the peace. When this mind is peaceful mind, there's a joy. See, happiness is flavor of the peace. When the mind is happy, peaceful mind, life is beautiful. There's happiness. See. So, see this. So bodhicitta. So we all make effort on this. See. That is not a culture, not as some traditions. It's a requirement. That's what we're looking for. This is missing in our life. So we're bringing that, what we're missing in our life. This is what we need. Anybody can cultivate this. Actually, everybody needs this, but they don't have it. As they mentioned here, due to ignorance, we destroy as if they are our enemy. They destroy the cause of joy, happiness, as if they are our enemy due to ignorance. See, that's what's called ignorance. It's the root cause of suffering. So now, it makes sense? We say, look at this. So therefore, we have reason to rejoice ourselves when we come to this. Come to this kind of situation. Study, practice. Ignorance is the root of all mental afflictions. See, because of ignorance, for example, I don't realize this my mug is illusory nature. I perceive this mug something concrete, so wonderful. Something solid, you see. I call it, this is mine, So on the basis of that ignorance, I possess this, And then somebody comes, it knocks down or takes away, then I'm so angry. So what are you doing? This is mine, Then there comes, because of I perceive this something kind of concrete, real, then there comes the anger. And because I have attachment to this, so this is mine. Somebody paid this for me. This belongs to me. If my ignorance is dispelled, purified, even though I may use this, say somebody kindly giving this to me, I use it. But then if somebody knocks down, so it's okay. This is impermanent anyway. It's illusory anyway. As long as there, I will use it. As soon as this something happens, I let go. See? So when ignorance is kind of disappear, purified, then the attachment, anger, resentment has no place to abide. So these are some practical understanding. Make sense? So look at this. So we meditate. Then see how much we're limited. And what it makes sense. So this is not just only for Buddhists. It means for everybody in the samsara. Even animals, look at that, the life of the animals. How they are suffering, how they make their own suffering. So just open up our mind to all sentient beings, to ourselves. So from there we start our practice, purification. So this each has such a profound meaning, Yeah, especially this one, this 28 verse, look at this. But in their ignorance, destroy it as they would therefore the enemy. So I become enemy for myself due to my ignorance. See? I want the best, but I destroy my happiness due to my ignorance. Okay. Oh, time flies. 28 is this, now 29. But those who, first see, read from here. For those who are deprived of happiness and burdened with many sorrows, it satisfies them with all joys, dispels all suffering. So now it's a bodhicitta. When we cultivate bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, concern for all other sentient beings, their suffering, their cause of suffering. Because that bodhicitta has the great wisdom. Now, one who has the bodhicitta, first look at the suffering of all sentient beings. human beings and animals, everywhere look at. Now this mind is open, your heart is open to everybody. Now you see, because of your wisdom, compassion, they all desire to free from suffering. No one is interested in suffering. Even ruthless person or individuals. Not only the suffering, but you see the cause of suffering now of every sentient beings. See? So more we can reflect on the bodhicitta, greater there is a chance to develop compassion, wisdom. Then, see, but those who filled with bliss, all being destitute of joy, who cut all pain and suffering away, so that bodhicitta mind helps every sentient being. Whatever, even small amount of peace and happiness, until to the Buddhahood. No? It's it here. No, see here. Those who are, see, those are, this is said here. Yeah. Those, all beings destitute of joy. Yeah. Those who are lack of happiness, joy. No, that's bodhicitta mind. No. Even just a smile, kind words make them happy. No. See, when somebody is walking on the road, you smile, they feel different. I usually tell this story. In 2003, I was in Darjeeling, and every morning I walked for like half an hour on the road. There was one young man jogging, or he was jogging, and I said nothing, But every time when I met, I just smiled, First few times he didn't pay attention. He just continued his jogging, After some time, maybe a few weeks, it took a long time anyway, But as soon as when I see him, I don't expect he will smile, but just I keep smiling. So after a few weeks, then he started smiling, So I said, in my surprise, So I taught him how to smile, I said nothing. I didn't say it's a good morning or anything. Just as soon as I see him, I said, smile. So then anytime after that, before I smile, he started smiling at me, So I said, that kind of things there, you see. So in the world, doesn't matter who that person is, It's just, jogging or anyone you see, smile. And that person feels, kind of changes his state of mind. He becomes more peaceful. There's sometimes when I see people say good morning, good afternoon, and they also say good morning, good afternoon, So like this, very simple thing. Then from there, she giving the wisdom. how to practice, how to make your mind more flexible. Because, as mentioned in the samsara, our suffering, the suffering which comes within in the mind, is more, gives us pain than from outside. See? Outside conditions which makes you suffer is just rare, few times, not every day. Occasionally happens. Somebody makes you, kind of stupid. But our inner mind, the delusions we have, mental afflictions, that every day brings the suffering in the mind. See? So, as mentioned here, to dispel that kind of suffering, we have no one to blame. Only ourselves. So to purify this, the bodhicitta is the one. So there's a mention, Outside in the world, technologies, there's so much there, but none of them help us to purify our mental afflictions, mental delusion. Instead, they give us more kind of cause to deepen our mental delusions. So only Buddha's teaching, the wisdom, give us such great opportunity how to free our mind from these delusions. How to practice kindness, compassion. Basically, kindness, compassion to ourselves. Be kind to ourselves. Be compassionate to ourselves. See. Then we have something to give others. See. So that's why I say, those are destitute of the happiness, joy. This mind can provide a source of peace. Those are in the suffering, you see. So who cuts the pain and suffering away from those weighed down with misery. So those individuals who are in such a kind of intense suffering, deluded mind, especially giving wisdom is such a precious thing. So out of your wisdom, out of your bodhicitta, share this, the understanding. It's such a precious thing. The world, in the world, everybody wants to take advantage of us. But the bodhicitta mind, instead of taking advantage of others, we see how I can repay their kindness. How much I can do for others. This later will come. I just offer my all things to all sentient beings so that they can bring some peace. So, peace and happiness. So they are free from this suffering. So meditate this way. Practice this way. Even you are alone, you are the best friend, the best wealth we have. So we as a Mahayana practitioners, whom we took refuge in the Buddha Dharma Sangha, so this we try in our life. At the end of the day, we will really appreciate ourselves. So I have done something meaningful. My life has been useful. I could do something to others. No? So do these things without expectation. Without expectation is also such a source of joy, happiness. No? So I'm happy I could do something. No? It's real, it's a great gift. No? So that's what we want, peace and happiness. No? We want to free from suffering. That's what we can do. And there are some people you see look so awful, so kind of misery in their life. They don't know how to handle their life. No? Life is nothing but suffering. No? So in the Buddhist, we study, we understand the suffering, then we know how to handle the suffering. See, that's what we talk about the suffering. See, then how we know how to, say, free from the suffering. If we hide the suffering, don't bring up, just hide, then we can't get out of the suffering. Only just being in the suffering. So that's the Buddha's wisdom. So that's why you should know the suffering and avoid the cause of suffering. That's the Buddha's wisdom. There's not so much thing to know new things, As I mentioned at the other time, we don't need to research so much new things, We just need to know what Buddha taught, and we just follow what Buddha did, Otherwise, in modern science and all those technologies, there's so much we talk about the new invention and how to find something new, theory and all these lot of new things have to find out. And for us, got to talk to everything. We just need to open our heart and see what Buddha taught. Total solution of the suffering, not just something. Total method how to embrace the enlightenment. So how to work with our mind. So this is how today we stop here. And if you have questions or this, of course you have here our teacher, Drupan, you can ask all the questions. And then you may ask with me too, if you like. Okay, now please relax ourselves. Take a deep breath. Inhale. And exhale all the tension. Make your muscle relax, flexible. Make your mind calm, peaceful. And then appreciate if you got some benefits to this, our discussion. Especially regard to the bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is Buddha's heart. The heart of wisdom and compassion. That's what makes Buddha something special. So we rejoice today's opportunity we got and reflect to this. And then just cultivate ourselves. Now from today, I will continue reminding myself this bodhicitta every day. If you die with the bodhicitta, then definitely, without doubt, without expectation, the life will connect to the Buddha's teaching, Dharma, and we continue to develop bodhicitta. It's life after life. So with this mind, then we say some dedication prayers. Page, as we said this, in the morning after the session, we said the dedication prayer, page 39 and 41. This dedication I was asked to do people because it has a complete practice as well. Bodhicitta, all this. So this just one page, but has a complete, profound teaching. It is so profound, vast. And this explanation, some explanations of this whole text is also in the Diamond Rosary there. Okay, anyway, page 39. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root and lineage lamas, divine assembly of Yedams and assemblies of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Veras and Viranis, Yoginis and Dakinis, dwelling the 10 direction. Please hear my prayer. May all the virtues collected in the 3 times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and the innate root of virtue, not result in the 8 worldly concerns, the 4 causes of samsara, or ripen as the state of Sharavaka or Partika Buddha. May all mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me and mine, obstructors who harm, maras who mislead, and the hordes of demons, experience happiness, be separated from suffering, and swiftly attain unsurpassed, completely perfected, precious Buddhahood. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of desire, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May concern about the reputation, wealth, and honor to this world, and not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. And through that, may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinite of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. At the end of may I not confuse by wrong view. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such, and pervading clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the Bardo. Thank you so much.
What has been planned, question and answer. Then I might not be so well versed as Khenchen Rinpoche. So for those that I'm not able to answer, maybe you write it down, then tomorrow can ask Rinpoche. So basically, I think today's the topic is on the benefits of bodhicitta. So as we know, for Chinese Mahayana Buddhism, or you talk of Vajrayana Buddhisms, the main essence of it is actually bodhicitta. That means you practice the Bodhisattva way of life, and from there you understand more, and ultimately through this relative truth, and then you reach the final ultimate truth that is absolute bodhicitta. So we can see what Rinpoche has been going through the text, that when you talk about bodhicitta, he say is the enlightened mind. That means ultimately it leads you to enlightenment, which is very different from, as he called, Theravada Buddhism or Hinayana Buddhism, where is that once the practice is for self-liberation. But here is you're using a type of selfless way of practice by, first of all, you talk about the 10 virtues. It means how to do good and not to do evil, and not to do the 10 non-virtues. Then from there, that is my understanding. Then maybe you can discuss. Then you accumulate enough merits. And then the very important part when you talk about practicing the Bodhisattva way of life, you start off with loving kindness and compassion. Then it's all with us, as we know, when you talk of loving kindness, it's very easily we find it like a mother towards the child, his own child. There is no condition. The love is unlimited. He will love the child, whatever wrong thing the child done. She will never get angry. Wish the person to be the best. Having the love is always there, and the compassion is something like that someone is suffering, then you develop a kind of feeling that how am I going to help him to cut down his suffering? So from loving and kindness and compassion, then it leads into the essence of this Mahayana, that is the bodhicitta that we are talking about. As Rinpoche pointed out, that if you start develop the first thought that I practice, I do all these things, 6 paramita, do to be a good person, care about other people. I want to do it, for the sake of them. That's why I practice. With that kind of thought alone, then you almost like entering the Bodhisattva way of life. You can call yourself a Bodhisattva. Then from you talk about the mind, you started with the mind, develop that kind of feeling, I want to do this, like he mentioned about when you want to go to from A point, you want to go to B point, then you start thinking that, that is a very nice place, that's what he said, and then I want to go. So that is aspiration bodhicitta. That means you aspire, to do this way. This is the Buddha teaching. I want to develop a bodhicitta. Whatever I do, I care for the sentient being, and the action of doing that is the sixth paramita, the sixth perfection, as we always say. Generosity, then he talked about the ethic, have good conduct, then tolerance, not to get angry, then the diligence in our practice, and then meditative concentration, samadhi, then wisdom. These are the things that when once we start, then we will, for life after life, we want to do that. So there will be this, as we say, the getting the vow of Bodhisattvas, then it strengthens you to practice this. And in fact, as I see the Mahayana way, that a spirit of this practice is very suitable for nowadays people. It's not necessary to be practiced by monk. Lay person can even do better, As you say, in this world, there's so many suffering, so many sickness, cancer, then people suddenly die, their friend die, then the mother have cancer and the child, 11, 10 years old, was grieving. The husband also feels sad. That kind of incident happen a lot. Happy family, then wife or husband have some sickness. So their situation like very good partners and suddenly the partner pass away. They might be partners in a law firm or in a corporates, then they cannot get away that kind of feeling, the mental suffering. Then how, as Rinpoche said, first of all, even if you can't do it, you are overpowered by all these negative emotions, at least you make an effort to feel that, I believe in that, this Bodhisattva practice. I wish him well. I try my best to practice. And then maybe you start off with prayer and dedication. Then after that, slowly, when you understand the action to do good for the welfare of the people, like what the Buddha have done, what he has shown in all these teaching, then that is the action bodhicitta. So these two, as you go along, ultimately, you find that with loving kindness and compassion, or you have a bodhicitta mind, you are always happy. And the emphasis on the whole day, as I see it, is you find that Rinpoche tried to say that you have this precious human body. You know that everything is impermanent. You know that you want to appreciate what is good life, how you make good use of your life. Then you will feel that how fortunate that you have it with you all the time. What I call is Tathagata or pure mind, and you can say is the absolute bodhicitta that you have. How do you develop it? And this is a very lively way of the Buddhism where you can carry out your daily activity, wish them well. Even you see something nice, you hope that share with all, share with all the other people. Or you have this practice like if you are suffering from some pain or some sickness, you wish that whatever pain I'm having, let it be that those who are having all the same kind of sickness through my enduring my pain can eliminate their suffering. That kind of that Tongling practice, So through this, ultimately you feel that you are, like Rinpoche say, you gain a lot of things where money or science, technology cannot give you the inner peace, the real happiness, From that, as you improve along, your bodhicitta mind getting stronger and stronger, and you reach a state whereby when you're doing this, you won't care about yourself already. You eliminate your self ego clinging, where you always think of my, and all this. It slowly reduce. Ultimately, the stage is what you say in Mahamudra, whereby you realize that a lot of all these things is manifestation of the mind, reflection of the mind. There is a true identity as self. You become selfless, and for that you merge into a stage whereby you understand the whole truth. That's where he called the enlightened mind. Maybe from here then we will discuss, can give your view or certain aspect that you have grabbed during Rinpoche's talk, then we can share it among ourselves. Okay? Maybe Jason, you can start, or Comment. Those, if you speak Mandarin, you can. Then I can translate in English. 如果你们要华语的话，也可以问。
Repeated the same points over and over again.
Yeah.
The first few verses were a bit difficult.
Yeah.
But then after that, it was just a description of we need to have aspiration.
Yes.
And then you can't just depend on, I would like to become enlightened. You actually need to put in some action. And there's a method, what you should do. So I think a lot of the verses just emphasize
Repeating. True. True. Very true.
You could not answer me. What was your question? My question was like, I will have another planet. So far, we are in one bubble with animals, with whoever are living life at the moment. But is there anything else that we cannot see? Okay, let's say for example, we can see an animal. We can know that what animals are active, let's say. But the animal seeing us, but the animal cannot think or analyze like what we are. Now, we talk about ghosts, for example. We cannot see ghosts, right? But maybe ghosts can see us. So, some people I mean that in general. So, what is there anything else? I'm just curious. Because we say ghost or spirit or ghost is like a floating spirit who not yet passing 29 days. That's what I heard, but I don't know. That's why. Is there anything else that with our naked eyes we cannot see? They see us.
What other people? What you all have anybody want to add on to this?
So we in a temple protected.
What are your thoughts on rebirth? I find it very difficult to accept rebirth. To me, once I'm gone, I'm gone.
Yeah.
So can you enlighten what is this rebirth that we are talking about?
And why we must have 49 days and why the spirit is still there?
Okay, you talk about rebirth. This is just a label or a term that we, in the worldly sense, we say rebirth. So in Buddhism, we're talking about we have been in the sixth stream, life after life. That means birth and death, birth and death. Like for example, what we can apprehend here is that our parents give birth to us, and once we were born, then we will ultimately have to die. What we don't know is after you pass away, what else? So we will say that those people who do not have the right view will say that that's the end of everything. But Buddhism don't talk about it. He talk about cyclic existence, and life after life actually is determined by your karma. It means whatever good deed or bad deed you do, it will carry forwards. Like for example, you'll find that a lot of people, some they have very good life, prosperous, very smooth, whatever they do. But some people, no matter how hard they do, and they always face miserably in their life. And does it mean that there is a creator who tried to be unfair, created some people to suffer, some people not to suffer? That is not true. Buddhism is talking about is the karmic force that whereby sometimes you will feel somehow is because of the good deed in the past you have done. That's why you're able to be reborn as a human being. Like when we talk about the karmic force, we are able to sit here together. It's all because we have some karmic connection among ourselves, including our karmic connection with Rinpoche. And sometimes we cannot explain, we will feel it, you know. Like for example, a certain type of the practice, maybe in the retreat, you will feel that I have done that before, or I have met that person before, you know. And some people you just don't like it for the first at the start. Some people, no matter how you like the person, there must be a reason for that. So we talk a lot birth and death, birth and death. What we are trying to do is to cut off the understanding of this birth and death. Ultimately, there is no such thing as birth and death. You are liberated into the Mahamudra stage, or in where you know that you do not have to, the so-called, we label it at birth and death, and keep on suffering, not only as a human being, you know, because you are always in the samsaric, cyclic existence. You are always moving from one destination to another destination, what we call the heaven, Asura realm, the human realm, animal realm, hungry ghost, and then the hell realm. And because of various of our karmic things and of our obscuration, you won't be able to see hungry ghosts, you know, unless you are enlightened master, or some people, they have some kind of their eyes in such a way that we call it yam yong an. Then they see all these dirty things and they are disturbed, they do not know how to solve the problem. They are miserable also. Not like the great master, if they have achieved it, they understand the whole true nature of the mind at that time. They will, like, it's like the Buddha, he will see that, oh, those sentient being is inside another realm suffering in hungry ghosts or in hell realm, you know. Like human being, we look at water, we say water is like this, crystal clear, you know. The heaven, people will say that the water is like crystal, and the hungry ghosts look at the water, they are right. Blood and pulse, different perception. Or another thing we say about the frog looking in on top of the well, he will say the sky is so big. But for us, through our understanding of wisdom, we look it in another way. We will say that the universe is like that, you know. So that is still the worldly way of perception that we projected it. That's why when we say the Buddha talk about the truth, he said that there are two kinds of truth. One is relatively the worldly truth that we are talking about. We are talking about 10 virtue, non-virtue and all that thing. And then there is another perception. Once we understand that there is not, actually there is a real identity of ego clinging, like for example, I'm Konchog Gyaltshen. Konchog Gyaltshen is here only because of the karmic force, maybe for another 70 years or 80 years, then I pass away. Likewise, everybody is like that, you know. So it's not permanent. If you say there is a permanent self, I should be here all the time. I should be here not changing. My self should not be changing. But we all understand that from baby time, our self is like that. Then we grow, then become very strong, tall. Then ultimately we got old. Through this, all these metabolism changes, then the cell changes also. From the time when we are young until now, we find that actually there is two persons, but we still insist that it's the same Konchog Gyaltshen. But now Konchog Gyaltshen have beard, white hair. When I was 17 years old, I'm another person. Our perception, all these things, created a lot of problem for ourselves. When you think of my friend, my family, my property, when you have that, you have hope and fear. When you have that, you have all this desire to have this, grab it. You have the desire to get angry because he cheated my thing, or because he wrongly taken my property, or because this is my position where he take my position. So you have hatred, anger. All this we call it, as what Rinpoche said, is deluded thought, or you call it afflictive emotion, or we call it worries. And with this, you have that in your mind at time, then you want to do something, then you have the action. The action you do definitely is from your anger, from subjective view. Then you create a lot of bad karma. And this karma will lead to what? Suffering. So as Rinpoche said, actually it's very simple. It's because of all these things, then we have all these problems. That's why you come to have like understanding the whole truth, then how do you deal with it? Instead of having a deluded thought, you understand that everything is impermanent, everything is an illusion. Like Dhamma Sutra say, whatever phenomenon you see here is illusory. Like even in our 3-year retreat, you have the practice of illusory body. You try to understand that actually is like what the Buddha say, you know. Everything actually is not as what we see permanently here. We always grab at thing that is permanent. That's why we suffer. So when you, like what Rinpoche just now said, when you understand that actually all this is illusory in the sense that the composition of ourselves, the elements, you know, flesh, blood, and all these things, we believe that there is a ego I, but actually there is none. So in that sense, we'll say that if you split up all this composition, the 5 elements in your body, there is no such thing as yourself here. From that angle, in a very simple way, you understand that actually all this is permanent. Why is that for me to be so agitated, you know, and get angry over all these things? Or you think of the terms that everything is impermanent. Why should I grieve over something? Life is so short. Why don't I try to exercise loving kindness and compassion? Then from there, you will feel that, from there, that is the real happiness. And this is the way. And this is the wisdom of Buddha, which he showed it to us. So he talked about sunyata, you know, why we go to practice like meditation. Ultimately, we understand that when you talk about, when you go into the bliss and emptiness or the real truth in it, you'll find that the so-called Tathagata or pure mind is actually luminosity and emptiness inseparable. The luminosity will manifest in a lot of things. We feel that there is an appearance, you know. So the Heart Sutra say that appearance is like form, no different from form. Form is no different from appearance. 色就是空，空就是色，色不异空，空不异色。You know, the idea from there is we read a lot, we try to understand from the word. It's still not enough. Buddha say, especially Kajupa, you have to practice. Practice until you don't have to believe what is said in the book. You practice until you prove that actually it is like this. Then you know that what the sutra says is true. Then actually the sutra is with you already. Once you understand that state of time, that is what you call the wisdom of emptiness, the shunyata. Once you understand this, automatically in your manifestation of pure minds, you have the bodhicitta mind, or you have the loving kindness, compassion. Then you will be like the Buddha. Effortlessly, you manifest in everywhere in the universe. You will see all those sentient beings who are connected to you because they are your past parents or your close relative. You can't bear to see that suffering. So you will help like Sakyamuni Buddha, as what Khenchen Rinpoche say. The Buddha, he is the most, highly qualified person that he will care for every person. Nobody can be like him. He cares for every person and he knows the thought of every person, as what is stated in the Diamond Sutra. When you're in that pure mind stage, you will know every thought, every moment of every sentient being, because they are in the deluded stage. We are not, When I say deluded stage, when you talk about where I can't see the ghost, or why there are 49 days and all these things. All these things is just in the relative sense, but from the Dharma teaching, like for example, when a person die, is the changes of the Bado stage. We are in the Bado stage. From the time of birth until the time of death is a Bado stage. From the time we die up to the time we rebirth again is another Bado stage. And then in Tibetan Buddhism, if you look at the Book of Death, Sogya Rinpoche or this Pamasambhava, he talk about all these stages in detail. But from there, they talk about if there is a calculation of time, 49 days, and within these 49 days, through the karmic force, if he know Buddhism, if he know 6 yoga of Naropa, he know Tummo practice or the Yidam practice, he just know that even I die, I just visualize myself in the abiding stage. Then he liberated in the we call it the luminosity of death, Si Guang Ming. Then he liberate, and there are those big lama. He will feel that I have made a vow. I'm not scared of coming back to the samsara. Then at different stages, you will know that, okay, this is a time where I want to take another body. In the Balo stage, they will just look at the right place. They will just go in and take rebirth. So those are, they know Buddhism. Those who don't know Buddhism, you are followed by the karmic force. You're starting to die, your four elements starting to melt, then your lung will starting to melt, and then the fluid melt into it. Ultimately, you're in a stage of darkness. After that, you reappear. Then you find that, hey, I'm out of the body. I seem to have all the power. You think of Jason, then he will move into Jason, in front of Jason. He think of B, he'll move in front of B, something like that. The detail, of course, you have to really go into the text and all that in order to understand. So there is also another stages of Bado. Then after that, you rebirth again. So when you talk of rebirth, actually these are stages of the Bado, and it never ends. It never ends until you understand the Buddha's teaching and you practice it. Then you liberate from there. Then you sit back, you will see, Kunju, you see, you're so stupid. Now I'm Buddha already. I must help you. That is the case where Matsya Buddha from China, when he come down, he showed himself like a Buddha, fat one with the tummy, and then he even commented. He said, 笑尽天下所有人. He's laughing at all the people in the world. Why he laugh? You are on the deluded world. You do not know that you are in a dream, doing all these things, ultimately meaningless, and always suffering. Then he want you to awake. When you awake, you find that, actually it's like that. Then you understand why you take refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Okay, to answer your question, if you know there is this Avalokiteshvara, we say Guanxin Pusa. In one of the sutra, he talked about him. He was the old Buddha who come back as a Bodhisattva, out of great compassion. So if they are in that stage, they manifest in many forms. Like in the Lotus Sutra, one chapter we talk about the Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig. One is get enlightened through great compassion. He manifests in various forms in order to help sentient being. He can appear as a Brahmin, but doesn't mean that he identity fixed as a Brahmin. In that state, he helped those people who will listen to the Brahmin. Or he manifests as a king. If you look at the sutra, he talk about that. The king talk, then the people listen. Then they keep the Dharma, show they follow, they lessen their suffering. So that kind of state is a state whereby they are so free already, whereby they can come and go. They are not bound by the body like what we are facing. We just follow our karmic force. We are not enlightened, so we cannot get out of it. So he's talking about, we are always here. That's why in the forethought, like this morning we say that in cyclic existence, in the sixth realm, there is no real happiness, only suffering, because we still have a deluded thought. Like Rinpoche said, everybody wants happiness, but due to the delusion or the ignorance, they do the wrong thing. Those he should not do. He think that, taking drugs is happiness. He go for that. Then the ultimate thing is suffering. It's all because of ignorance. Some people say, I do not believe in cause and condition. Then they do a lot of wrong things. Then they themselves suffer. You should not go and have crime, do crime and all these things. And ultimately, you got jailed because of that. So When you talk about nirvana and samsara, it is also a term. But a lot of times is when you talk about the relative truth teaching, the teaching that we have, and we will say that first of all, you have to understand that what is virtue and non-virtue, and what is the mind, and how to do good. That is to accumulate merit. Then he talk about if we do bad things, yeah, the sin, then we can still purify it. Then you have method like Bodhisattva practice or 88 Buddha's repentance, that kind of way, you know. Then ultimately, to a certain stage where you have higher teaching, he said, look into your mind at time. The actual real thing is in the stage of the pure mind. Everything, the phenomenon here is the manifestation of the mind. It's the manifestation of the mind. It's very difficult to explain. Maybe tomorrow you can ask Rinpoche, then he can give a more thorough explanation. I totally believe in that. Everything is manifestation of the mind. So if everything is the manifestation of mind, when we have the dualistic view, good or bad, samsara is bad, nirvana is good, it's still a dualistic mind. When you totally break this dualistic mind at time, you will see that samsara and nirvana is actually the manifestation of the mind. It's actually when in that particular state, bliss and emptiness or luminosity and emptiness is the manifestation from the luminosity, which we feel that everything is real. There's really a nirvana. There's really a samsara. When you totally cut through this that time, the eternal happiness is there. It's always there. The eternal happiness is something which we cannot describe by way of our worldly language or worldly words. That's why when they reach states like Zen Buddhism, they talk about you understand the true nature of your mind. They say in that stage, it's only the person who prove it. You will feel it and understand it, but you can't express it in words. Likewise in Mahamudra or Dzogchen teaching, when you reach that state, that time when we are enlightened, if you look at the Genghis of Mahamudra, Tilopa Vajrasong, he also mentioned it. It's beyond word already. You have to go along, practice Bodhicitta, practice meditation, following the method. And the very direct and very swift method, very simple method up to that stage is actually meditation. But now people have made meditation very complicated. They will say, focus there and all these things. Everybody meditation, go inside, he just asks you to sit 12 hours without telling you what is your main aim when you meditate. If you understand that, actually meditation actually is to discover my own self. And as you progress at time, your health getting better, a lot of things getting better, you confidence increase. Ultimately, you reach a state of, you can say, there is no, you have no fear like Milarepa, no fear of hope and death. You understand the whole thing already, But that particular aspect, you have put forward a very good question. Maybe you can ask him, when people say that nirvana and samsara, there is no difference. He has explained it in Tan Xiang that day. I believe he can give very good explanation to you.
I'll try to answer Mr. Tan, share with you what I know, your questions about. You think there is no rebirth, that if we die now and that's it. What I used to hear his answer when he been questioned like this is, then how do you know? Why are you so sure there is no rebirth? And why are you? If you do not remember where is your birth from, so what he's saying is just birth came out from nowhere. If you go back to science, until today, the scientists cannot even prove there is nothing comes out just like this. Everything is relative. They go through the quantum physics. They are still finding. In the past 50 years, they thought it stopped at atoms, and then now it go breaking in and getting more and more. Scientists cannot even prove there is end. There is a beginning. Yeah. So now we cannot. When we don't remember how we take rebirth does not mean it doesn't exist. Okay? And then the question is, if we cannot see or prove our next rebirth, then it also doesn't mean it don't exist. So the question that he used to ask, what if is true? Would you want to take the risk? He asked the white man, a lot of white men will ask questions like this. Okay, why are we here? His question is, why are we here learning Buddhism? Why? Because we do not want suffering. Simple as that. We want peace and happiness. That's all. Okay? Now, Buddha has told us where is the suffering coming from, why, what is the cause of the suffering. So, if we plant the negative cause now, and our next rebirth could be an animal, let's forget about ghosts. Just ghost, something we can see. Animal, a dog. Now, would you want to take the risk? He asked. So what's wrong to be good? What's wrong to do good now? Even he also answered rebirth as yesterday and today. Today, Jason Gan say, when I do business, many people don't trust me. They see me, they run away, you know. Wow, this guy's coming and con me, you know, whatever he says, they don't trust me. It's a cause of my yesterday life, my last life yesterday. Because I have been lying, I like to lie. In my whole life, I've been lying and lying. So the result of mine today is the cause of my yesterday. And my today is the cause of my future. So Mr. Tan, your today, whatever you are, maybe you are richest man in the world, definitely is the cause that you planned yesterday, your last life of yesterday. Let's use the rebirth shorter. Let's bring it to my 1 second before me was my previous life. Let's bring that. Forget about what we cannot see before the mother, my father and my mother makes me. Forget about that. And forget about what I cannot see going. Because what if it is true? I don't want to take the risk. So the question is, Rinpoche will ask, what's wrong of doing good now? What have you got to lose? If you keep to the 10 virtues, what have you got to lose? Okay, let's assume nothing. We die, that's it. So, we have lived a beautiful life for keeping virtue. So what's wrong? You don't lose anything. But what if it's true? Then I become a dog and then I say, oh, I regret, but that's too late. It's nothing because I don't even have the brain to, I don't even have a chance to meet a monk. As a dog, maybe, I don't know. You know, so I don't want to take that risk. So this is what he answered your rebirth question.
That's the reason why when you ask me, I say I've been doing meditation, but I'm not a Buddhist. What I just accept the principle of rebirth. I'm not a Buddhist. Sorry. I have been practicing meditation, and I have started in Thailand actually. So to me, this concept of rebirth is very difficult to accept. I like Buddha's teaching. That's why I practice what I'm doing now. Is I like Buddha's teaching. When I sit down with two big monks in two temples in Thailand, I say, look, I like meditation. I like to come to your temple. But the very fact I cannot accept rebirth, the very basic of Buddhism is gone. Then why is there karma and all that? So the two monks did tell me, okay, Tan, Buddha is only a teacher. Buddha is not God. If he teaches you something you like, keep it. If you cannot accept rebirth, don't throw away. Keep it aside. Hopefully one day you will find it. So I'm still trying to find it. I'm here not because I fear I will be a dog. If I'm a dog, let it be. But to think that if you are doing bad, you become a dog or an animal, how in the hell in the next cycle can that poor guy ever come out? How can a dog be turned into a human being again? I don't see how. So, if you ask me why am I here? I'm here because I like Buddha's teaching. But I cannot accept the rebirth thing up to now, up to today. Maybe I'll be enlightened and awakened one of these days, and I will accept it gladly. And this is what the two monks advised me, and they are big monks in Thailand. So I thought that is a very sensible advice. So I'm still searching, Sifu. Hope you can help me find the answer.
Actually, thank you for your frankness. Actually, what Buddha have said is that he always say, you do not have to straight away believe what I say, just because I'm Buddha, or looking at my the appearance with a lot of you look at my appearance as a Buddha. You no need to that. You have to examine what I say. You study, as what Khenchen Rinpoche say. You analyze it. You practice it. After that, you see, you prove it whether what I say is true or not. You think it's true, then you continue with the practice. Then he give the example is, you should be like a goldsmith, right? I think a lot of you know that. He said, Buddha say, you should be like a goldsmith. When you have the all black in color, embedded inside there gold, you have to examine it, find a way, alchemy, as what they say. Rinpoche say, you melt it or melt it to extract the gold before you say that, yes, in these particular minerals, the gold is inside. You don't have to look at the black thing and say that this is contain gold. You have to examine it. So when we talk about the law of karma, I give you one real story. I like this story very much. It's with one monk who is 91 years old in China, the Five Peak Mountain. The Five Peak Mountain is actually the holy place of Manjusri. So when he was young, maybe about 20 years old, he traveled to Tibet to learn Vajrayana Buddhism, very young. Then he traveled with his old master, Rinpoche, a very enlightened master. At that time, there is no car and all this. They travel on donkey or horse. They were moving. Then a few of them were moving. Then the Rinpoche will say that in front, at this place, the robbers are there robbing people. Then he listened to that, he understand. Then when they reach there, nobody is there. Then he asked Rinpoche. Rinpoche said that the robbers all gone home already. All right? Then they travel further. As they travel further, the Rinpoche said, the robber came back in the same place. They are robbing people. Then this Chinese monk, the old monk, presently in Five Peak Mountains, then he asked his old Rinpoche at that time when he was 21 years old, he said, Rinpoche, why is that the robber never rob us? Then the Rinpoche said, because we do not have the karma. We do not have the karma for the robber to rob us. In other words, a lot of things in this world, you say fair, unfair, and all these things, is related to karma. Sometimes there are people who say that, why he had that, why I don't have that, As what Rinpoche said, we have to be responsible for our action in the past. If nobody punish you, it's your own doing, The karma cannot disappear. That's why Buddha have method like Vajrasattva practice, purify your karma. Or in the Mahamudra practice, ultimately when you understand that all this, you talk about all this guilt or all this wrongdoing is actually manifestation from the emptiness. If you understand that, where is there for anything to purify? That is the best way of confession, the best way of purification. But beside that, there is this Vajrasattva practice also. You know, so if you understand it, it's very fair. We are responsible for our own karma. So that's why there is this practice to say that if you believe in law of karma, then you understand already. You try to select what is good for you, what is no good for you. That means those things you do will lead to happiness. You try to do more. Those things will lead to you, whereby you will suffer. Don't try to do it. Then it come back to the 10 virtue and the non-virtue. Very basic things. Even the Christian, they have this 10 commandment is talking about this. You know, but a lot of people overlook it, especially nowadays. They don't believe in it. Oh, time's up. 6 o'clock. Huh? So maybe you have any question. I think it will be very interesting. We put the question right down and ask Rinpoche to answer. I find that in Penang, he give very good answer. Some of those you cannot find in the book, you know. So just whatever, like Mr. Tan, those question, you know, put it up there, then we can have a sharing, you know, through the teachings of Rinpoche. Okay? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. First, please take a deep breath and exhale. And breathe in all the love and compassion, bodhicitta of the Buddha into us fully. And then exhale all our negativities. Once more, please inhale all the excellent qualities of the Buddha. And exhale. Just relax the body and mind. Appreciate. As reminding, we'll say this short refuge prayer at page 7 in your prayer booklet. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached by the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds. May I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Next. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that is free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and causes of suffering. May they never be separated from happiness that's free from suffering. May they never rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Ganda Jojo Donga Judena, the Jolomar Girwa, Kansoda, the Nabation Charan, Semban Dubratum Jen, Tasso Simjatan, Chosun, Lam Trubas watching your love, Truba is watching your love. Now today we got another day to reflect to the precious teachings of the Buddha. So we always should rejoice that I had this precious human life, and because of this I got this opportunity to reflect the teachings of the Buddha. You see, Buddha's teaching is to free from all the doctrines. No, to delete all our doctrinate mind. So this is very important. All the rest in the samsara things, they doctrinate you. This is good, this is this, this is that, labeling all different things. And then we are just so involved on these things. And Buddha's teachings, the Buddha taught us how to release all this, our dualistic perception, thoughts, which brings the suffering. So to free from the sufferings, we have to delete all this ignorance. So ignorant insights brings up all these delusory thoughts, which call kleshas, the afflictive emotions, that doctrinates us. So if we release, let go of our ignorance, then we can abide in our natural nature as it is. So just reflect on this. That's why Buddha's teaching is so precious. As I mentioned, mind is very complex. It's very sophisticated, both in the nirvana and the samsara. In the samsara, all these mental dualistic thoughts, and we're trapped in this. And there's so much thoughts coming, endless one after another. So that kind of dualistic thought, the error or the confusions, can only solve by the wisdom, knowing as it is, how they manifest, how they abide, how is their role, how is their nature itself. So that's why we're in the samsara contrived. So Buddha's teaching is a method how to release all this contrived nature of the mind. We fabricate. So because we fabricate, it never happens. Like say, I hold myself like a concrete. Try to make as possible concrete, but never we can see where is myself. So see, since we only fabricate, but it's not exist,
Therefore, we fail to see it is nature. So Buddha taught us how to abide ourselves as it is. Sometimes the primordial nature. Primordial means as it is. It's not something Buddha created, but Buddha saw, realized directly, as yesterday we were discussing this. So because of this, we appreciate, rejoice. We still have Dharma teachings. Sometimes we say it's Kali Yuga, it's aging, the dark, these days are darkness. But still we have Buddha's teaching, fresh. We are so fortunate. So Kali Yuga, or the dark age, is for individuals. Individuals who don't have this kind of opportunity, involved all in the negativities, then we can say it's dark age for those individuals. But for us, when we have these Dharma teachings, study, practice, we are so fortunate. So rejoice ourselves, be happy ourselves. We should do what we can, try our best. Sometimes, since we are limited, out of our control, so we accept. We accept, not out of weakness, but out of courage, strength, based on wisdom, compassion. This is our way how we progress on the path. So this is bodhicitta is about. Bodhicitta is practiced by the brave people who has a courage to reveal our true nature. No fear to reveal that. To help sentient beings, no fear to that. You try your best in your own world, where you are. Exercise where you are. Whatever is designed in your life, just follow that. Exercise our mind in that world. And then that's how we learn the skill. And then we can apply that anywhere we are, for this life, for next life, for oneself, for others. So you see, Buddha is the person, we should say, who showed us how to free yourself. Truly, say, giving us opportunity just to know yourself, who you are. How to be independent from the delusions. Then, with that, when you are independent from all the mental delusions, from there, then we can help many sentient beings. See? So these things, say, I have this opportunity. Otherwise, as yesterday we went through, we are enslaved by our delusions, by our own mental delusions, the negative thoughts, afflictions. So there's no one to blame outside of us except to oneself. So Buddha taught how to free from that. So what a great, you see. You should feel really grateful. So I have created such a positive karma to follow the steps of the Buddha. As I mentioned, Buddha's teaching is nothing to do with the cultures, traditions, this tradition, that tradition, this culture, that culture, you know. Cultures are just born in that environment where individuals are. But the Buddha's teaching is opening the door to all, to see the whole universe, the universe of our mind. The universe of our mind is limitless, profound. So look at this. Rejoice. So this is important. Practice Dharma joyfully, feeling of happiness. I'm grateful. I have Buddha and Dharma in my life. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. I have the example to free from suffering. I have the technique, the method. So this is, I think, special nowadays. It's very important. Rejoice ourselves. Then when we develop, as I mentioned, bodhicitta, practicing bodhicitta means practicing the wisdom and compassion. When we have wisdom, then we see the causality of the whole universe, how everything functions in the dimension of the causality. Whatever kind of cause we create, there is an effect, there is a result. So all these things, as yesterday mentioned, reflection of our karma, reflection of our mind. And sometimes we don't know how to accept that or how to see that. And then we just oppose to our own mental reflection and the karmic reflection. See, so that's why we become our own enemy. In the case of this, like experiencing the suffering. So release these things. It's important to learn that Buddhism is something like sometimes we believe as a religion, like Buddha created, But Buddhism, as a Buddha's teaching, that is the teaching of the reality nature. Reality nature of the samsara, reality nature of the nirvana. See, samsara is not a Buddhist concept. It's not a Buddhism. Nirvana is not a Buddhism. It's reality nature. So we kind of reveal this, see this reality nature. Then we can have such a strong devotion to Buddha. See, sometimes we use words like miracles. Some magics, there's a lot of stories, magical things, something like not dependent on the cause, not dependent on the conditions. But as a matter of fact, these, let's say, magics, those all miracles, all are dependent on the cause. There's nothing can manifest without cause and conditions. Like say, accident, car accident, something like without cause. But then police come. What happened? They examine all the age in heaven, who's the wrong, who's the right, So all this you see. In reality, everything depends on the causes and conditions. So we just see that nothing can manifest without cause, without conditions. Something to happen, many causes and conditions. So that's you see, look at this whole universe. It functions within the framework of causes and conditions. All manifestations, all that happening on the base and causes and conditions that we have created. So look at this, and we meditate. And then we relax our mind. It's always important to relax our mind, make our mind more flexible. So many things will happen. We never know, but we just prepare, prepare to how to deal, how to relate to these on the basis of wisdom, our awareness, mindfulness. This is the key point. So here is a bodhicitta, how the mind is powerful, you see. Healing, as I mentioned yesterday, is the healing of the mind. Bodhicitta, we need a lot of healing. Our minds are so wounded through the delusions. We are so exhausted within the samsara. See? So this exhaustion, the wounded mind, can only heal by the bodhicitta. It's not something we have to do all the time to others, but it's first, it helps us to heal our mind. We have to talk about the others because we are interconnected, interrelated. But it's how to heal our mind. We are sometimes frustrated. So how to release that frustration? So see this. Look at the point of bodhicitta. Otherwise, say, we have not prepared. Say, you have to help other. You say, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of listening to this all the time, helping other, but I myself cannot help, I'm tired. My mind is wounded. My mind is exhausted. How I can do? No. So it's very important we understand how to heal our mind. When we heal our mind, then there's a space to help others. Naturally. See. Just in your own place, the people there around. Physically, we may not have ability to help, but in the mind, just say, may they free from suffering. May they have peace, happiness. Just bring that thought in your mind. It relaxes your mind. That's how it heals our mind. So it is the saying, That's how Milarepa, you see, he prepared in the mountain. If somebody comes to see him and try to waste his time, then he said, I have no time, please go to your own place. Please leave me alone. No? See. He doesn't mean that he doesn't want to help that person, but at that moment there's no opportunity, you see, so that he can meditate his own mind. He can practice his own mind. See, there's so many. When there are more people coming, distracting his meditation, he just run away to another place, so that nobody knows where he is. Then he can meditate there, practice this profound teaching. So then when like Kampupa comes to see him, then he spends his all time there. He knows that he can help. Gives him all that he knows. So, study this, practice this. So know how he worked hard, all these things. So you see, it's first when we practice bodhicitta means to heal ourselves. We heal our mind not as a selfish, but to open as our universal mind, mind which pervades entire universe. It pervades in the samsara, it pervades in the nirvana. The delusory, when the mind is deluded, then mind is pervaded in the samsara. When the mind is, that very nature of the delusion itself is nirvana. See, when we recognize. So that's the power of the mind. Samsaric mind is the dualistic mind. Nirvana is the result of the resolving this delusion. Seeing as it is. That we are trying to study, practice. See. As yesterday mentioned, that practice is as important as the study. We study, we should know what it's about, Sometimes there's, you don't need to study so much, go for retreat. What to do if you don't know anything? How you can go to retreat? When you want to go retreat, you have to know what you are doing. At least, maybe not so many texts you have studied, but at least what you are practicing, you have to know it. Once you know it, then have to practice. So this is a very important point. More you know it, you can help more. For example, see, Rechungpa was such a great teacher or disciple of Milarepa. Senior to the Kampupa. But since Kampupa studied so well in all the levels, Buddhist philosophy, all this, and after meeting Milarepa,
he got the concrete teaching. So Kampopa helped so much, so many people, because he can explain. No, he can explain those who need it. No, from his both point of view, from his scholarship and from his realization. No? So need like this. Look at the jewel ornament of liberation. How many quotations are there? Those all quotations he studied. From all the Buddha Sutra, look at those. How rich the text is. No. That's the jewel ornament of liberation became such a powerful text book in the Buddhist world. Great scholars, practitioners, everybody can admire that book. So study and practice together is crucial, important. So we see like this, that's why like this kind of books, that it is important to study, to know. So once you know more, you have better idea to discuss with others, you see. This makes much sense. And then practicing, opening the door. Practicing is the key, you know. When you have key, you open the door. Then you see, inside. Okay, so we are doing this. Today, where we are now, which number? Number 20, 30. But those who filled with bliss, yes. All beings destitute of joy, see. There is this great mind, and those who need great peace, happiness, that mind provides. Because see, if we don't have within us, how we can provide to others? Because we practice that mind, bodhicitta, then have this ability, those who feel with bliss. So as mentioned yesterday, first we have to keep the mind peace, so tranquility, serenity. Bring the mind in the peace on the base of compassion and wisdom. Relax the mind. So when your mind is so peaceful, how you feel joy. You feel just so blissful. Your body, your mind feel so joyful. There's a source to smile to others. Sincere, you see. Not to get something, expectation, but simply it's flavor, it just manifests. That's how you give others the joy, happiness. Those who are suffering in the world, who are destitute of the joy, the wealth of the joy, you can help. So what I can do for you, what you need, even very temporary way, and more wisdom, skill. So people, for example, suicidal, just example, in worst case. Then if there's a chance, this is not a solution for your suffering.
what do you think about this? Maybe think about this way. Try this way. And that person says, oh. That's right. No? So you see, giving some alternative. Because when the mind is completely within the delusion, no space. So Buddha's teaching gives you alternative space. So there was one, the story I described in the book that the complete guide to the Buddhist path. There's one long story. So they're 100 years old, the man who became monk, because he was totally exhausted and despair in his family. So he left house out of good to become monk. Then when he became monk, because being 100 years old, his physical is so incapable of doing anything, and a lot of young monks now looking down on him, teasing him, pushing him, kicking him, and then he was again so kind of suffering, and a lot of predicaments he's facing, So he said, now while I'm staying in my house, and all the family members looking down on me, now when I become monk, again, these young monks, they're looking down on me. Now, what should I do? Now, the only solution is just suicide. He was suicidal. He went off monastery and tried to jump from the cliff. And his teacher, Mongoliana, saw this and just rushed and went to see him. So, what are you doing here? So he was a little embarrassed, because, so then he explained his problems, So Mongoliana thought, this needs some lessons. He's so much attached to his own happiness. So he took him different places where the Lord of different sufferings, one after another. Then at the end, he saw the giant crocodile skeleton. It died many years ago. All the flesh washed by the water, and then the bones are so huge. And he asked Mongoliana, "What is this?" And then Mongoliana said, "This is one of your previous life." And there was his astonished, What happened? Why? He said, you have long rebirth, life after life. And one time you are born in this body. He's explained in detail. So your suicide is not the solution of your suffering. So you have to understand this. You have to be free from this samsara if you want to have real peace and happiness. So then he begged, "Please give me this instruction to me, So then Mongolian, he was totally then renounced. He forgot to suicide himself. Instead, what should I do? How to free from the entire suffering? So Mongolian gave the instruction how to practice the meditation. And out of that great renunciation, so renounce the nature of samsara. And his full attention was in the meditation. And of course, because of many other causes as well.
not just only that. So he found that and got the instruction, and he meditated so sincerely, and he achieved Arhat. See? So then he was so grateful. So even 100 years old has this kind of opportunity. And we have, chance, opportunity. So this is why Buddha's teaching, as I mentioned, how it opens our heart, see the reality nature. Now, sometimes we are so caught up with small thing, and then no chance to see. So that's bodhicitta, see, how much it gives you benefit to ourselves, how much it can help to other sentient beings. So that's, this all beings destitute of joy, who cut all pain and suffering away. See, this way, wisdom, compassion helps us to cut all the cause of pain and suffering. What is marvelous? But there can be any more than this. So what we need, see, from those weighed down with misery, so all different conditions that we face, that bodhicitta is the source of all hope, source of joy, happiness. And this teaching that initially first, the transmission I received from Kunu Rinpoche in the 72, somewhere there. He was famous of being a Bodhisattva, practicing bodhicitta. He himself has nothing, even no place to live. He rented a room in Bodh Gaya. So one time, maybe like in 75, 6 somewhere, maybe, I think maybe he was in Nepal or in India, he made a visit there. So when he gives teachings, there's not so big audience, maybe like 20, 30, 40, small group of people just attending him, receive teachings like that. When I received this transmission, we were only 2. And then one time we received the Chandrakirti's text, the Madhyamika Avatara. I think we were about 9 or 10 people, not so many, So like that, So one time a group of Westerners came to see him. And because he lives such a simple life, no anything, So they came. And people told them he's a great teacher, So this Westerner, so they sat down and so I told him, please let us know if you need anything, And what he said was, I have bodhicitta, so I have everything, No, he feels very rich, what I need, anything, the wealth of the Buddha. The Buddha mind is within me. He's always joyful, fearless. But he won't smile so much, When you see him, you have to be careful, He's strict, You receive teachings and you leave, And he will also say, after receive teaching, don't go, leave me alone. So like that, you see. When people ask if you need any help, says, I don't need any, I'm very rich, So that's real, who has bodhicitta, Even we who have a glimpse, sometimes see a little bit, you feel such a great joy, happy, see. Likewise, Milarepa, So some people came to Milarepa, lives in such a destitute place, nothing. And they said, oh, you haven't seen how to do things well, There's some, is the leader of the country. And there are some very successful business. There are some very rich merchant out there. You could be doing these things. Because I'm the leader of all sentient beings. I'm the universal king, And thus that says, what kind of universal king? You need all these things. What do you have, I have practice of generosity. I have practice of morality, all this. These are for the universal king need these things, You read his life stories there, don't see, those things there. Anyhow, like this. So now, let us read this from this text, since you have this page, the 30. This the 30, verse 30, and clear away confusion. That's right? Yes, clear away confusion. Where is there a comparable virtue? Where is there even such a friend? Where is there merit similar to this? So it's explaining about the value of the bodhicitta. Said, who drive away the darkness of their ignorance. As mentioned, bodhicitta practice means decreasing our ignorance in the causality, ignorance in the emptiness. So this is the true. So it's a wisdom that allows to see all the causes and conditions. In the world, you see when there's a suffering, you can see directly the cause of the suffering there. Instead of being depressed, it just gives us some kind of alertness, awareness, clear mind. This is the duty of this cause. So that bodhicitta gives the opportunity to see the cause of the suffering. So there's a saying, who drive away the darkness of their ignorance. What virtue could be matched with this, matched with theirs, see? Just above all, not just only this, above all this, also filled with bliss, all beings destitute of joy, who cut all the pain and suffering away from those weighed down with the misery. So is there any great friend than this who can help us? No? One, before friend, sorry. Virtue, good deed. We say, this person has done this person has done this person donated this. There's so many things. But what is there any virtue better than this? No. Virtues are the cause for happiness, and bodhicitta uproots the cause of suffering. So what could be better virtue than this? What virtue could be matched with theirs? What friend could be compared to them? So it's a friend of every sentient being. Anybody's there, ready to help, ready to support. If it is needed. What merit is there similar to this? So bodhicitta brings all this benefit. So look in the life story of those great masters. Because of their bodhicitta, like for example, Lord Jigten Sungwan, when he was giving teaching, thousands of monks came together, receive teaching because his bodhicitta. His emphasis on the bodhicitta is immense and has that great skill, wisdom. See, because his practice of bodhicitta is perfected, great masters who are in the 10th bhumi, 8th bhumi, when they come to see him, ask questions. He has a skill, his ability to fulfill their wishes. He can help them. And there are sometimes people who know nothing, so stupid. When they come to see him, he has something to say to help them. So from the highest educated, realized being to the people who know nothing are gathered around him because the bodhicitta. Look at his life story. It's kind of, sometimes you cannot imagine. Sometimes you say, this is not possible. 180,000 disciples gathered to him. And he gave them all the meditation instructions, how to do, giving all the teachings necessary. Then he asked them, go for retreat. He sent like 55,000 disciples to Mount Kailash, Lapchi mountain. When I went to Lapchi, when we went to Lapchi there, so they told me there's other mountain on the mountain, there's a lot of trees, small cave, Some monks, they went there to did the retreat. Place is not that easy, Like that, you see. So because of bodhicitta, here's such a great skill because we see enlightenment, realization of enlightenment. When the vulture, the big bird, vulture flew in the sky, and he said something. The vulture directly landed on the ground.
and gave instruction of meditation. So this word of mouth went round everywhere, all over Tibet, to China, to India, Nepal. So many people came. So let's go to see the Lama who can give instruction, the meditation to the vulture. It's because of the bodhicitta. So what merit is there similar to this? Let's look at this. There are 31. If whatever repay a kind deed is worthy of some praise, then what need to mention to the Bodhisattva who does good without its being asked of him? Now these are, I think, those individuals who has bodhicitta, what their action, what they do. See, people praise as virtuous donor those who with contempt support, or contempt support. A few with plant and drive ordinary food. What is this? No, sorry. If someone, this one here, if someone who returns a favor is deserving of some praise, why need we speak of bodhisattvas, those who do good even unsolicited? See, if somebody does or repay kindness, in other words, first you do something to others. After some time, they return the kindness. Say, when I needed, you help us, you help me, so I'm very grateful. So I repay these things to you. When that something's happened, repaid, people praise. This is a decent person, very good person. No? He is conscious, what he received, so he is being kind of respectful. What you have done for, so it's worthy of praise. You see, it deserves of some praise. Well, why? So bodhisattvas now do without asking things, even they have not asked. Ready to help anybody who needs help because of the bodhicitta. See, bodhicitta is within. So that bodhicitta is a source of peace, source of wisdom, source of wealth. See, so why need we speak of bodhisattvas, those who do good even unsolicited, haven't asked for, So that's the nature of the bodhicitta. So the individuals, bodhisattva, who has that bodhicitta, so they do these things. I think the jewel ornament of liberation, there's one, I don't know, in English translation, there's one. You help others. Instead of repaying good, they still hate you. Still, you repay again good. Again, you do things back with compassion. Means at the right moment, no time and no opportunity to do good things to that person because no space. But you just think of compassion. This person is so stupid. Now suffering is bound to come. What I can help? No. Just your mind dominate the compassion. So all the great teachers like Buddha, even somebody hurt Buddha and pay back kindness. No. Not harmful thought. So this is because of bodhicitta. Since that here. Then 32, the world honors as virtuous a man who's sometimes gives a little plain food, disrespectfully a few beans, that satisfies them for only a half day. He said, the people praise as virtuous donors those who with contempt support, a few with plain and ordinary food, a moment gift that feeds for only half a day. This genre in the samsara, no, they are praiseworthy. Even those who said now, a man who sometimes gives a little plain food, not so much for like 100 people, 1,000 people. No, give like one day food. No, just ordinary food. The food is just ordinary. And then she said, those who with contempt support. The mind is like looking down to those people. And then the wealth is just ordinary food. The time is just very short, like a half day. Like say, today I sponsor a lunch, you know. Still people praise this hour today lunch sponsor. Great things he did. There's 1,000 people or 100 people, no, just a lunch, food. Still people praise. So this is just regular in the samsara. Now in the Buddhist or bodhicitta, what need to be said then of one who eternally bestows the peerless bliss of the Sukhatas upon limitless number of beings, thereby fulfilling all their hopes. See, what need to mention? The great Bodhisattvas. See, the joy they give is enlightenment, Buddhahood. The number of sentient beings, countless. This now here. So what needs is there to speak of those who long bestow on countless multitude, all the sentient beings. You know, the number of sentient beings, not 100,000, but countless sentient beings. And things what they give is the peerless joy of blissful Buddhahood, not just a half-day lunch, but they give the Buddha's wisdom, the ultimate happiness, joy, you know, the ultimate fulfillment of their hope. So that's the Bodhisattva who does in the world. You know,
tirelessly go around giving wisdom of Buddha. So try this meditation. Did you understand this? Take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Step by step, so let follow. Establishing those individuals to the Buddhahood. So there's the Bodhisattva who has the bodhicitta. Like when you see the Buddha's life story, you know the story of Bodhisattva born as a monkey, The monkey was in the forest, the Bodhisattva monkey, living with all the monkeys. And one day a hunter went to hunt, and he couldn't find any to hunt. So he was desperate, nothing. Then instead he fall down way in the pits, well down under the ground in the pits. So now he's no way to get up. He's going to die. So then the Bodhisattva monkey saw this man. So now, how I can help this? So first monkey tried. First he went down and leaped and jumped from that to the top. Successful. Then then he tried again. Like the size of the man, he lifted a rock on his shoulder, jumped, and then successful. So then he thought, I can help this man. So then he took the man on his back and jumped from the down to the top. Then he is successful. So because of this, monkey was very tired. Now he said to the man, I'm so tired. I need a rest. So I will sleep here. I will get a nap here. So you should help me. You should eye on me. If any predator comes. So then the monkey got a short nap. During this time, the man was thinking, even though this monkey is very kind, he saved my life. But today I am not successful in any to hunt. Now I will kill this monkey and take with me, See, such kind of person there, So he lifted a big piece of rock, throw on the head of the monkey. But that because his mind was not stabilized, he was feared and all this, because he's doing some wrong thing, So because that the rock was not fully hit on the monkey's head, little bit damage on the head, The monkey just walked up. Who's around here, And the monkey saw this man. And the monkey said, oh, this is such a stupid person. No, for my kind support, he's doing these things. No. This lifetime, I helped him I protect his life. No? Now in the future, so because of my practices, I will attain Buddhahood, enlightenment. That time, may I help him to get rid of his stupidities, delusions, so that he can get wisdom how to do things good for others. Like this, So all the accounts, the stories there. So Bodhisattvas, so when you see people who are doing mistake, their compassion rise more stronger. How I can help to release their ignorance, delusions, so that they can breathe some peace, happiness. So this is what, And what? Buddha has said that whoever bears an evil thought against a benefactor, such as that Bodhisattva, will remain in hell for as many aeons as there were evil thoughts. And here's all those who harbored evil in their minds against such lords of generosity, the Buddha's heir, Bodhisattva, will stay in hell. The Buddha, mighty sage, has said, for ages equal to the moment of their malice. So because a Bodhisattva has such that kind of bodhicitta to help all the sentient beings, a source of peace, source of wisdom, source of joy, wisdom. So being a such great object, if individual we have a negative thought to hurt that Bodhisattva, to destroy their life, that kind of anger, resentment is rise in our heart, and we create such a negative karma. So this is causality talking about. Because that negative thought, the malice, the negative thought is not just to that individual, it's for all the sentient beings, because that bodhicitta mind connected to this every sentient beings. It's like hurting every sentient beings. That's because of this, not just that individual person. The Bodhisattvas, they live their life for the well-being of the sentient beings. They eat food for the sentient beings. They walk for the sentient beings. So because of this, not only this, we always need to be careful what we say, what we think. Sometimes we make fun of others. You are like this, you are like that, I mentioned this story, at the time of Buddha, a monk used to stay, a monk is spending his life in the cemetery. So one day, father of the family died. So the mother and the daughter took the body to the cemetery. And mother took care of this body. And the monk was next to the cemetery, because his life in the cemetery, when the hot weather, sunshine, windy, whatever, there's no shelter, just in the cemetery, So he's just sitting like this, the post sitting, So dark face. So the daughter just, she saw like a crow, So she said, this monk is like a crow. Dark, dark, and just staying like this, There was not any negative thoughts, just express her how she perceived, or what she just saw like that, The news immediately reached to Buddha, and Buddha said, oh, now she created karma to be reborn as a crow for 500 lifetimes. And the mother was very shocked. How could be? She was not angry, she was not upset, simply she said, no. And she immediately went to Buddha and explained, my daughter said this, just what she saw, not out of anger, hatred, anything. Buddha said, yes, that's right. If she being upset or angry, hate that monk, she may be reborn in the hell realm. But just because he just said this, it's kind of like a nice thing to say, like a crow, So it created to be born in the 500 lifetimes, So like this, see. We have to always watch what we are thinking, what we are saying. Oh, this is a very important as a causality, how much karma we create. So we purify. As soon as we think something. Now, of course, out of respect, if you feel if that teacher should be doing this for better, your concern, say, explaining, say, you are making this kind of mistake, or you should not be doing this way, maybe doing better, doing better for this, that, some suggestions, kind words. I think that's a little different. But out of hatred, out of resentment, then if we express these different words to the Bodhisattvas, then that we make that kind of karma. So karma, as you mentioned, is not a Buddhist belief. Nowadays, I think most majority in the world, people believe karma. So don't talk so much. In the 60s, 70s, this Buddhists believe karma, Buddhists believe reincarnation. That's just something like a belief system. It's like Buddhist culture, something like that, But nowadays, rebirth is also becoming popular. Now, a lot of going around, there are a lot of people in the West, so they're near-death experience. Have you heard of this? Near-death experience. So that means rebirth is possible. It's becoming more common. And karma also, now they are saying so much things like, which goes wrong comes round. As you sow, so shall you reap. So these things becoming more and more common. See, so karma is not a Buddhist belief. Rebirth is not just a Buddhist belief. It's reality. There are so many things happening. Why? These things cannot happen without cause. Everything happens out of cause, conditions. Many causes, many conditions. So we should see this. This is called wisdom, seeing as it is. It's very important to have this kind of understanding. Then we know how to take care of ourselves. See, it's very, very important. When we aware the karma,
understanding the karma, then we know how to take care of ourselves. See? We don't harm others because of our good. Harming others means harming to yourself. It's just happening, in the world now. All those wars, all those things you see. It's reality. So that's how Buddha's teaching is so precious, so important for us. So Buddha taught this for the Bodhisattvas to help all sentient beings. So these Bodhisattvas have this ability now. Then next, I read 34, now 35. But if a virtuous attitude should arise in that regard, its fruit will multiply for more than that. When Bodhisattvas greatly suffer, they generate no negativity. Instead, their virtues naturally increase. See, this is easy to understand. But joyous and devoted thoughts will yield abundant fruit in greater strength. See? So on the other hand, you have respect, rejoice to Bodhisattva. So what a great life, helping sentient beings, benefiting sentient beings, bringing the peace in the world, just for, not just for themselves, solely for others. When you have that thought, then there's great merit. Because in the first place, you have a joy in your heart. You have pure thought to the Bodhisattva. That pure thought to the Bodhisattva is your own joy, peace, happiness. Not only to Bodhisattvas, even somebody doing something good, we just say, wow, what a wonderful he or she is doing. When you have that thought, there's peace in your heart, joy in our heart. See, that's what's called virtue. Virtue means source of peace, joy. Then, even in great trouble, Bodhisattvas never being thought wrong. Their virtues naturally increase. Says, sometimes Bodhisattvas also go through hardship, very difficult. So like say, no food, no clothes, no wealth in the hand, everything goes wrong. At this time, the Bodhisattvas get such a great chance. Instead of making mistake, they utilize these difficult situations to increase bodhicitta. Lack of food, lack of clothes is my karma, even Bodhisattva. I bear this. May appreciation beings who are going through this, their suffering that they have, may purify by my own suffering. May everybody get enough food, good clothes. May they get good wealth. Just practice this and rejoice this and increase your bodhicitta. Then through this practice,
May I become a food to those who don't have food. May I become a cloth to those who don't have cloth. May I become a wealth to those who don't have wealth. So meditate this. And eventually they all may attain Buddhahood. So this way they get such a great chance to practice the bodhicitta, to increase bodhicitta. See? So for the Bodhisattvas, whether it's good condition or difficult condition, or when they encounter difficulties, it's great chance for them to develop greater bodhicitta to help the sentient beings. That's what is saying here. So this last those parts are talking about the Bodhisattva. When they, how they help other sentient beings. When they encounter difficulties, they help the sentient beings. Now we'll finish the last one, and we'll make a break. 36. I bow down to the body of him, meaning Bodhisattva, in whom the secret precious mind is born, so who has the bodhicitta. I seek refuge in that source of joy, who brings to happiness even those who harm him. Now here that in this book that to them in whom this precious jewel of mine, so who has this bodhicitta, the precious mind, is born, to them I bow. I go for refuge to those springs of happiness, who bring their very enemies to perfect bliss. See? So what wonderful practice, you see this. You know, here says, you know, who has this bodhicitta becomes that person a source of joy, a source of wisdom. To that I bow down, you see. Reason is that, you see, it's not that I like it, I don't like it. It's not a matter of you like or don't like. It's a matter of why I have to bow down, with basic reason. It's the bodhicitta is born, to them I bow, I respect. I go for refuge, see, to those springs of happiness. See. I don't take refuge to the delusion who brings the suffering, but I go for refuge which brings about all the peace, wisdom in the world and for the individuals. See. So we just look at this, then study many other books and practice. As I mentioned a few times, we practice joyfully because we're taking refuge to the source of the happiness, wisdom. That's what we have to make the effort. See. Look at our weakness of the mind. What kind of my mind is weak? Which brings the suffering in my mind, which causes the suffering. Look at that, and we don't take refuge to that.
and purify. It's our daily practice. Not just only sitting time, anytime, anywhere. That which brings the suffering in my mind, that I purify by this bodhicitta. That's our Dharma practice now. See, whether we chant, whether we walk, whether we sit silence, whatever meditation you do in our daily life. The mission is 24 hours. Practice, reminding. Milarepa said, I practice Dharma while I'm walking. I practice Dharma while I'm eating. I wish every sentient being has this. So, like that, So now this, yesterday, today, just briefly, according to my ability, which is very limited, small amount, I cannot express all that qualities of bodhicitta that exist there. So how much is there? We rejoice, feel happy. We are really fortunate, truly, that having met the Dharma, got chance to take refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha. See, this, I'm not indoctrinating you, We are just a mission. We are studying how to delete where we are doctrine. Say this is this is that, But try to understand the reality, nature, as it is. It's called mode of abiding. As the Lord Jiddu says, it's a mode of abiding. Nagarjuna's what he's saying is the interdependent. It's in Sanskrit, Patitya Samudabhava, interdependent nature. So everything's interconnected, interdependent. As some other days I mentioned, this table, what do you say? What would you say? It's a big table or small table? Small to compare to what? You see, it's compare. It's related. Say, if there's a smaller table to this becomes big. Now, if there's compared to this one, it's small. So this table being big or small is empty. It's neither big nor small. See? So if this guy is interdependent, just relativity nature. Everything's relative, good or bad. When you say, this is good, and there is some little better, the good is bad. When you say, this is bad, and if there's worse, the bad is good. It's relative. So that's why it says emptiness is coming from that point. The big is not real big. If it is real, it cannot change. It's real. Then it's real. It cannot become small. It cannot become big because it's always that way. It cannot change. So who can change? Everything is changeable. Changing by nature. And it functions through the many causes and conditions. Nothing stands as real. That's a mode of abiding. That's interdependent. Oh. So there, because of that, is emptiness is there. Oh. So look at our mind, all those manifestations out of emptiness. They come from emptiness, dissolve into emptiness. But we don't aware, we don't know it. So when something happens, we are so fixated. We are grasping on it. Well, it's disappearing, So if you let go, whatever happens, let go, and then there's no trace left. It's emptiness. As yesterday mentioned, what is happening is our habit. So we change the habit. Just change the habit. We change the grasping. Let grasping dissolve into emptiness. We allow that way. Liberate it, we let it liberate by itself. We have to know how to liberate. We have to accept how it's liberating that itself into emptiness. Just meditate, relax there. Okay, so this morning session. So please take a first deep breath. Exhale. Just refresh, reflect this morning what we went through. Rejoice. Rejoice what we had the time, opportunity. And then we dedicate our life finally to attain Buddhahood. And we dedicate to practice the bodhicitta for the well-being of the sentient beings. Okay, thank you. Make a short break. Okay. Om Bandra Zato Samaya, Mono Palaya, Bandra Zato Denova, Dedo Membawa, Soto Kaya Membawa, Sobo Kaya Anurato Membawa, Sarva Sede Meprayata, Sarva Karma Sudane, Sedan Shriya Kuru Hum Ha. Sarva Tata Gata Bandra Mame Munda Banzim Bawa Ma Samaya Sadu. Where you want to close this?
This is
Bright. That is good. Too bright? I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. The light is better, more fresh, you see. So we finished the first chapter this morning, first part of the morning, and so that as you aware, it is very condensed, very condensed, and just to inspire what means bodhicitta, what bodhicitta can do for us and for others. Why we are practicing bodhicitta, basically. If you ask those questions, why we should practice bodhicitta, why it is so important. So briefly touched Shantideva on this, so that
practitioners truly can inspire what Bodhisattva is about. Sometimes we pay attention so much on the emptiness, and while we are just having a Bodhisattva is important, but have not understood really good enough Bodhicitta, especially related Bodhicitta. That's how important it is. No? For us, I think related Bodhicitta is more important than the ultimate Bodhicitta. Emptiness, since we are not so habituated, it's just intellectual. But in our daily life, how to handle things, it's emptiness, since it's just for us, it's intellectual, not so practical. So to have the practical approach related to Bodhicitta is so helpful, so useful. We face a lot of difficulties, obstacles here and there. At those times, then utilize the related Bodhicitta. Like suffering comes, as mentioned here, how to transform the suffering, how to take advantage of the suffering. Obstacles as well, like those things. So it's good to study about this Bodhicitta. There's also Khenchen Rinpoche wrote, it's called Praise to Bodhicitta. This last year in November, I taught that in Taiwan. So if you read that, there are 356 verses in that book. Only 3 or 4 about Bodhisattva. The rest all about the Bodhicitta. He's just with many different analogies, so beautifully expressed. From this Bodhisattvacharyavatara, from Alankara Sutra, from the Mahayana Sutra by Maitreya, and as well also from Nagarjuna's writings, Chandrakirti's writing, because he was so well versed all those texts. So he got a lot of quotation from different and put into one. He wrote that one day, one verse each. So I think he started after a few days of the new year. So then from there, from every day he wrote one verse until end of the year. So there are 356 verses there. So look at those, you will get much benefit from this. So now here, next 2 chapters are the method how to cultivate bodhicitta. See, and in the jewel ornament of liberation, as you see, it's very beautifully described how to cultivate bodhicitta through the Nagarjuna Shantideva's school, which is here now we have. And then from Maitreya, Asanga, and the Indonesian great master, Dharmakirti, Adisha received teaching from him. Adisha took 13 months to get to Indonesia from India by boat. So he came through Calcutta, way down in the ocean, the boat. He arrived in Indonesia. That time, around 10th century, a great master, a bodhicitta master, it's called Dharmakirti, Lama Silingpa in Tibetan. So he risked for 13 months just to receive Bodhisattva's teaching.
you know. So Bodhicitta is mentioned, such a precious teaching, you know. Yeah, kind of. It's the Buddha's heart. It's all sentient beings' benefit, you know. So since Atisha received that Bodhisattva's vow from Lama Silimpa, so anytime when he talks about bodhicitta, tears built in his eyes. You know, I have just small amount of bodhicitta that I received from this Lama, from this teacher. You know, like that. You know, look at those great masters. You know. Now here, just when it finished of the beginning mind, disclosure of evil. This means now this first and two chapters, this here, this is second. So second and third chapters are the, as I mentioned, how to cultivate bodhicitta. And to cultivate bodhicitta, there's 7 branches of the practice meditation. Explain. In other words, bodhicitta is such precious, you see, such powerful. To cultivate this mind in our heart, we need a lot of support, a lot of conditions. It doesn't happen without cause or simple way. No. We have to earn such great support. It's called merit. It's called virtue, you know. So all the virtues, merits, we can accumulate, we can create through these 7 branches. Offerings, paying homage, purification, you know, then purification, then rejoicing, requesting Dharma teachings, and requesting to remain the Buddhas. We request the Buddha remain with us. Dedications. And here is a disclosure of evils, negative karma. In the Kambupa's text now, these all 7 are very carefully explained, particularly in the section of the purification of the negative karma. Kambupa says, look at, first he identifies how we create negative karma, for what purpose, you know? How we create through the negative thoughts. As is mentioned, mind is our boss. Whether it's positive, negative. When the mind is a boss, and then our body and speech, the words, its servant, follows it. You know? That's how first we create negative karma. Then, after that, is for what purpose we create negative karma. So it's in the Kambupas, they are mentioned in the jewel ornament of liberation section. So beautifully. So just for your information. Now here, what is said here, say, in order to seize the precious minds, that bodhicitta now, in order to cultivate bodhicitta in our heart, I offer now to the Tathagatas, or the Buddhas, thus gone, to the secret Dharma, Buddha's teaching, the stainless jewel, means Buddha is perfect, the Dharma is, Buddha, Dharma are the perfect. Because of their teachings are perfect, by practicing Dharma, we can achieve the perfect state, the enlightenment. To the secret Dharma,
Oh, say to the stainless, yeah, to the cigarette. Oh, I offer to the Tathagatas, to the cigarette Dharma, the stainless jewel, and to the sons of the Buddha, Bodhisattva, the ocean of excellence. See. Now here, what is said. Confession, here it translates as a confession. To the Buddha, those thus gone. So Tathagata is those thus gone. To the Buddha, those thus gone Buddha. And to the cigarette Dharma, spotless means complete pure, perfect, and supremely rare. See, Buddha, Dharma are so rare. We may think, oh, Buddha is heard by everybody. Maybe heard, but it's very rare to accept. Look at in this world, how many are accepting the Buddha and the Dharma? It's very rare. They hear, doesn't make much sense. No? So it's rare. Buddha, yes, some religious teacher. Dharma, just what he like. Bible, he talks about. But no, inside, how much meaning is there? You don't see, you don't understand. So it's rare. See, the jewels within the amount different wealth, the jewel is rare. So Buddha and Dharma are just so rare. Then, and to the Buddha's offspring means Bodhisattva, ocean of good qualities. So Bodhisattvas, how much great qualities they have. That I might gain this precious attitude, bodhicitta, I make a perfect offering. See, first we establish the object, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Establish that object. And to these, then I make offerings. So, because I can, first I have to cultivate and collect, create such great merit, virtue. Then by having that power, then it's possible I can cultivate bodhicitta. Because if we don't know well about the bodhicitta, as earlier mentioned, it means not so much. What means helping others so much? No. What means purification? No. So my life is good. What I need? No. But then those who are tuned in, go deeper in the meaning, then you see how much is there, how much great benefit is there. So that I want to cultivate. See. So this first is, So first is all about offerings. There's so many ways of making offerings. See. Now the offerings, say, I have to read from here. Number what? 2. From the 2, verse number 2 to 8, is offerings that I make offering to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, which are not belong to me, but bring in my heart and make offering. See. First is whatever flowers and fruit there are, and whatever kinds of medicine, and whatever jewels exist in this world, and whatever clean, refreshing water. And here said, I offer every fruit and flower, whatever kind of healing draught, and all the precious gems the world contains, with all pure waters of refreshment. So this, I don't need so much explanation, only just read, no? Then number 3, likewise gem encrusted mountains, forest groves, quiet and joyful places, heavenly trees, bedecked with flowers, and trees with fruit-laden branches. Every mountain wrought of precious jewel, all sweet and lonely forest groves, the trees of paradise adorned with the blossom, trees with the branches, bowed with the perfect fruit. Bowed means a lot of fruits that brought down the tree, you know, kind of banded the trees. So as you see, these all will bring in our heart, bring in the heart, all this bring in the mind, and then make offering to Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Number 4, fragrances of the celestial realm, incense, wishing trees, and the jewel trees, uncultivated harvest, and all ornaments that are worthy to be offered. The perfumed fragrance of divine and other realms, all incense, wishing trees, and the trees of gem, all crops that grow without the tiller cares. Means the crops doesn't need to fertilize the ground. It just grows by themselves. And every sumptuous object worthy to be offered. So this. And then number 5, lakes and pools adorned with the lotuses, and the beautiful cry of wild geese. Everything unowned, see, nobody owns those, within the limitless sphere of space. See. Lakes and meres adorned with the lotuses, delightful with the sweet voice cries of water birds, and everything unclaimed and free, extending to the margins of the boundless sky. So limitless. All those trees, birds, nobody owns. So bring in our heart, and then make offering to all the Buddhas, Dharma, and the Sangha. And just meditate, so they are so pleased by this offering. Not just only offering, but also seeing our interest in the bodhicitta to cultivate through meditation. So Buddha is not interested so much how they are making offerings, but for our own sake. For us, it costs nothing, but it practices our mind. Make our mind vast. Bring whole universe in your heart. Contains these all offerings. Beautiful trees, the different trees, like in Malaysia is beautiful, Such a different trees, flowers, birds there, So we just cultivate limitless make offering to the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. Then what we have, number 6, creating these things in my mind, you see, my mind, I offer them to the Supreme Beings, the Buddhas, as well as their son, Bodhisattvas, compassionate ones. Think kindly of me and accept these offerings of mine. I hold them all, this is the book, I hold them all before my mind and to the mighty sage, the Buddha, and the mighty sage, the greatest of our kind. See, the Buddha is as yesterday we discussed, the most kind being in the world. Bodhisattvas as well. And to his heirs, Bodhisattva, I make perfect offerings. Means with a pure mind, endless, with pure mind, that makes the offering perfect. Sublime recipients, compassionate lords, these Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. All think of me with love, accept these gifts, offerings of mine. See? So as I mentioned, it's not how you make the offerings that Buddha please, but how my attitude, motivation, that I'm interested so much to cultivate bodhicitta. So Buddha, now seeing that, it makes Buddha happy. So that's why I say, please accept this offering so that I can accumulate great merit, virtue, so that I'm fortunate enough to cultivate bodhicitta. Then here, number 7 said, having no merit, I'm destitute and have no other gifts offering to offer. Protectors, you who think of helping others by your power, accept these for my sake. So, Shantideva has nothing, because he's only eating, sleeping, and go to toilet. That much, nothing, So he say, I'm destitute, Please see, where I am now. But please don't forsake me, Don't throw me in the trash. Please accept me, I'm in my mind, I bring all these offerings. I personally doesn't have anything, but in my mind I have all this. So please accept this, so that I can accumulate some merit, virtue. See? Here, in this book, what said, for destitute of merit, I'm very poor. I have no other wealth, and so protectors, you Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, you whose wise intentions are for others' good. In your great power, receive them for my sake. So he said, you whose wise intentions are for others' goods. You always think for others. So because of this, now I'm now here, who has nothing. So please accept my poor offering with kindly. Then, number 8. Eternally shall I offer all my bodies to the conquerors and their sons, Bodhisattva. Please accept me, your supreme heroes. You supreme heroes. Respectfully shall I be your subject. This is offering the body, Yeah, this is offering the body. For if you will accept me, I will be undaunted by samsara, and will act for being sick. Did I? No. Number 8, sorry, yes. Yeah. Enlightened ones and all your Bodhisattva heirs, I offered you my body throughout all my lives. Supreme courageous ones, accept me totally. For with devotion, I will be your slave, or I'll be your servant. You know. So this is from number 2 to number 7 is offering, that is not belong to me, but bringing in my heart, offer to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. Now the number 8 is offering our body. So these all a method, you see, releasing our attachment. We are cherishing so much ourselves. So I say today, to cultivate my bodhicitta, the mind, I offered myself to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. Now, say, I'll be your servant. I'm your disposal. So just feeling of release your attachment. Say, I belong to Buddha and Bodhisattva. Just meditate this, So when you do this, you feel so relief. So now I become the part of Buddhas and Bodhisattva. Not just I'm alone in the samsara, just suffering. And I'll do things for you, this is saying, basically. So releasing the attachment. So offerings means releasing all our attachment, making our mind as vast as this space, as ocean. Now number 9, I think this is the one. Is this right? Yes. Through being completely under your care, I shall benefit all with no fears of conditioned existence. I shall perfectly transcend my previous evil. Oh, now I think and in the future shall commit no more. So here number 9 was said, for if you will accept me, I will be undaunted. See, now no fear. See, because I offered you myself. Now I have no fear. Without fear, see, by samsara, and will act of being sick, sentient beings benefit. I will leave behind the evils of my past, and ever after return my face from them. So, in the past, whatever mistake I done is done. But now, in the future, I will never return, creating again negative karma. See? So this, that see, number 10 start, see. Number 10 to 13 is the mental offering now, more, see, like offering washings, body, offering clothes, so forth. A bathing chamber, to very sweetly scented bathing chambers with brilliant brilliantly sparkling crystal flower, and exquisite pillars ablaze with gems, having canopies above aglow with pearls. A bathing chamber excellently fragrant, with even floors of crystal, radiant and clear, and graceful pillars shimmering with gems, and hung about with gleaming canopies of pearls. So this is written in the 8th century. Now it's 21st century. We try to make this kind of just bathroom. We try to make like this, isn't it? Try to decorate all whatever we can. Lot of fragrance, jewels, pearls, See, Buddhist says not so bad, isn't it? See, even at that time, had this kind of idea, Now in the 21st century, we try to make these things in the world, Here as well, in our Asian countries, when you go to West, America, Europe, that they make gardens so beautiful, like paradise. There's a swimming pool, all this beautiful sea. Number 11, I beseech the Tathagatas and their son Bodhisattva to come and bathe their bodies from many jeweled vases filled with the waters scented and enticing to the accompaniment of music and song. See. There, the blissful Buddhas and their heirs, Bodhisattva, I will bathe with the many precious vase, brim with the water fragrant and delightful, and all to frequent strain of melody and songs, So when you go to those different high-class hotels, all this, they try to make you as comfortable as they can, make all the customers so happy, delightful, relaxing. So this, you just imagine, make offering to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattva. And number 12, isn't it? Let me dry their bodies with the incomparable clothes, clean and well anointed with the sand. And then may I present these holy beings with a fragrant garment of suitable colors. This is number 12 in the book. With a cloud of unexampled quality, the spotless, perfumed towels, I will dry them and offer splendid scented clothes, well dried and surpassing excellence. This now, there are two different types of clothes. Next will come here, like say Buddha, all the monks, Bodhisattva monks, have their own robe, orange color or red color. These, with such a beautiful color, dyed and scented, make offerings, countless. This. Then next is the Bodhisattvas who are lay people, number 13, is that right? I adorn, is this right? Yeah. Holy beings. I adorn with the manifold ornaments and various rhymes, fine and smooth, and arias, Samanthabhadra, Manchugoka, Avalokiteshvara, and all the others. But then, with the different garments, light and spell, and 100 beautiful adornments, I will grace blind Samanthabhadra, Manchugoka, Manchushri, Lokeshwara, Avalokiteshvara, and their kings, all their members. These are the Bodhisattvas, a lay dress, so jewel ornaments, silken robes. This should make all these offerings, see. And then from 14 to 19 is their, whatever the utilities or what they use. So what is here is said, just like polishing pure refined gold, do I anoint the Buddha's form, that blaze with the light, with the choicest perfumes, whose fragrance permeates 1,000,000,000 worlds, whole world filled with these offerings. And with a sumptuous fragrance which pervades the 1,000,000,000 worlds, I will anoint the bodies of the mighty sage, the Buddha. And a gleaming bright light, burnished gold, refined and cleansed to the Buddha. So there are countless Buddhas and offerings of those kind of countless offerings of the whole universe make offering. And then number 15, and to the highest object of giving, I offered beautiful, well-arranged garlands, as well as enchanting, sweet-smelling flowers, such as lily, jasmine, and lotus blooms. And this is what is said here. I place before the mighty sage, Buddha, perfect object of my worship. The ultimate refuge is the Buddha. Glorious flowers like lotus and mandarava and the utpala. See, here is mentioned in this garland as well as this sweet smelling flowers such as lily, jasmine, lotus. Here said utpala and other fragrant blossoms, rocked and twinned in lovely scented garlands. All this arranged. Then this make offering in the front of the Buddha. Number 16, also I send forth cloud of incense whose sweet aroma steal away the mind, as well as celestial delicacy, including a variety of foods and drinks. I will offer swelling cloud of frankincense, whose imbibed perfume ravishes the mind, and various foods and every kind of drink, all delicacies worth of the gods. It's called scrumptious offerings. Ambrosia, this all I arrange in my mind and offer to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. And then number 17, I offer them jewel lamps arranged on golden lotus buds upon land sprinkled with the scented water. Do I scatter delicate flowers' petals. I will offer precious lamp arranged in rows of lotuses of gold, a carpet of sweet flowers scattering upon the level incense-sprinkled ground. And number 18, to those who have the nature of compassion, Buddha's Bodhisattva, I offer palaces resounding with the melodious hymns, exquisitely illuminated by hanging pearls and gems that adorn the infinite of space. To those whose, that's from the book, to those whose very nature is compassion, the Buddha and Bodhisattva, I will offer vast palaces resounding with the fair praise, praising their excellent qualities, all decked with the precious pearl and beauteous pendant gems, gleaming jewel that deck the amplitude of space, as vast space that fills whole space, and make offering this to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. Then 19, eternally shall I offer to all the Buddhas jeweled umbrellas with golden handles and exquisite ornaments embellishing the rims, standing erect, their shapes beautiful to behold. Fair and precious parasol adorned with golden shapes, all bordered round with the hands of precious jewel, upright jewel proportioned, pleasing to the eye of the Buddha's mind. Again, all this I give to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So this is the daily use for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. So in our life, what we use, that we make offering to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. See? Even though, of course, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, they are not, maybe they need those things, but for our own sake, for our own purification, we bring these into our mind and then make offering to all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and be happy I could do this. And I'm doing this to cultivate bodhicitta. Now from this two. The two verses are the making offering with the aspiration prayer. See, number 20. And in addition, see, may a mass of offerings resounding with a sweet and pleasing music, like clouds that appease the misery of all. Like the cloud that appease the misery of all, each remain for as long as necessary. So I make this offering, sentient beings to free from the suffering. So here it said, may a host of other offerings and a cloud of ravishing, sweet melody that solaces the pain of living beings arise and constantly abide. See, to release the pain of the sentient beings, I make this offering. So please accept this. Then 21, and may a continuous rain of flowers and precious gems descend upon the reliquaries and the status, and upon all the jewels of the Dharma. May rain of flowers and every precious gem fall down in an unceasing stream. So may all these offerings may happen continuously. So upon the jewels of sacred Dharma, images and all supporter of offerings, so sentient beings to free from the suffering. So then this. Now next is the ultimate offerings. See, that is in the same way as Manchu Kosha, as Manjushri, and others, other Bodhisattvas, have made offerings to the conquerors. Similarly, do I bestow gift upon the Tathagatas, the protectors, dear son, and all Bodhisattvas. Yeah. Just as Manchu Kosha, Manjushri, and the like made offering to all the conquerors. So now this is what it makes the ultimate is as Manjushri. Manjushri Bodhisattvas and other great Bodhisattvas, they made offering to Buddha in the ultimate way, free from this subject and object, without any referential, it's called non-objectified offerings. And through that, they have actualized ultimate bodhicitta. So say, may I do same here today. So say, I do likewise to all the Buddhas, our protectors of all sentient beings, and to all the Bodhisattvas' children, the Bodhisattva. So this is the offerings. So this all just offering. Yeah. Then, now next is the offerings of the praising Buddha's qualities, Bodhisattva's qualities. See, that 23. To this vast ocean of good qualities, I offer praise, a sea of airs and harmonies. May clouds of tuneful elegy ascend unceasingly before them. Or this is from the book. I should read from this booklet. Making some little confusing. I glorify the oceans of excellence with the limitless verses of harmonious praise. May these clouds of gentle elegy constantly ascend to their presence. Means I express the excellent qualities of the Buddha's body, speech, mind, which are infinite, with them beautiful melody, because I see their qualities. And we all are interested to have these qualities, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. So I offer this. So for my own interest, I do this so that I can cultivate bodhicitta. See? So this is the offerings of the praise. Now next 24 and 25 making prostration to Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. 24, with the bodies as numerous as all the atoms within the universe, I prostrate to the Buddhas of the three times, the Dharma and the Supreme Community. See? Now from the book. To Buddhas of the past, the present, and all the future times, Buddhas of the past, present, future, the Buddhas of the three times, and to the Dharma which also three times, and assembly, sublime assembly, the great Bodhisattvas of the three times. To these objects which are fully enlightened beings, I offer my frustration, saying, would bodies meaning as the grains of dust. How many dust particles there in the ground? Countless and countless. And I multiply as many as this dust particle. Upon the earth, I will frustrate and bow down with my body, especially with the devotion, with the mind, and with the speech. Then 25, also frustration. Likewise, I frustrate to all the reliquaries, to the basis of an awakening mind. See, to all learned abbots and masters, and to all the noble practitioners. See, until is this right? Yeah, 25, sorry. From the book. To shrines and all supports of bodhicitta, I bow down. See? So, including Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. And then he has said to abbots who transmit the vows. So, giving us the precepts, vow. To every learned master, great masters who have studied, practiced Dharma for many years, and to all the sublime practitioners of the Dharma, I bow down and I prostrate to all this. So when we do prostration, so you visualize all the enlightened beings in front of you and multiply as many as dust particle on this earth, or as many number as the sentient beings in the samsara, and we make prostration to these enlightened beings to purify our negative reaction, negative karma, and also to all sentient beings to free from suffering. So these are the making offerings, offering the body, offering from the mind, and offering of all those needs in our daily life, and making offerings with the aspiration prayers to release all sentient from suffering, and the ultimate offerings, and offering with the praise, and doing prostration. See, now we can do the last one, 26th one, is now refuge. See, refuge is the object to which we purify all our negativities. So 26 is the here. I seek refuge in all the Buddhas until I possess the essence of awakening, enlightenment, until I become Buddha. Likewise, I seek refuge in Dharma and in the assembly of Bodhisattvas. So Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Until the essence of enlightenment is reached, I go for refuge to the Buddhas. Also, I take refuge in the Dharma and in all the host of Bodhisattvas. So now refuge is, this all, of course, each and every one is so important. See, basically, we take refuge in our daily life, you see. When we are hungry, we take refuge in the food. See, no? We are fully take refuge in the food. I'm so hungry now. I don't think anything except that food, you know. When we're thirsty, we take refuge in the drink. See. Then when we're sick, we take refuge in the doctors, medicine. See. Today I'm terribly sick now. I'm really afraid. I don't know what will happen. So you go to doctor and just whatever the doctor says, you totally depend on doctor. No? The doctor says, explains you what is the problem you have, and then subscribe the medicine, and then you, the wholehearted, you take the medicine. No? So we take refuge in the doctor and the medicine when we're sick. No? Now look at this. No? Then sometimes we take refuge in the local deities. We pray. No? The obstacles may free from this. So this way, everyone is taking refuge in something, you know. But these all are temporary, as you see, not ultimate. No? Just come and go. See. Now when we have delusions, ignorance, no, anger, attachment, what we can do about them now? See, by taking medicine, they are not gone. By eating delicious lunch, they don't go away, you know. No? Having good place to stay, they are not gone. And we physically age, getting older, but they are not getting age, you know. See, these negative emotions, they stay as young as they are. Now what we should do, no? And they are all the source of our suffering. You see, we feel miserable, you know, physically, mentally. See, so that's why Buddha is how great is, you know, who taught us how to purify them. See, that's why the idea taking refuge in the Buddha Dharma comes here. Not because I submit, I give my freedom to Buddha Dharma Sangha. No. See, it's very important. Sometimes we have reservation, take refuge. You know, so, no, I wait. I'm a little afraid. Maybe I'm losing my freedom, you know. So Buddha says, don't do this, don't do this. No. I like this, doing these things. So that's why I said the ignorance is such a powerful thing. Doesn't allow us to do right thing. They are so tricky. They are so skillful. They trapped us in a corner. And we really lost our freedom. But we don't realize how much we lost our freedom, you know? And we suffer constantly. So refuge is such a very important practice. So I take refuge in the Buddha means I want to achieve freedom from the delusion, from the suffering, you know? See, that's the idea, you see. That's just how we should think. Now how to become Buddha? Just by taking refuge in Buddha, we are not free yet. No? Our delusions are so thick. Know what to do? So now say take refuge in Dharma. Practice the Dharma. See? All those teachings that we went through yesterday, and other times. So purify yourself. How to do this? Practice the 10 virtues in brief. Sometimes people ask, how should I practice Dharma? So release the 10 non-virtues. Let go of the 10 non-virtues. Embrace the 10 virtues. Be with yourself. Be compassionate to yourself. So I want a compassion. So use yourself, cultivate compassion, loving kindness. Cultivate bodhicitta to yourself. So you get the total benefit. So this is the Dharma we take into the path. Slowly, slowly we study them, we practice them. Then we free from samsara. That's called taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Such a precious, really, And so when one time Buddha was, and the Bodhisattva, I should say, Bodhisattva was born as a king of a country. And each lifetime he's looking for Dharma teaching and practicing. So the one time when he was born as a king, then he asked all his ministers in the world, so if there is such great teacher who can give Dharma teachings, I want to receive teachings. So then he found this in a mountain, nowhere, in a cave. So there was a great sage. So then the king, when he found that, he went there in a very isolated mountain, in a cave. Then he offered such a priceless jewel to that sage practitioner. So I come here to seek wisdom. So can you give me some wisdom to me? So the sage, that master, he saw the jewel, the mala. It's very wonderful, not expensive. So he thought, this is a king, See, if I give the teachings, after finish teaching, he may take back. I say, since he's a king, so I want my offering back, So I have no power, So before that, maybe he should die, Then the offering will stay with me, So the sage, the master said, can you jump from here, from the cliff, jump down there, Then the king said, no, before I receive teachings, then if I jump, I won't get the wisdom of yours. First I want teachings, then I will jump. So then he gave the teachings. The teachings about what? 10 virtue. I was thought that he was working so hard, the king, He came all the way to just in such a isolated place. He must have received some, which we call powerful, high teaching, So he gave the teaching 10 virtue. Don't take life, don't steal, don't engage in sexual misconduct, don't tell lies, so forth, So this is my teaching now, you received. Then the king was so happy and found such a precious teaching. So he started jumping, from the cliff, the king. So I'm fully satisfied, he said, it's worth to jumping from the cliff because I got such a nectar teaching. So like that, you see. These teachings are now all the wisdom.
So what I was thinking to say is that sometimes we say, how to practice Dharma, you know? So look at simple, you see. Sometimes we make very complex ourselves. Somewhere out there, we cannot reach there, you know? First look at the 10 virtues and 10 non-virtues. No, avoid those 10 non-virtues and embrace the 10 virtues, you know, in our heart. That makes our heart pure, clean. That purifies our negative emotions, you see. So what I'm saying is, you see, all mental afflictions are very difficult to get rid of, you see. In some way, it's very easy, no? So they don't have weapons, you know. So these mental afflictions, they don't have weapons like nuclear bombs, you know. So sophisticated, you know, bombs and also rifles, they don't have it. They are so simple. They have no fangs, like monsters, you know. But very quietly, it takes all advantage, you know. Makes us so miserable, you know. So to that, you see, when you have compassion, as is remission, loving kindness, their power is so much decreased. When a bodhicitta, no, relative bodhicitta, absolute bodhicitta, look at them, they have no power. Then especially when you have wisdom of understanding of the emptiness, so where are they? No. Just look at them. They are nowhere. They are not inside the body, not outside the body, nor in the between, you know. They are just illusory nature. Very illusion. No? So we need the courage, wisdom. Yes, we need strength. No, I can do it. No, they have no background. They have no foundation. I see if you develop understanding of the emptiness, wisdom, more you practice emptiness, greater compassion will manifest, you see. Greater loving kindness will come. Courage will come. Fearlessness will manifest, you see. And then they have no place, you see. These negative emotions, no place. See? Just simply, just illusory nature. Merely manifests from emptiness and dissolves into emptiness. When they dissolve into emptiness, they are nowhere. See, that's why it's taking refuge in the Buddha, taking refuge in the Dharma, and the Sangha is so crucial, you see. Then wherever you are, there's great joy. No? Full satisfaction will come from there. So it's a refuge, see. It's very important we don't make mistake taking refuge. No? Then the near says, they say, Hinayana way of taking refuge, Mahayana way of taking refuge, you see. Hinayana taking way of refuge to free from samsara, to achieve arahatship. You take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha for yourself until you die. No. And in the Mahayana way of taking refuge, it says mission, until I become Buddha. No. For the benefit of all sentient beings, I take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Same object, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We all Buddhists, you know. Whatever you can call Hinayana, Mahayana, Vajrayana, whatever you call. Buddha is one, his circle, Buddha Shakyamuni. It's the individual's mind how you cultivate.
how you practice. So it's mentioned, mind is so kind of profound. So to capture the profundity of the mind, to manipulate this complex mind, the Buddha's teachings are the indispensable method, to calculate, to tackle this. So you see, so we take refuge in the Buddha, the complete embodiment of wisdom, compassion. Lord Jigten Sumpo said, Buddha is the perfection of bodhicitta. See, it's within our own mind that we can practice. See, first we take refuge outside as an example, since we don't know. We don't realize, since we have not realized ourselves as the Buddha nature, so we need good examples. So get the Buddha outside. Dharma, what Buddha taught. Sangha, the follower of the great Bodhisattvas, to this. Then we practice Dharma teachings. So we need examples how Buddha cultivated compassion, loving kindness, and bodhicitta, Then when we practice, our mind becomes the nature of loving kindness, nature of compassion. You see, our mind transforms to bodhicitta. Eventually, our mind becomes the Buddha. You see, that's why I say we have Buddha nature. So that's the refuge is such important essence. First important refuge is to open the door towards the enlightenment. If you ask what differentiates Buddhist and non-Buddhist, taking refuge. When we took refuge in the Buddha Dharma Sangha, you can say simply, whether you're educated, uneducated, doesn't matter. Say, I'm Buddhist. Such a precious. Then refuge is the foundation of all the precepts. If you take Upasaka, Upasika's precept, first goes refuge. Then all the different stages of the precepts start with the refuge. When you take Bodhisattva's vow, start with the refuge. When you take the Vajrayana's initiation, start with the refuge. See, refuge is the foundation of all the precepts. See, and refuge is the door to study, practice all the Dharma teachings. When you study, practice these precious teachings, then we can gather all the excellent qualities of the Bodhisattvas, the Buddha, because of the refuge. So I took refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha, so I must study, I must practice. See? So precious. See? We should never belittle the bodhicitta, or refuge, So refuge is not so important. Bodhicitta is more important. Then the Mahamudra, Dzogchens are very important, So don't belittle the refuge. The refuge is an embodiment of all those teachings. Bodhicitta is Dharma. Mahamudra is Dharma. Dzogchen is Dharma. You see? That's the Buddha's heart, Buddha's teaching. See? So make the refuge as the foundation of all our teaching. It's good? Well, like this, so make ourselves really something, So I'm so fortunate, This is always important. I'm repeating, quite a few times. so that we should, it is acknowledge ourselves, we make Buddhist something instead of being weak, Buddhists are powerful, See, the source of peace, joy. We should make that special now that we need, when there's a lot of confusion around, turmoils everywhere, there we need wisdom, there we need compassion, there we need courage, clarity. Even if you influence one person, it's wonderful. Even you influence yourself, it's so wonderful. I got the benefit. It's a step, precious step. Thank you so much. So we'll make a break for lunch. So please take a deep breath and exhale. Just relax. Appreciate Buddha's wisdom. We're touching the Buddha's heart. We're reflecting Buddha's teaching. We're so fortunate. Then we'll say short dedication prayer. Page where? 40, 30, where? 37, something. 37. Yeah, 37 somewhere. The last two, 37. The two verses will say the dedication. By the virtues collected the 3 times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, completely perfected, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the Kongwa Rana Shirim, all-knowing Dharma, Lord who sees all phenomena, Master of intuitive Tibetan origination, be uplifted until the end of samsara by instructions and practice through the study, contemplation, and meditation. Okay, thank you. Please have a delicious lunch. Okay. First, please take a deep breath. Inhale fully. And exhale. Then please open page 7. We'll say the short refuge, just to reflect ourselves. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of practicing generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless the sky, have happiness and causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings bless and happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness that's free from suffering. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Thank you. So, from yesterday and this morning, just briefly we touch the teachings of the Shantideva regarding the Bodhisattva. So, as we now have some understanding what Bodhisattva is about, so it is our own mind making flexible to get to know what my mind is. Sometimes there's some teachings we should get to touch the nature of the mind. So these are the basic nature of the mind, the goodness of the mind, you should say. There's afflictions, confusions, ignorance. Those are our mind which is contrived, fabricated, elaborated within the confusion. So you see, so these are the good to know as our own mind, which are source of our suffering. Life after life. Then there's another mind, within the mind, loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, wisdom. When we reflect on these as our own mind, then they are our source of happiness, peace. See? So because of this, you see, samsara or nirvana is not outside, somewhere else. But samsara and nirvana is within. When we involve our confusion, all those negativities, then, see, that is the samsara. Then depending to our mental, that negative degree, sometimes so heavy, very dense, gross. Sometimes we, as a human being, we feel like in the hell realm, or hungry ghost, see, or as animal. Then, other time, when we could reflect on the loving kindness, compassion. Yes, I can do it. There is a possibility.
when we know how to handle things, that is, you see, nirvana. So when the degree of that mind, when you could sustain this mind, then there's a peace, there's a joy, there's a freedom. You see. So that's called nirvana, you know. So it all goes to the mind, as we can see now, you know. It's very precise, very clear. You know. So this kind of the clarity of these teachings that the Buddha taught, that we are following. For this, so I was, describing the refuge. See, as mentioned, there are many different degree types of refuge we take. So taking refuge, I take refuge in the Buddha. And so we have Buddha nature in our essential mind is the Buddha nature. So I take refuge in the Buddha with the devotion, with the feeling of, feeling of something special. That we're making connection with the Buddha, the enlightened mind. Our unenlightened mind, that is making connection to the enlightened mind. So it is something very special. Because of this connection, so then no matter how long we stay in the samsara, still one day we'll become Buddha, because this connection is infallible. Buddha will come in the future. As long as there's samsara, Buddha will manifest. Because Buddha has perfected bodhicitta to help the sentient beings. So see this, and we should feel so fortunate. That's why reason, you see. Even some small things, good things done, so there's a connection to attain Buddhahood. So taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha is the best things we should say that we have achieved or done something in this life. So then refuge, then there's a refuge, see, ultimate refuge. Sometimes say Dharma, some say Buddha. Now, anyway, according to the Uttara Tantra by Maitreya, brought by Asanka on this planet, in that text mentioned, so the ultimate refuge is the Buddha. Because Buddha is the Buddha. As in this book, at the first mention, Buddha and Dharmakaya. So Buddha is the Buddha. Buddha is the embodiment of Dharma. And a Sangha practicing step by step, go through all the bhumis, paths, eventually become Buddha. So the perfection of the Sangha practice is the Buddha. So Buddha is the Buddha, Buddha is the Dharma, Buddha is the Sangha. So Buddha is the ultimate refuge. See? So you see, in that case, in Buddha, we have statues, paintings. These are just symbols of the Buddha. They are just reminding us. Buddha is the enlightenment.
Buddha is the one who is free from all the obscurations and perfected the true wisdom. Wisdom knowing as it is dharmata, and wisdom knowing everything within in this dharmata, all the different types of manifestations, each and every manifestation, existence, without mistake, totally Buddha can comprehend. So knowing everything. So that true perfection, the perfection of the purification and perfection of the quality, the wisdom, that's the Buddha. See? So we're taking refuge in that. So to achieve that, to experience that, then we study, practice the Dharma, step by step. It's called the relative Dharma, or conventional. Then the Dharma of the realization, the ultimate. Sangha also, from first Bhumi to the 10th Bhumi, the great Bodhisattvas. And then Sangha, who attain the complete Buddhahood. So that's the Buddha. So Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and we see the refuge. So I say, I take refuge until I attain enlightenment, until I reach the enlightenment, Buddhahood. See? So as mentioned, refuges is the essence of all the teaching. We start from there, then we follow the path. So when we practice this refuge, step by step, and we get chance to purify all our mental afflictions, as I mentioned. So that's the refuge. Then what we have, see, no. Now, which we read? 26 we read, isn't it?
Yes.
Now 27, it starts now here, purification. No. So so far what we did is we made all the offerings that whatever is possible, sharing, to release our attachment. It is just something, it's joyous effort. Making offering is such a joyous effort, different way, offering whatever exists, those that you have, or those you don't have, for those you are not possessed. Everything in the world you make offering. That's why it's the mandala. The mandala offering is included in that. See? In the mandala, you visualize whole universe, without any exception, all the excellent things contained there, you make offering. Then you praise the excellent qualities of the Buddha's Dharma, and then do prostration. Prostration physically, verbally, mentally. As mentioned, we manifest our body as many as the dust particle of the universe, as many as the sentient beings in the universe, in the samsara. Then we do prostration to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. mentally with such great devotion, yearning to realize the Buddha's wisdom. Do that frustration, see? So offerings, frustration. Now coming to the purification. So before purification itself is done, first the object of the purification, the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, we visualize here. So he said here, 27, with folded hands I beseech. Is this right? I take refuge here in the Buddha, yeah. With folded hands I beseech the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who possess the great compassion and resides in all directions, you see. Buddha has no limit of the time, space. Anywhere you are, you can visualize Buddha and great Bodhisattvas in front of you, anywhere. Like if you're driving on the road, you see beautiful flowers, lakes, trees. There you can visualize Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, make offerings. Anywhere you are, you can visualize Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and as an object that you want to purify. So here, first we are establishing the object for the purification. So saying, your mind is nature of the compassion. You look how to benefit sentient beings. Your concern is all the sentient beings. So I'm the one of them. No? So, who possess the great compassion and resides in all directions. You see, there's no limit. So that's how first we visualize Buddha and great Bodhisattvas. And here, 27, here how it is translated. To perfect Buddha and to Bodhisattvas in all directions where they may reside. To them who are the sovereigns of great mercy, compassion. In Tibetan, Nyingchen, I press my palm together, pray thus. I join my hand in front of you, and I will say all the prayers to you, what I want to do, Okay. Now, you see, when we practice the purification, there are 4 powers. Power of remorse, and the power of the reliance, and power of the antidotes, and power of the resolve. So there's 4 powers. Through the 4 powers, we practice the purification. First is very important, recognizing what we made mistake. These are the source of suffering that I purify. See? So the first has a lot verses there. The power of remorse is, we just did it. 27 now is 28. Throughout beginningless cyclic existence in this book, in this life and in others, unknowingly I committed evil deeds and ordered them to be done by others. So, and here what we have in this book, translation, in this and all my other lives were turning in the round without beginning. Blindly, here's wrongly, blindly I have brought forth evil and incited others to commit the same. See? So we come from beginningless time. Throughout this in the samsara, I met different types of negative karma through my body, speech, mind. Not only that, myself created negative karma, but also I kind of rejoice others' mistake, others' wrongdoing. I incited others to do so. So all this is not right. 129 says, overwhelmed by the deception of ignorance, I rejoiced in what was done, but now seeing these mistakes from my heart, I declare them to the Buddha. This nice translation, you know. This. Deceived and overmastered by my ignorance, I have taken pleasure in such sin. And seeing now the blame of it, O great protectors, I confess it honestly. See, it's very good, you see. So as we have been discussing, our ignorance is the root cause of all those delusions. As also yesterday said, no? We desire to free from suffering, but we chase the suffering. We desire to have peace and happiness, but we destroy as if they were our enemy due to the ignorance. No? So this is what. So now say through Dharma study, by taking refuge in the Buddha Dharma Sangha, now we come to know these any of the 10 non-virtues or heavy karma they have created, breaking our vows, precepts, whatever. It's all is done by the ignorance, by the influence of the ignorance, delusions. So I see this. So first seeing this, such precious thing. Once we see this, we acknowledge this. It's the beginning of our successful practice. Sometimes we don't admit this due to our kind of say, our attachment, our ego. Ego is ignorance, you know. So our ego doesn't permit this. So here we open our heart. We acknowledge ignorance is the root cause of suffering. If I acknowledge, if I permit this, there's nothing to lose. What is losing is our ego. No, it's just losing. So we just see this. So in front of the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, great Bodhisattvas, all the Buddhas there who are enlightened, in front of them, no, I purify. Please accept my mistake. So what a wonderful, you know. This is such a precious thing. See. In the world you see there are so many who are keep committing and have no wisdom to see their mistake. Still they have kind of creating more kind of aggressiveness, more anger, want to do more damage. See, that makes the degeneration. But this is how individually we are getting better. See, this is such a wonderful, And 29, don't we just read 21? Whatever harmful acts of body, speech, and mind I have done in a disturbed mental state towards the three jewels of refuge, my parents, my spiritual masters, and others. Whatever I have done against the triple gem, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, against my parents, teacher, and the rest, through the force of my defilements, in my body, speech, and mind. See, it's also saying, all this, whatever negative thoughts, anger, resentment, anything happened. So today, I see these things, I purify. I sincerely purify, as he said before there, earnestly, Yeah. So now here, body, speech, mind, the negative, she said, from the 10 non-virtues, we know 3 are from the body, 4 from speech, 3 from the mind. So whatever non-virtuous activities manifest from this, any one of these 3, from all, we acknowledge, see this. They are no longer good, they are only cause of suffering. I purify. Also, we should, as a Bodhisattva practitioner, not just only mind, but all sentient beings, for our own mind training, you see. Whether other sentient beings, these negative karmas are purified or not purified, but it's our own mind training. Not only me, mine, but also these mistakes done by all sentient beings. I purify in front of these Buddha, not just one Buddha, so many Buddhas, so many Bodhisattvas. I fully purify, so please accept. And then we rejoice. It's first, this is as mentioned, we acknowledge mistake that we have done, purify. See? Then next, I think it's 31. And all the grave wrongs done by me, so thoroughly evil and polluted, but in abundance of faults, I openly declare to the guides of the world. See? From the book, for all the evil I, a sinner, have committed, all the wicked deeds that cling to me, the frightful things that I contrived, I openly declare to you, the teachers of the world, who guides the sentient beings. So see, this is all, as I mentioned before, understanding the disadvantage of our negative, say, thoughts, mental afflictions. We just see this, how that these negative mental afflictions, ignorance, desire, and anger, hatreds, damages our life. They damage our life, our peace and happiness. How the damage is done for the whole the world. See, there are so many who are suffering, fighting, you see, fighting each other. It's like a demigod, no? That's called demigod, no? There's no special place, demigod. It's jealous, anger, resentment, these mental delusions. They have nothing only to bring suffering, you see. So when they come in our mind, they try to damage our peace, happiness. See? So see this, no? That's the Dharma practice about. As I mentioned, it says, we're not showing, so I'm a spiritual person. I have this title. This Dharma practice is nothing to the titles. No. It's nothing to be spiritual, some kind of showing, some like a traditions or some ceremonies. Nothing. It's just a practical approach. How to live our life day-to-day basis. So first look at ourselves. What I want. What I don't want. I want peace. No, I don't want suffering. So look at this. What is the cause of the suffering? Which is one that destroys our peace and happiness? No? Look at this. So this is called remorse. Remorse means is something acknowledging the mistake is done, which are the cause of suffering. And we understand that, then it's no longer good. Therefore I purify. Please accept. See, So this is what Buddha's teaching is about. See. As always, I just reminding the Four Noble Truths. Understand the suffering and cause of suffering, and eliminate the cause of suffering. See, so this all, how beautifully mentioned here, So I declare, so openly declare. So powerful, There's nothing to hide, Buddha sees directly. Is omniscient. Whether we declare or not declare, but it's our benefit when we declare, Buddha, you know everything, that what mistake I've done. So in front of you, I fully open it. So please accept me. Let me purify all these mistakes I've done. Such a wonderful. So do it joyfully. This is very important. How fortunate I am that now I can do it. See. the teachers of the world. So Buddha is the teachers of the world, you see. Buddha is not a dictator. No. Buddha is not the creator or dictator, you know. Buddha is the teacher who teaches us, to show, it shows us the path. So this is right, this is wrong. So, utilize our kind of the mind, all this. As I mentioned, Buddha giving us how much opportunity you have, how much possibility you have, and how much ability you have. So we should utilize this opportunity, ability we have. Saying, so now 32. But I may well perish before all my evil have been purified. So please protect me in such a way as will swiftly and surely free me from them. So it's reminding to ourselves. See, saying, it may be that my death will come to me. See, it may be that my death will come to me before my evil has been cleansed. How then can I be free from it? I pray you quickly grant me your protection. So it's this reminding impermanence. First you see, we are coming from beginningless time in the samsara, wandering life after life. We can imagine how much negative karma, obscurations that we have stored, we have collected. Now, this life, I'm so fortunate meeting this Buddha Dharma Sangha, and studying, understanding these precious teachings. But my life is impermanent, so fragile, such a fragile, we never know when will come first, tomorrow or next life. Meditate on this. So the great practitioners in the past, when they go to sleep, they just meditate. I don't know which will come first, next life or tomorrow. Means maybe I'll be dead at night, then it's not tomorrow, it's next life. So meditate on like this. So, because of this, I cannot wait. So I must do now, when I have the time, when I have the interest, when I have the support. See, I must take now advantage of this. So, impermanence, it doesn't matter. You see, you can see so much in the world. Those who are sick, they stay for years. And those who are healthy, they died. So very healthy, he or she was very healthy yesterday, dead today. And those who are sick, they hang in, day after day, where they're complaining, I'm not good, I have this problem. Just stay, there, year after year, you see. It's very clear. So this old person stays so many long years, you know. And this young person, you know, died suddenly, you know. So there's no arrangement who stays longer or who stays short. See, like this, look at it. So that's why, before evil has been cleansed, how then I can be free from it? So now, if death comes, how I can purify? So now I have the precious human life. I must clean, must purify. See? I pray you quickly grant me your protection. So please give me encourage, inspiration to do these practice more successfully. And what? (33) the untrustworthy Lord of Death waits not for things to be done or undone, whether I am sick or healthy. See, this fleeting lifespan is unstable. See. In the book here, they said, we cannot trust the wanton Lord of Death. His Lord of Death is just personification. You know, it's not really a person, you know. Sometimes the Lord of Death is something monstrous there. The task, our work, complete or still to do, he will not wait. No. In health or sickness, therefore, none of us can trust our fleeting, momentary lives. See? Whether we completed up the project or not. No. Doesn't wait whether we're healthy or not healthy, whether we're young or not young. No. So it can come to any time, any moment. It's just 1 second. We breathe out and breathe in. And if breathe out, not come back, we finish. So we just live on the short breath. So just meditate like this. See. Release all our attachment. Appreciate what you have. Rejoice what you have. This is how it's important, you know. (34) from this, no. Leaving all, I must depart alone. But through not having understood this, I committed various kinds of evil for the sake of my friends and foes. See, this is how we create our negative karma. And we must pass away, forsaking all, giving up. We have to live without choice when time comes. But I devoid of understanding. So didn't have enough wisdom to know this. Have, for sake of friend and for alike, provoked and brought about so many wrongs to protect my relatives. He said, no, friends, relatives. To protect them, I created a lot of non-virtuous action. And also then to destroy the four enemies, I created a lot of non-virtuous action. So see this. So I provoked and brought about so many wrongs. See. In the jewel ornament of liberation is mentioned. First to protect yourself, your family, and to get rid of the enemies, to promote yourself, to become famous, to become rich. To that we created negative karma. We never create negative karma to achieve enlightenment. Just see that, I want to become Buddha, so I will get rid of all you. We don't say that, And these things, see, our relatives, our family, friends, and enemies, all this only for this life. When death comes, we have to leave them. Everyone, our family and enemies alike, leave behind. I just alone go for next. I can't take with me any of my relatives, friends. So see this. Now here, not encouraging you don't help your friends, or not saying you should not benefit your families. We should benefit our friends, relatives, as much as you can, out of bodhicitta. Then also help the enemies, foes. So mind free from attachment, mind free from the resentment. This is important. Now sometimes you say, when you say this, no, don't attachments, then don't help them. No, so you don't do anything for them, There's also sometimes we misunderstand. See, because your family, your friends, they need you. So we help them. See, including these are just nearest to you that you can help from all the sentient beings. Like you look at the Buddha's life. First, Buddha's father, Shuddhodana, he doesn't want his son Siddhartha leave the kingdom. No. He tried all best to keep Siddhartha in the kingdom. But Siddhartha left the kingdom. But after Siddhartha became Buddha, then he helped his father. So then his father realized, the Buddha, Shakyamuni, is not just only king of the human beings, but he was also king of all the sentient beings, including the gods, So Shuddhodana, his father, was so impressed, admired. So this complete sutra text discussion between Buddha and the father, So that how Buddha helped, Buddha's his father. So like that, Buddha helped all his family. They all practice Dharma and free them from samsara. So we should take example like that. Like Milarepa, even though his father died, his mother died, he has only one sister, and he helped her to practice Dharma, cause her to practice Dharma and free from samsara. So like this, you see, we should help all sentient beings, including our families, friends, relatives. See. And then healthy, leaving all this depart alone. Then 35, is that right? Yes, now 35, my force will become nothing. My friends will become nothing. I too will become nothing. Likewise, all will become nothing. Means one day we'll die. At that time, then, first is I read this one, but all my force will cease to be, and all my friends will cease to be, and I will also cease to be, and likewise everything will cease to be, cease to exist. So at the time of death, my friend will die that I attach. My enemies will die what I hate. And also I will die one day what I attach to. So everyone will become nothing. So what's the benefit saying? At that time, how much you get the benefit. So at the end of the day, you just calculate, attaching to my friends, relatives, what I got benefit. Hating to my enemies, what I got benefit. The benefit is nothing, but suffering is immense. So look at this. Between attachment and anger, I just struggle back and forth. But how much? No, the real benefit is there. So none. So it's a saying, make the wise decision. Utilize our mental capacity. What makes you real happy? What makes you real the suffering? So as your family, as mentioned, part of the sentient beings, you help them, protect them, but not attach so much. This is, this will not bring any benefit for yourself and others. And then 36, I guess. Just like a dream experience, whatever things I enjoy will become a memory. Whatever has passed will not be seen again. See? All that I possessed and use is like the fleeting vision of a dream. It fades into the realms of memory, and fading will be seen no more. See? So all those mistakes that I've done has no essence, he's saying. So we are talking about the remorse, no benefits. See, it's just a dream. Like in the dream, you found a big piece of gold. You were so happy, I found the gold. And you're showing your all friends, relatives around there. So I found such. And everyone praises you. What a great you found. And then you make a plan. Now, from this gold, I will build a big mansion. Do this long project, discuss in the dream. Then you wake up. What? See? No gold, no project, Same thing. In this life, we make all this project. At the time of death, we leave everything behind. See? So this is encouraging. Don't make a mistake. See? Use our ability, the ability we have, mental power we have, in the best way to bring more peace and happiness. All this life is like a dream. Number 37. Even within this brief life, many friends and foes have passed, but whatever unbearable evil committed for them remains ahead of me. 37 here. And even in the brief course of this present life, so many friends and foes have passed away, because of whom the evils I have done still lie unbearable before me. This I can see now, like say, I went to US early 80s. I met many people there. We set up Dharma centers. Many people became members of the centers. Now, when I reflect back, many of them died, passed away. Some just died a week ago, got a stroke and died. Wrote me letters. So one of our dear members got a stroke and died. So can you say some prayers? So I said, of course I'll say prayers. So like that, you see. And many are getting old, like myself. So those individuals, there are some are rich, some are poor. So eventually we all have to live. So see this. So make use the Dharma the best way. Purify all this negative karma that we have done. So here, as mentioned, this practice of remorse done. Those negative karma that we have done has no any benefit. See? So in this very brief life, how many things, just now things have changed in our own family. Now, how many died? How many are aging? Look at this. All with the same thing. So, how many in our family are good Dharma practitioners? How many are not good Dharma practitioners? You see the difference. So we rejoice ourselves. I'm so fortunate to have this Dharma. So mistakes that I have done in my life is still stays there. To manifest the result. That I have to bear it. I have to accept it. So before that happens, I purify. I must cultivate bodhicitta. So like these things. So you see, what important these things here. If we could do these practices, as understand what is mentioned here, at the time of death, even we have not really realized, at least we will feel so good. I have practiced Dharma as much as I could. I purified as much as I could. So I'm so fortunate, See, best thing is die joyfully, Such dying joyfully is very rare, you see. But if that's the possible, it's the best thing. But at least, like I said, no regret. I met the Dharma. I studied, practiced as much as I could, and I tried my best not to commit negative actions. So I'm so fortunate. I have no regret. This is a wonderful thing. Then, what means precious human life? It brought the fruit. 38 is here, what is said here, sir. Thereby, through not having realized that I shall certainly vanish, I committed so much evil out of ignorance, lust, and hate. Out of ignorance, attachment, or lust, and hatred, hate. So here, to say this, the thought came never to my mind. I haven't thought of this, saying that I too am a brief and passing thing. And so, through hatred, lust, and ignorance, I have committed many sins. This is usually, see, we don't know when we will die, but we plan to live for many years. So, now this year I will do this. Next year I will do this. After that I have this project. then I will complete this project. So we have so many projects, one after another. Something like we'll stay for thousands of years. That is, there's a story in Tibet. He was a Kadamba, always meditating, mind training all the time. He sees the nature of the samsara, so many suffering there. So he barely have a smile in his face, always very sad looking. So one time he saw a man repairing his shoes, and this man is going to die tomorrow, but this man is thinking he will live for a few years, So he said that caused him to smile, or laugh. Samsara is strange, He's going to die tomorrow, and today he's spent whole day repairing his shoes, It's very strange, So like that, One time it brought a smile on his face. He said, there was a rock on the ground. This rock is rooted very deep down. But the owner of the house, for him, this rock is little uncomfortable, So he want to get rid of the rock, So he's digging the rock, which is way down, And that time there was no machine, No machine, so he has to dig with his, what do you call that, So he said, people are making this kind of effort, Sometimes not so possible, So like that, you see, we never know when will happen. So, through not having realized, here, I didn't read, I think this. 38, is it 38? 39. Oh yeah. So I read the 39. Did I read this? Oh no, 38. Yeah, 38. First says, I have not finished this. So the thought came never to my mind that I too am a brief and passing thing. And so through hatred, lust, and ignorance, I have committed many sins without realizing how life is short. And through these three mental poisons, it's called the three mental poisons, we create so much cause of suffering. So I must recognize this. There are no benefit for myself, no benefit for anybody. See, these mental poisons are just poison. Only destroy our peace. Their responsibility is just to destroy the peace of the mind. Nothing else. Just see this. I must purify. I must work hard. I must purify the habit. We are so habituated in this. And then 39, remaining neither day nor night. Life always slipping by and never getting any longer. Why will that not come to one like me? See? Never halting night or day, my life drains constantly away, and from no other source does increase come. How can there not be a death for such as me? So this is also very good reminding. So the first day when we were born on this earth, from that moment, we are just running towards the death. Every day, life is fleeting. So look at this. And I don't have any other source to live my life longer. We try our best. Then do like some exercise, have a good, try to eat the right meal, and some good medical. Still, like every day, life is getting shorter. We're supposed to live 100 years. See how many years now we passed. Now, how long we have life to live. Just examine this. So it's very practical, you see. Always what is shown, there's no saying it's a bad thing, but it's reality, nature, as I mentioned, how everything is reality. Practical approach. Be realistic, is calm. Don't exaggerate on life. So live at a moment. Every moment is the best. Live with every moment with peace, with compassion, with wisdom, and you rejoice in life. And then, so you just do what best thing, what you can help others. Rejoice. See? And then 40. Well, I'm laying in bed, although surrounded by my friends and relatives. The feeling of life's being severed will not experience by me alone. Will experience by me alone. See what is here said. There I will be prostrate upon my bed, just resting, you're in your bed, and all around my family and friends. But I alone shall be the one to feel the cutting of the thread of life. This is one. I don't know, it's not what is, life being suffered will not experience by me alone, will experience by me alone. Maybe not, no. I am alone will feel, So what it's saying is, like that you are sick, now you are the bed, now in your last breath, all your family, your friends are surrounded. They are so kind to you. They want you not to suffer. They want you not to die. So what I can do for you, they cry. No matter how much support you have, but at the end of the life, you are the alone. Have to experience. So see this. Look at this. You are poor. What should I do? There's some crying. Some say, please don't die. And what you can do. See. So that time we have Dharma. See. Then practice the Dharma. So this all preparing, you know. So like we have this like the retirement. In the West we have, I don't know here we have, you know, the retirement project, you know. It's called all those their things, you know. So that time is teaching how to retire ourselves, how to prepare. It's natural, it comes to everybody, Dharma practitioner or not practitioner. If you don't believe next life, even you don't believe karma, no, but the suffering is real. No. There's so much, you know. So if you know how to accept this, which is very difficult, but through Dharma practice, see impermanence, everything is manifestation. You have this mental capacity, clarity, awareness. Then, so we die. It's mentioned peacefully. That's why the prayer, dedication prayer, we have that here and here. See, at the time of death, may the suffering of severing the life channel not arise. May I not die with the negative thoughts. May I not die confused by wrong views. May I not experience an untimely death. What I want, may I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind as such, and the pervading clarity of Dharma power. See, if that is achieved, now best way to die. But still, at least, if you have bodhicitta, say no, I die for the benefit of all sentient beings. May all the suffering of these individuals who are dying, that all suffering, that what I have, that may purify. No. So my death is not useless, rather my death is useful to others. Look at these. There are so many possibilities. Meditate on this, you know. According to our own ability, these different, you know, stages which helps us how to handle. See? Now we read one, then before the break. When seized by the messenger of death, what benefit will friends and relatives afford? My merit alone shall protect me then, but upon that I have never relied. See? Verse 41. And when the herald of the deadly king, so that's the personification is like death, the dying, have gripped me, what help to me will be my friend and kin? For then life's virtue is my one defense. And this defense, the virtue, alas, is what I shirked away. So here, said virtue, defense, is the bodhicitta. See, if I have bodhicitta, that is my ultimate refuge, my comfort.
No. So, but I'm lacking that. No. So now to whom I should rely? My friends cannot give me this. My relative cannot give me this. I just alone have to go through. So, before I die, I must practice the bodhicitta. First I embrace it, cultivate it, and then practice it. Then, not only myself I get benefit, but also my friends, my families. Everybody will inspire. They get benefit. So I must do this. So this all. Now shall we make a short break? Okay. Chanju semjo Rinpoche maje banam kiro che keba nyamba kone kondo pe warai sho. Okay, thank you.